And what is up, everyone? Welcome to Overwatch Championship Series Korea Week 3, day number 3 here.
We did it.
With me.
Music,
Hex
audio.
Another day of wonderful Series Korea. And Hex, I gotta ask you.
Don't do this. It's literally 1 minute past 8 in the morning.
Yesterday and the day before, and a few days of, I guess.
1 minute past 8 is the current time.
Or AKA Mao got patched. How are things have been for the past couple days?
We're in the Samoan season, I guess would be one way.
Good one.
It's Moggin time. I like when Mogga goes in, says it's Moggin time, and Mog's all over the place. It's been pretty much 100%.
It's 10 a.m. It's 8 a.m.
A couple of teams that have tried different wrinkles. Some gentlemen's
again. Stop. It's 1 a.m. It's 8 a.m. Stop the gaslighting.
Mogga meta. A lot of people have tried to put names on it. I got a couple really dumb ones that I might bust out.
So the question was, I was originally trying to answer.
There's really no reason to overcomplicate.
Was will the VOD of yesterday's EU and NA co-stream be on YouTube? And the answer is yes. Yeah, the current plan is that all the Scrim co-streams are going to stay on Twitch. All the EU, NA, Korea, the official OWCS things will be getting onto YouTube. They uploaded overnight. It's just a couple of things I have to do to like remove a few pieces of audio it's not happy with, and then it'll be going up on my second channel. It'll go up on my second channel, so then I can just dump the full VODs there without it.
Quick reaction to a comp
without it being too much of a problem.
Like the moment that it came out, everyone was just like, nope,
yeah,
do not like it. Not a fan.
So I guess
a lot of that is the holdover from the
you know what's crazy? So I sort of expect, right, part of a business model, to let you guys in behind the scenes, part of a business model.
Yeah, for now, I haven't seen that many people missing Doomfist in just a couple of days.
Let me shut up these fucking guys for a second. I'm talking. They're so rude. They're just talking over me the entire time. Part of the business model is, because the Scrim VODs are quite exclusive and quite desired, making it sub-only will actually be quite a business driver. But, for example, when I co-stream the OWCS, and I just have to answer 8,000 questions about coins, play a quick play game, and then go on a rant about Hooters, I'm like, I don't think we should paywall that content. Maybe that doesn't deserve to be behind a paywall, you know? So, I was really surprised to wake up this morning to find 3 new VOD heads have joined for this. So thank you to Cocoa Milk, Kenesi, and Mutam. I think I'm saying all of those correct. They wanted more quiz news? Fuck. What are my opinions on the £2 coin? Actually, one of my favourite coins, actually. I always remember as a kid, it always felt so good to have a £2 coin. It actually probably felt better to have a £2 coin than it did to have 3 £1 coins, because the £2 coin was the most aesthetically pleasing because it had the colour combo. The colour combo, I think, really put it over the edge as the most desirable of the coins aesthetically. What about a £5 coin? Just a myth. Never seen one. Not real. Wouldn't waste your life searching for one like I have. What the fuck is a £2 coin? What do you mean? You don't know a £2 coin? Hold on. £2 coin. Let me get it up. Well, maybe to. Okay. Wait, can I draw still? I can draw. Cool. Everything's working as intended. £2 coin. So you look at this. Gold and silver. Just looks premium. Why do they make the coins so heavy? What? What do you mean? I mean, all the coins are quite a specific weight. We were actually learning about how they're all made to be quite a specific weight. You make them as quite a specific weight because then automated machines can sort them. £2, the famous £2 coin. Oh. I've caught up. Aren't pounds like some American weight measurement? What the fuck? am I talking about? 2 stone coin. It is 6 minutes past 8. It's 6 minutes past 8. Am I ready for this yet? No. No is the obvious answer, right? Yeah, I don't know why I'm awake. Who here? Okay, so let's do a classic show of hands here. Who here is just here because they're normally awake at this time, and this is just a normal time they're awake, and wasn't up watching the stream last night? Who has gone straight from watching the stream last night to being awake now? Only here for the quiz? Show of hands. Yeah, I need to stop using the expression show of hands. Hand. Okay. Well, actually, show of hands is working. You were doubtful, Quark. I just found the stream. Welcome, British Yeti. There's going to be a lot of things that might make it seem like we're not a we're not a serious stream. We're actually a very serious analysis stream about Overwatch. We offer insights, I think, about Overwatch. We offer insights about Overwatch. We offer understanding of the meta. We offer... Help me out here. What else do we offer? We offer community. You've heard so much about me, but never know you streamed. We offer coins. We do offer gambling. A little bit of gambling, a little bit of political analysis. Quite a lot of dart VODs. You've heard so much about me. What have you heard about me? What have you heard? Good things, I hope? You realise today that FTG Falcons is the Outlaws 23 showdown? The quick play game changed me. He thinks you're face. He doesn't think I'm face. B Man United 4. Thank you for the tier 1. Thank you. Can't lock in anymore. Shut up. I can lock in. I can lock in whenever I want. Heard about you from my barber. You didn't hear about me from your barber. Wait, I'm actually choking. Hold on. I can do it. What is happening? Let's get the full screen going.
To look forward to. The pixelated deal with the glasses are my favorite. Those alien glasses.
What are they saying? Free?
Out a little bit.
Free what?
And I think the headbands are to look like... What's that Nintendo game?
You've not read. I've been getting back to Overwatch and want to watch for eSport, and I have no idea where to look for the schedule.
Yeah,
oh yeah, well
I don't know.
We're actually bringing pretty good up-to-date coverage, actually. Lots of information on my channel. Oh, and these people also have sunglasses. And this person has a hat? What?
Santa pants on his head? How is it standing up? That doesn't even make sense.
When I know where to find it, I mean, Liquipedia is good. I think they have it on the website right as now, right? Yeah, thank you, Skion. They do have it on the website now.
Yeah. I guess 1-0 for Poker Face. I have to give my point.
Okay.
It might just be pants.
So where are we feeling on his walkouts? Because I guess it was competitive. Competitive drip.
And then they glued it so you can
the problem is, though,
Yeah.
is this all just... Is everyone just copying the Vesta meta?
As your hat.
Is there any originality here?
Yeah,
here's the starting roster for Whack, Lip, Hisang, Junbin, Chorong, Shu.
I feel like there's no originality. I feel like they're all just copying off Vesta and stealing off their creativity and success.
Really depends on what they think. I think this meta. I
think the costumes were better on the Poker Face side. I mean, it was a hell of a hat. Hell of a hat. On Simple side. I need to do my predictions 100%. We need to do the group predictions. We need to do, let's see, who will win map 1, Poker Face, or WAC.
Ran a lot of Arissa, if I'm recalling correctly.
All right, and then I need to do my predictions as well, so we can do all of these.
Now, speaking of
We can actually... This is what locking in sounds like.
They should have players who are able
we didn't even do any predictions last night. That's how much of a fever dream the NA portion of this stream was.
So they might be able to mix things up and come out with a strong meta.
Any interesting match? Yeah, the big one's actually the second match.
You have the coaches.
All right, let's lock in for the interview.
On the stage. Let's hear the coach interview. I believe Quest will take translation.
Wait for the wrong one.
Thank you very much, G-Clef. We are back with the first team rep interview
It's a whole
of
new
the day.
stream. You're right. This is a completely new show, unrelated to the previous show. The shows are they're not like in order. It's not like a series. You don't have to watch these streams in order.
Please introduce yourself. And this is Moon from WAC.
네, 반갑습니다. 자, 그렇다면 포커페이스
And on
팀도
Poker Face's
자기소개
side.
부탁드립니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 포커페이스에서 가장 오래 있었던 코치 서희라고 합니다.
this is Sohee.
안녕하세요.
From Poker Face.
네, 서희님도 반갑습니다. 자, 이번 왁팀에게 먼저 질문을 드릴게요.
First question goes to
지난
WAC.
FTG와의 치열한 전전을 통해서
Their last match against FTG had fans on the edge of their
오늘
seats.
경기는 좀
Fans on the edge
Were
of
they
their
able to
seats.
witness WAC's victory more comfortably this time?
이 경기가
네.
메인이라 생각하기 때문에
We saying.
전 경기
I think this will be more of an appetizer match.
네,
Oh, an
알겠습니다.
appetizer
포커페이스도
match.
가만히 있을 수는
What
없을
does-
것 같은데 자, 지난주 경기에서 2연승을
Is appetizer
Poker Face is now on a match.
an
two-match
insult
win
in this
streak. Can Poker
context?
Face keep that streak
저희 팀
alive?
같은 경우에는 일단 오늘보다 내일 더 항상 더 잘하고 열심히 연습하는
I
팀이기
think
때문에
we're
네.
practicing
저희 컨텐츠
towards
팀을
tomorrow
대표한다고
more than today.
생각을 하는데
And
앞으로도 계속 오늘
Tomorrow's Monday.
나아진 모습을 보여줄 수 있기
and
때문에
the goal
You
is
don't
always
have a
just to
game!
improve.
선배님들을 저희
Don't practice for tomorrow.
열심히 노력하는
So
팀이었습니다.
we're going to be
네,
a
자,
team
경기
that
시작
works
전부터
hard
치열한
to achieve that goal.
접전이 예상이 됩니다. 자, 지금까지 왁의 문님
And that
think
was
it's a
the
figure of
team rep
speech.
interview. And before we
I
go
think he's
to
being
the
quite
map
literal.
첫 번째 경기
We're going to
시작
throw it back to
전에
G-Clef.
첫 번째 경기 맵 비토부터 확인해 보시죠.
And next, thank you, Quest, for the translations. And here comes the map
Alright.
veto. And as usual, we are going into Lijiang Tower to start things off.
Every day is game day. Yeah.
Servasa, and
We have a black market game tomorrow.
Not really picking anything out of ordinary as we start from Lijiang Tower, but wax choice on Lijiang Tower.
Especially those first games we've seen.
What was I doing? My predictions. I actually think we might just be in for a 3-0 day of Overwatch. Does FTG take a map?
I think still a single.
So I don't think Pokerface take a map
Maybe
here.
I'm missing one,
I mean, I guess if we're still in this Malga meta and there's like an element of uncertainty and difference, and
I like Poker Faces.
I don't know, there's more likely to be an upset now.
Of just get better
I think
every
FTG
day.
takes
I think
3
they
maps.
know that at the very top end of the league, they're a little outclassed.
I don't
So
think
they've
they
got a
take
lot of
3
talent in here
maps.
that's played at the highest level, so it's
Yeah, I
just a
think
matter
I'm on the
of
3-0 train. That's what I've written
and it's
initially.
also- it's gotta be difficult for the
Maybe that's a
coaches
boring
to
prediction,
advance
but it's how I feel in my heart.
With that many players on your squad, there's only so many maps you get to play. So I like how Poker
We put this
Faces,
somewhere. Can you see it
come into
okay?
this season and done some good stuff, and they're on a
Need to move
2-game
it.
win streak.
Wait.
Of course, you expect them to beat Vesta, but then beating Genesis was a critical moment for them. So yeah, they've shown that they can hang with some of the best teams, and by
There we go.
transitive property, Genesis also beat some good teams. So who knows anymore? And we were talking
All right.
before the show started. I think
FTG
metas like
washed?
this
I don't think
where
they're washed. I
the
just think
skill ceiling essentially gets
I don't
a
know.
little bit
I think
lower
Falcons are
than
too
your
good.
Tracer metas and your cast
I think they're really
metas,
good.
even your
I think they
Sojourn
still suit
metas,
this meta.
that lower ranked teams.
Why have we
are
got-
gonna
why have we
feel
got so much
strong.
fire in
It's
this
a good
Sojourn?
equalizer when you start having
That's not what
all
Lips
comps
fires
and
look like.
sustained comps, and these comps were, quite frankly, they're just lower skilled overall. When it's just, your Reaper is going in and it's just rush and it's cooldown management rather than try to match.
FTG take
somebody
5
and
maps.
Profit on cast.
not good
That's
math.
Not
Yeah,
ideal for
exactly.
you. So this comp lends itself.
All the
to
games have looked way
closer
close.
games,
Yeah, I think it's
top
kind of
end.
true that since we've hit like the Malga portion of Korea, all the games have actually even like who was it, Yeti versus Falcons yesterday? Some of those maps actually looked way more competitive when it becomes this sort of big macro meta, or if it's just like all about the ult trades and who manages to do better in that. I guess it does become a little bit of an equalizer where it like shifts the power away from it. Proper shits on Flora. Yeah, I guess. I mean, obviously Proper Sombra looked fine yesterday.
Then, of course, as you said,
Stalker great and Alpha. Yeah, but what if it's on Sombra Reaper? Is the gap as big on Sombra Reaper?
And what kind of strategy you actually
That's the real
put
question
in,
we need to be asking.
specifically depending on the map.
Or do they even play Sombra Reaper, or do we go into this weird... Sometimes in Korea, it's just like a Genji Soja mirror sometimes as well. For no apparent reason.
No, it's totally fine.
We also see Becky back in.
Maps here. It kind of just,
Becky and Proudin.
Teams with these super high
So obviously we saw Finale come and play
Lip is not as terrifying on
bits of Tracer last time around when Proud was playing the
Sombra is
Cassidy.
actually really
So what's the presumption here?
But,
Is Proud... I don't know actually. I don't know which way around they do it.
They tried to run some Genji and it looked okay. He's saying on the Echo.
Hey, Musket.
Great for them, but if you're moving him on
Alpha, you great in
Stalker,
Stalker?
you're really getting all the value you can after that. So I'm excited to see you know what metas we go into. I know that everyone's kind of
Yeah, maybe actually.
poo-pooing
Maybe.
that idea that we're going into different metas, but it's very possible that we don't see.
I don't know if it's one of those things where like if I had to pick one, probably Alpha E, but they're probably both so good that they're both just good value. You know what I mean? Like they're both gonna have a large impact in the game no matter what.
And with the fans cheering on their teams and players, we have Pokerface versus Whack. First Legion Tower. And the gates open in 2, 1. And we start with Jasmine on Orisa, okay, versus Mauga from Junbin.
Alright, let's see. Predictions closed. Orisa time. Sojin Echo.
Starting here is lit, putting on some pressure.
So one thing we saw a little bit in Europe, if we were to believe Heps and New Age, is actually the Echo did quite well versus the Sombra because there was like a Sombra copy.
Trying to rotate, maybe push one, and goes down immediately.
Proud's gonna get the initial kill. Alright. So Sojin Sim seems like a weird combo. Some of the logic I think is a lot of the Korean teams seemed quite keen to have Sim when going into Orisa, but saying that, we've also seen Heesang swap immediately, just onto Tracer. Both on Kiri as well, so there's like an interesting Moira v Kiri debate going on. I feel like I'm leaning to the Kiri side of things. I think the Suzu ends up being such good value, the Kitsune Rush is actually way better than the Cole. Kitsune Rushes will be traded here. Good for the Mauga. Copy Mauga here, just trying to play in the backline and get in this cage. Has to go for the beat damage first, though. Faith still has this beat as well. They're just trying to... Beat comes through now. Now they're pushing forward. They want to dodge in this cage. The slam is good, actually. The cage is not good. But the damage might just be done.
Coming out from Pokerface and Rat, or now is having somewhat of a trouble.
They actually stole the point as well, so... Oh my god! Oh my god! Heesang's doing it? He thinks he can do it? He thinks he can do it? No one else is coming, no? Oh wait, Mauga's back? Heesang was right? The clutch is on? Terra Surge? Or he's got Charong? Oh! Great Javelin, actually. Jasmine just about able to clutch.
Great moment from Jasmine there. Luisa actually doing a better job staying with the team. Pokerface for now. What's the flip? So Whack had about 26%, but not enough.
Okay, back on the sim. By the way, which is again what we've seen a lot of, right? It's good into the Orisa. Becky's on the flank here. Overclock comes through. They're having to DP, but they're trying to DP into Becky a lot. Now the Kitsune Rush, they've all disengaged this. Coming back in, Jumpin has the cage here. Cage is going to be dropped. He's just getting focused down. Oh, it's a huge spear. It's a Jasmine world. Yeah, they got caged, but it didn't matter. Jasmine just got the business done. Lips. Lip in the bin. I mean, because of the nature of how this map works, if you hold outside versus Orisa, and the other team's got Orisa and Lucio, it's actually so hard to play the game, because you can't hold on that. Holding on that coast is just asking for trouble. We found this, we found this against Boston. It's so hard to play on this coast area versus the Orisa, because she just has infinite value to get. Beats will be traded now. Nothing else for WOC over the top. Oh my god, they just kill anyway? Full charge Sim just taking over. I don't know how they won that, actually.
But look at that percentage. Poker face. It does seem like they're responding.
Jasmine
well
is
enough.
cooking. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people actually pretty hot on Jasmine. A bit of peppy haters. Peppy haters. Jazz. A bunch of jazzers.
Slam on overrun pretty perfectly. I think I saw some people hit the ground. It's a ridiculous ability if you can actually target
Okay.
down. Not only does
Retake on now. Terror Surge available. Again, it feels like WOC are going to disengage to the back of point, which this is scary. They do have Symbol. But in theory, they can just go through it with Kitsune Rush and Terror Surge here. I don't think you have to be scared of a wall. I mean, if they do it too early, you can just disengage it. But I think you can just fight this if you're Poker Face. Coming through, Symbol now. Kitsune Rush. TP above. Yeah, Lip's just off the edge of the map again. He's gone again. Jasmine's just absolutely obliterated him every time. Yeah, it's just I think, actually, unironically, 90% of it is just a back of point problem. Just holding back a point against Orisa is so fucking scuffed. So Jasmine's come in and just taken over. Just taken over here.
So even his match against FTV,
God bless him.
It seemed like Lip was getting hit by every single.
So I feel like this isn't necessarily what would you call it? A huge indictment of Orisa, or a huge indictment of Orisa might be better. I think a lot of it is just a lot of it is just
Yes, and you can tell from that
a lot of it is just this particular map is so good.
And then one more.
Jasmine cleared Gushway in that Chinese 20 earlier this year. He's been your go-to ever since. Okay. Jasmine just slapping around. Let me see Lip's death stats. Hey Von, welcome. Okay. So this one it should be so much harder for Lip to get booped off the map. And as such, we should see a more even contest. But Jasmine is harassing Jumbin again. He's on the back foot. Heesang's going to re-push vote. Oh, yeah, they save Jumbin. They de-peek. And Heesang is taking over. He's actually been getting so many kills on this sim. Lucio Gap. Lucio Gap. Get him, Chorong. Faith has been executed. Full Lion King Scar Mufasa moment, that from Chorong onto Faith.
Heesang with the cleanup there. And this is where you want to be. With this
and now,
you want to get your
Chorong is the king.
Have all the spam down the hallways, especially from the Symmetra right click, which can get you so much work.
Is that Na'Vi simple? Yeah, that's Na'Vi simple.
On this Echo, I think Becky gives it
was actually one of the biggest, signings Pokerface were able to pull off when we were putting together this roster. Was actually getting simple. Why is Lucio so good? Complements loads of tanks. He gets beat really quickly now. Also complements a lot of the DPS, especially when you see like this sim and stuff. Really nice. Like you see a lot of sim, a lot of Reaper. Really nice to have speed to help them have more impact. And speed is so good at like disengaging ults and stuff. So in these sort of brawl matchups, that's why you always see Lucio, because the ability to just get your tank in and out ends up being so useful both in the ult trade and just the neutral as well. Sim over top. Beats not in time. We've had to disengage.
But still whack to seem like the winner from this duel, having a lot of ultimates spent already.
It's been very hard for Pokerface to engage and get any sort of good angles.
Alright, where are we? So they had to use all the ults fast. This should in theory be the retake of Pokerface, especially if they kill Lip immediately. Want to not use, probably just don't use any more ults now if I am Pokerface. Happy with that. Happy with that. Keep the ult economy for the next fight. The sim just feels so much better than the Echo. Yeah, I think the Echo feels like a really awkward hero in this mirror. At least from this type of comp. Compared to like the Sim, the Reaper, the Sombra, oh, they all feel like they'd be more effective in this type of trade. They're just going to TP in? What were they thinking? They just TP'd in and Chorong's died immediately. Alright, WOC are making a meal of this. And now they've got, yeah, still got copies, still got Terror Surge, still got Kitsune Rush. She's gonna have a Kitsune Rush now as well. Again, that you see they're like holding right on Proud here. Oh, Proud's gonna kill another one. All right, they catch Chorong again. Okay, okay.
be hard.
Just getting so many free fights here.
Targets out with this cage fight. I don't think Orisa's a great target for the cage fight, just based on fortify and some of the abilities you can still use. Maybe try to get to the back line, but
Lip has a rail.
A hard task with these elusive supports.
Gonna swing wide.
Here it goes.
Well, not that wide. Just swinging through main.
Focus.
Casino Rushers will be traded. Suzu disengaged now. Jumpin's actually 1 HP. Overclocks have been popped by both. Beats coming through. Trunk doesn't quite have his beat yet because he died so quickly in these fights. Terror Surge. Face gonna jump. Trunk does get the beat. Alright. Alright. They win. They win the 10 ulter. They win the 10 ulter.
Well, they threw everything at it. They had to.
Yeah, I feel like the symbol's the big difference maker, right? Like, as well as the... as well as I think Sim being better in these brawls, the symbol is so much better than a copy. And WAC are back in it. Just about back in it. Hold on. I'm gonna eat some classic breakfast noodles.
Yeah, well, Wack would prefer longer, drawn-out fights just for the sustain that they have, and the fights that Poker Face has won have been decisive fights where, you know, maybe Proud's getting an opening kill and then they throw a bunch at it to clean it up. So the longer
literally every Q today. I feel
Orisa doesn't have that same power.
There's obviously a lot of detail we're missing there, but
I'm gonna eat damage up front.
I think that in theory the symbol should just be so much more value in these fights. You're gonna get the same thing again here, though.
Quickly, that's why you have the burst damage of Becky and Proud on Echo and Sojourn, respectively.
And we'll see how this one goes.
All right, early rail doesn't get anything. There's gonna be better space for WAC, and just gets the Echo. That's just over from there. Nice early pick. WAC back in control. You appreciate my co-streams? Thanks, Vaughn.
Gotta watch out. As Becky coming back with
People playing Echo just to copy Malga? I don't think so, no. I mean, Becky is like a bit of like... He's kind of just the Echo guy, so putting him in... We saw a bit of it yesterday, but I feel like the Echo has a really hard time because, I mean, Malga's pretty good at shooting an Echo. The Sojourn can obviously kill the Echo. So I don't know. It doesn't feel like the Echo has a lot of freedom or a lot of good timings to go off. I mean, I guess in theory... You want to play the Echo a little bit like you play a Genji with the Orisa, where there's lots of times your Orisa can make a move and you reckon you can sort of dive with it. Maybe. I'm not really convinced by that. I don't know.
Poker Face has almost only initiated the last.
I don't think Malga copy's any good because you just die. Okay, he sang with the snipe.
Oh, but they lost faith.
All right.
It's a lot of utility to not have.
Yes.
They gotta wait for it.
They'll wait for Faith, yeah. It's going to be all the ults up slightly earlier as well, actually. Which is going to be a problem. Malga didn't die. Coffee Malga dies. I think, to be fair, after, what do you call it? After the cardiac overdrive, he's actually reasonably killable. Alright, Kitsune Rush onto point. They're just going to do it opposite sides. Symbol now as well. I can maybe just disengage this by Poker Face. It's not a great symbol. But Lip does take over. Oh, Faith's on him. Looking for the boot, no good. They actually traded 1 for 1. Lip's gonna get another one. Beat over the top, and his faster beat is his faster beat's gonna seal it.
The Poker Face, they will have their turn next time, but will there be a next time? Less than 20% left.
Yeah, they'll give a touch, and we do have Beat and Blossom. This is actually really similar to the previous round, right? Where WAC get a bit of a snowball, class it all up, and then Poker Face have ult advantage, but they come back from 99, and then eventually WAC just have like a big ult fight to try and win. But that Proud kill's going to make this awkward. Jumpin's going to have Cage soon as well. They're actually right behind. Like, Heesang is so deep with this TP. Beat's going to come through. Jasmine is 1 HP. Strong's on the hunt. Strong's going to try and get him. He's getting Terror Surge, though. Oh my god, they C9. Strong's actually feeding here as well, I think. Like, look at Strong's HP. If we go back, like, you see Chirong go now. Like, Orisa's 1. You see Chirong go outside. And then, look at Chirong's, like, Chirong's dead. Yeah, Chirong has actually died and fed, and Faith's going to drop the beat. They actually win this fight. They win this fight if somebody touches.
Keeps him alive, but for how long?
It's surely touch. Like, there's so many people there, like, in this section who can probably touch as well. They actually, yeah, they do a hard. They actually won the fight.
Yeah, they were getting.
Good morning, Sanael.
really low.
Sanael?
People
Sanai.
came out just in time to save
Sanai.
Jasmine, but
It's
with
hard
that
to read.
space
Black and I've got
denial,
dark
the other
theme.
people are gonna get
Why are we
pulled
looking
out.
at this Sojan's arse all the
Relatively
time?
Close one though from Whack and Poker
All right,
Face.
WAC.
You know what?
W.
I kind of dig what we just saw. I don't mind
Really?
a Maga if it's the only Maga. I like when there's a Sojourn on the field. and
All
a
right.
Sojourn duel, so the skill expression heroes are coming back in a little bit. The caveat is that was control.
Enjoy your
Control
16K of the
is
accidental
doing
donation from.
things that are a little bit different. When we get to more
Is this for
standard
Falcons
heroes,
versus FTG waiting room? Yeah, I think so. I don't know how much.
I was impressed with Jasmine.
Don't know.
Jasmine had been
Because
very
Pokerface
solid.
obviously was it Genesis they beat last week, right?
Unable to pick up the field,
Um,
but the Orisa looked pretty
So I don't know. I don't know if people got like the wrong idea because Genesis are actually really shit. If one thing we've really established, I think, by watching this is actually Genesis are shit. So beating Genesis, well, maybe looks like a decent result on paper because you go, oh, we've beaten Decay, we've beaten Choice of One, we've done all this. Well, actually, they're just rubbish. So you've kind of just been a rubbish team. So I don't think that was actually the win last week was actually any sort of sign that Pokerface were actually good. More just a sign that Genesis are lower, really low.
A DPS like that in your team, it's always a great sign. When you're about to have this fight,
You think if Felicia's trying to do anything feeding, they're just feeding in his comp?
Third time,
Yeah, Yeah, I think for the most part, you are just going to be. There's going to be like a lot of farming beat, a lot of trying to play around stuff, a lot of just trying to hit, like dink the Reaper or the Sombra or the Sim or whatever it is. There'll be an element of booping that stuff away to give your Reaper the advantage or your Sim the advantage or whatever it is. But a lot of the time, it's going to be very limited in terms of playmaking. It's really possible in Night Market. Now, Orisa is actually just the best hero on that map. What are these stakes? Is it even worth betting? Oh, just not a lot of money on it? Does nobody... Should we do a... What do we normally do on Hybrid? Because we do full cap, right? We do an Ajax bet. There's plenty of Lucios. I feel like it's not a very Ajax-y meta, though. We need someone to put like a 15k on Pokerface again. Full push bet. I don't know. I feel like there's normally full pushes. I know we didn't see him in like EU and NA last night, but besides Peppy and mid-flex DPS, I think the Pokerface roster's really good. I mean, maybe. I mean, I guess, like, if you told me it was Faith, Simple, and Proud, I wouldn't be too unhappy with that, really. Problem is, the standard's really high, you know? Like, if we look at these top 3 teams, is there any weak spots on the roster? Maybe in certain metas, yeah, but in general, it's not like a player you go, oh yeah, this player's shit, why have they got this player? We need to yoink Top Dragon or Dart the next stage. You just realised we have the same name? You're also called Commander X? If Poker is Spectre didn't so magic, what are we saying? Oh, Xavier, yeah, I know. Good name. I'd recommend it.
And we've seen a lot of Kings Row Hex, and a lot of teams preparing somewhat different strategies.
Wait, Probe is bench?
Seen some cool play from the Japanese teams, Pacific teams, but
oh, right, yeah, I know what you mean. Oh, sorry, I'm confusing.
about the same mirror matches.
Yeah, if Spectre and Probe didn't leave, they beat Runaway. Yeah, I think I'd probably I put Proud over Probe, I think.
Some different tanks, some more DPS is coming out here.
Is your first name just Commander or is it Commander X?
That is the second or third time you've mentioned some cheese.
Commander's my title, it's my rank.
I don't know if King's Row is real conducive to
You're really
it,
showing that
though.
you've never been in the military here, Oren.
Map.
Fucking Max again. Oh, fuck, you're right, aren't you? Oh, it's going to be Sigma double flex.
Max's best hero, I think,
It's going to be Sigma double flex. Is this Pokerface's chance?
It works out really well.
Is this their chance?
And it was actually interesting when I first started watching the Korean region, like the team to almost pioneer Sigma on King's Row.
Oh, you said there's none of the top teams we question why they're there, and so Magic. I mean, actually, the thing is,
so they made it work, and then teams are like,
the Sir Magic one is actually super understandable if you don't look at it from an Overwatch perspective, right? It's obvious why he's on the team. Why did Spectre leave Pokerface? He wants to play in an A? Yeah, I think he was just really keen to play in an A. I think there's actually like a really good tactical decision you can do. If you're a Korean with good English, it's so much easier to get into the major, like the top 8 spots, if you go through America versus Korea. Like, look at these. Remember, Korea, you've got to hit the top 2 spots, which is WAC and Falcons, realistically. Maybe FTG have a contender, but fuck. Does Pokerface really get that top 2 spot, even if they have Spectre, even if they have Probe? But he can go and join M80, and he's just almost guaranteed to one of those top 3 spots unless something goes really wrong, you know? I mean, maybe it's not quite as guaranteed now. Maybe it's not as 4 competitive teams, but like, it's so much easier. It's so much easier than trying to go through those top 2 spots in Korea. So I think Spectre's actually made a really smart decision in terms of these like individual opportunities. He's probably getting more money now as well. Yeah, that's also true. Actually, yeah, yeah, really true. But I think even without the salary, it would have been worth it. Even without the salary, yeah. No, the Pokerface bunk beds. First name Commander, last name X, no Pad Sander. Are you related to Mr. X? No, he's just a fucking civilian, really. Whereas I'm a high-ranking military official. Which is why I'm glad that you're also enlisting in the military right now, Oren. That's good. They'll make a good, honest man out of you. Or if you're a woman, they'll make a good, honest woman out of you. Important not to prejudge.
Some people would call it, but you do what you have to do.
Am I the new owner of Twitter? Not that I'm aware of. I don't think they're giving it to me. Is the general higher than a commander? Let's see. Yes, the general's higher than a commander. Yeah.
Early on in week 1, we're already in week 3, and this is the 3rd different meta in quotes that we've seen.
The military Star Wars Battlefront 2 roleplay lobbies.
On it is hard to tell. But Jasmine's Orisa looked really strong.
Father X, Commander D and Commander M. Yeah. I'm just middle management then. What do you mean I'm middle management? I'm the commander of the fleet.
A couple of good rounds.
You guys are crazy.
On Lijiang Tower.
That's a very high-ranking role that everyone will be proud of.
Going to continue, hopefully.
Hopefully, we'll get to see more of that as we hear the dubstep.
Where were we going? King's Row?
Ready for this hybrid map. This King's Row between Wet and Pokerface, and we have a
not even an admiral. Oh, false start. False start.
I like their pink keyboards though. Okay.
I was gonna say. Some nice peripherals.
We checking.
Okay, pink keyboard. And
what are we checking?
Big keyboard guy, so.
Uh-oh. Seems like Proud has a problem.
Proud's having some sound issues, and it does seem like from the tank and let's look on Wax side. Okay, a lot more black and white. Okay.
Matter is a well-known member of Anonymous.
Pure black and white.
It's 8:40 in the morning. We're not getting into it. We're not going down the conspiracy rabbit hole at 8:40 in the morning.
The big thing that I like about keyboards is I don't have my numbers or letters printed on the top of the key.
Any translators in the chat?
Yeah.
Exactly.
I'm a little bit lost.
My man, Hex. Exactly. Hey, we're talking about dishonesty. I mean, well,
Oh, it's
right,
1:40 for you, so we
honestly,
can do the conspiracy?
it's like they're doing a damn good job
Yes.
at playing the game.
Yes.
You gotta do to win. Yeah.
Uh-huh. That's
I
right.
mean, there's some heroes that are always just called dishonest, right? I think it started when Sombra
Ooh.
became really meta in one of the seasons, and people were like, "This is just." It was previous Sombra where you could just hack people and they couldn't play. The
No
game.
translators?
Mostly
Fuck.
Tanks, I think, started the term dishonest because
I'm struggling,
there was
man.
that meta where they were just getting, sleep dart, accretion, hack.
Are we back?
Like they
We're back
couldn't
here.
even play the game. So
It says sub to uncoachable,
man.
all the Korean uncoachable heads. You're right.
As we unpause.
Get Quest on the co-stream.
Remember another game with Help the Storm.
Tots, man.
If I wanted to know roughly what they said, we can get
Yeah,
Quest
look,
on.
because I think that game type can have such an entry barrier that HOTS, I was like, oh, okay,
The conspiracy is Landon is not actually American.
Fun. And it's
I'd believe it.
people from the
Actually, no, I
US
wouldn't.
that
I've
know.
met Landon. I've met Landon.
Just like
He's actually a very American person.
The Overwatch heroes getting added to HOTS were all super busted.
All right.
Exactly. They're all
Locking in, closing the bets. Locking in, closing the bets.
Chorong, Life Fever, I think just for the start. They don't even
Don't you know any Koreans I can be your translator co-host? Not really, no.
Gates and Jackson also on Sigma, so no Malga for now. I love
All right.
it for now.
It's going to be a Sig mirror. Of course. Oh my god. What are we? So it's going to be a Sig mirror Zen Kiri versus Kiri Zen.
Rotating.
Now nobody's
On the back line,
nobody's
crowd
really quite sure
sniped by
how they keep getting away with this being the meta on King's Row
last game. Will
and why everyone just agrees to it.
Becky Hizang, what do you want? Oh, with the help of
All right.
you.
Becky
That's
is in the
Becky
bin.
big time in the air. Crowd with the snipe.
Oh! He's pushing so hard for his kill. He's all in on it. Heesang's just demolishing though. They get one trade.
From the sport line. Black might be
We get
having
two trades.
edge
They're forcing
on this.
point. Gonna have to drop here.
It's
One
a
take
really
comes through.
weird. It's a really weird offense that they took there. They were just waiting for the DPS to win their 1v1s. Usually on offense, you're running up through the right stairs.
When you have that roster, you can play anything. They'll just let you do it. Fuck.
Yes.
I don't know.
And now Faith.
I still feel like, especially on King's Row, we talk about like the sort of like the Diva Kiri Lucio, like some full version of like a dive thing. Feels like on King's Row especially, it should be really possible to do it.
All they got was a single tick, pushing through a little bit more now. He's on in the air, ready with a duplicate. Becky not. Exactly
Yeah, it's a
ready.
Faith Zen as well, so presumably the plan is to maybe swap this at a certain point.
With the beat,
Oh.
down proud. That's 1-1. Max goes down, but
They're actually just, yeah, Heesang's taken over with this nano. He's gonna copy as well.
They had no
Misses
tank,
for Rock.
so they just made one of their own. We have a tank at home. He's saying copies Jasmine. Able to take that one
It's
down.
just over then.
Rare Ash sighting. I'm stoked to see it.
Presumably Faith is in so they can do a swap at some point, or maybe they'll do Lucio on the attack.
But Lip was
I feel like Becky's been very anonymous in this series as well so far.
something, and it's
Lip's now got
really
Ash as well.
Becky in the
So we're now in like a real poke-heavy mirror.
They need to bring something. Dynamite. Of course, with the patch.
Why is it always Korean with first maps?
But still very
They have a slightly different map pool in Korea, but I think they still have Midtown. It's like Midtown and Barney, and
Jasmine's flux is coming soon enough. And Proud might be hinting a little.
what's the other one?
more
Blizzard World maybe? Maybe Blizzard World?
Let's see where they go into.
See, I don't know. Maybe a Blizzard World or a Midtown. I can I can like maybe see more of an argument for it because there's certain points in those maps, like especially the second point, where the hold is just actually really tough to break.
There's Bob.
But King's Row, I'm not as convinced. Oh, Jasmine tried to flux. It's actually
Immediately kill on
a Flux
the
Jax,
Proud.
a Bob
Both
Flux
the rest
Jax,
of the members just has to fall back.
and
Max pushing
they're getting
the max
demolished.
distance.
They're getting demolished.
And
There's no way out here for Simple, surely. No. In Korea, Lijiang, King's Row and Esperanza are pre-selected by the refs. Yeah.
I think a lot of people overlook, and it's actually both comps. Is once you.
I mean, there is like there was a theory.
You don't have a
I say a theory. I'm pretty sure. I feel like
you're going to get
Maybe Hunter said it at some point. Now, with the map bans, what you might just get is because people are always going to ban extremities, right?
Yes, so.
Because people ban extremities, you're just going to end up with, like, seeing the same maps more often because you're always going to end up in these middle maps, you know? Like, maybe someone's always going to ban Ilios or ban, I don't know, what's the other ones, like Nepal or something. Because they're, like, favor a certain type of comp. So you always end up with these middle maps. Alright. Nice overclock. They've stabilized. Now all they need to do is win 4 minutes more fights.
We'll keep on playing. Look at the sneaky angle from Becky.
Got him. Nade is good. Gonna copy it. Where is he going? They're gonna Kitsune rush in as well. Oh, this is for sleep. That was your chance, Becky. They're still gonna pocket through it here. Heesang's got the copy left over. Chance to repush now with it.
They don't have the greatest nano target.
They'll probably nano first. Nano first, then copy if they need it.
The Sig's not terrible for a nano target.
Nade doesn't hit.
Take nano better, but
Lip's got one. Oh, it's gonna. They need to nano now until it's. You can get it to the last corner here. Yeah. Oh boy. It's gonna be a big time bank. Becky isn't Shu. It's true. It's true. Alright. Proud to clutch.
Proud has to go to this Widow to try to deal with Lip.
Nope. Ah. Should have stayed Widow, honestly. Simple's gone back.
What is going on?
They're coming out. Nano onto the Sigma. Oh, he gets rocked though. It's a good rock. Has to spend most of his Nano Matrix in. They're taking so much damage still. Oh, they can't get. Yeah, no one's got the touch.
No one on the point.
Yeah, I mean. Yeah. Morning bio. Morning coin. Fuck.
The Ashe getting a little bit better range, more consistent range, obviously, is the advantage over the Sojourn. Sojourn's nice for consistent upfront damage and maybe hitting range.
Whack versus good.
It all started out.
Yeah, same time today. Same time today.
Got the better of both of it. I mean, not Lip though. Lip died like 3 times immediately.
And what do we say the games were? Were they good games? Hold on.
Because King's Row is so much about corner to corner fighting, and that Bob allowed them to take 2 corners and allowed them to get the second point for relatively free. Proud obviously didn't have an answer to it. Heesang was getting more value out of the Echo. Becky was going really deep. Becky felt forced to make plays, forced to try.
What does WSC stand for? I don't think it stands for anything.
Didn't really go all that well.
Or it stands for potentially white ass crackers. That's one theory.
And that's got to be a terrifying sight.
Oh, we are coming? He's sure it's not white ass crackers.
And push about 3 minutes, slightly less than that. Let's see Pokerface if they can respond well.
Yeah, no,
better
yeah.
Time. Okay.
Mac's most impressive skill. Mac? Who the fuck is Mac? Wack's most impressive skill is mind controlling everyone to mirror them. Yeah, I mean, this team should be good in the mirror. Probably late to the party, but what's the working theory on why they play Sig comps here? We actually don't know. It feels like, so the comp that Pokerface are playing, we think should be a reason not to be able to get away with running this double flex here. And hopefully, we'll see that. I guess some of the theory is you can put your backline on this high ground. It's like a very nice corridor to peel in because it's hard for the dive team to get like surround you and get a lot of angles. In theory, but as we can see, they've tried to rotate away and keep their backline away and they're just getting chased. So, but I think the theory is you can put your backline on a big high ground and they're hard to get to. It's the same reason we see it on Midtown and Blizzard World, because on Blizzard World second, Midtown second. You feel like it's actually really difficult to get on that backline because they can be put all the way at the back of the map and be really hard to obtain, even if you've got a really aggressive dive comp. Why they're still doing it now? Why they're still doing the double flex like here? I don't think there's any reason to do it. I mean, they obviously have just literally retaken for free, but in theory should die again. Like if we look at this, Lamp's late. We managed to trade 2.
They can regroup and come back from the spawn.
Heesang's got the... Heesang should go down now. Heesang's just running around. Fuck. They're not going to get him. Not going to get him. They're making a meal of this. There's no justifying this nonsense. Why aren't they playing Malga anymore? I mean, they are. There's just some sort of like, there's something about King's Row that just makes them all decide it's a double flex map. So I think we're literally going to go, what's going to happen is this map's going to end, whoever wins is going to win, and everyone's just going to go back, everyone's going to go back to playing the Malga. And there will just be sort of no talk of this or any indication why the theory worked here but not worked anywhere else.
And he also falls. And it's switching back into Tracer. Somewhat of a mirror matchup here.
Oh, is Proud so nasty? Yeah, I mean, Proud's really been, I think, the bright spot all the weeks, or the last couple of weeks we've been watching of Poker Face. Really impressive Tracer, really talented hit scan. It's just a shame he's on Poker Face.
That someone can come in and do some damage at the very end, but Poker Face used the ultimates exactly how they had to. Going to switch over to Tracer and match this.
KR is the honest map.
Yeah, so much for a Maga meta.
Is this really the honest mirror? All right. Heesang has been caught. Now, just get all the space for free. Then we can go on top of him. Heesang's going to go Sombra now as well.
For now, it is Diva matchup. See who plays better. And Sombra from Heesang coming through.
Diva now from Max, so a little bit more counter diving. They're trying to go all the way in. They've got to be careful. His Transcendence's still there now. Gonna get a copy Diva. Jasmine's got the bomb if he needs it to. Where's he going with this bomb? Can he get back in mech? Jasmine's gonna get back in mech. Pulse bomb is out. They've actually just gone so deep. The car is literally rolling backwards right now. Just so we're all aware, the car is rolling backwards. Because they've gone so deep on this. They're gonna trade on these kills. They're sending a message. Yeah, but what is that message really? I guess, okay. The car's moving. The car is moving. So we've done all of that, we've traded all our ults, and now we get a cap fight into EMP. Fuck me. Okay. Okay. It was a fine message. Oh, Lips caught actually. Maybe they're okay. Heesang still has this EMP. We're just going to wait out the window, then go again. Maybe even wait for beat if you want, honestly. You're just beating aggressively here. Beat before the EMP. Faith's going to try and LOS it. He's gone around the other side, so Heesang doesn't expect it. Clever from Faith. Don't know if he actually hit everyone, though. But it's okay. There we go. Sombra's being played, but Lip isn't playing it. I think it's just the way the swaps went, right? Lip was already on Tracer, Heesang was on Echo. So they wanted the Sombra, so it's just the way the swaps went. I wouldn't read too much into it. Did they get Sunny as well? Yeah, I felt like that was 5-1.
Have a slower time, regardless of how it goes out at 3 minutes now, but still a pretty solid offense. See what Becky wants to do here on the duplicate.
Okay, well, still an opportunity to get a decent time here.
Very impressive.
Double Diva from Heesang too. As what's time now, but
in theory, this is now where it actually should get alright for the WAC comp in terms of now we do have a position we can just put our backline in a really hard to reach place. They can hard pocket point. Transcendence's going to be forced really early, actually. It seems like a relatively easy one. Proud's going to... That's how you know you're good at Tracer. Oh, they're all one. They're all one. They're going to do it, actually. Copy Diva's going all in. All right, Becky. Go on, Bex. Fuck. All right. Going to another round, surely. Bomb and spawn. Alright, Shu's actually managed to trade Proud here. Oh my, how have I... Everything looks so good. Everything looks so good.
Staggered just a little bit on the way out. Shu took down Proud there, which has to be a feel-good moment for Shu, because Proud has been all over Shu this game, even going back...
The message was sent, now they're in their heads. Yeah, maybe.
And then Proud was assassinating him on this Tracer as well. So Shu getting that single kill onto Proud.
No, was it just lip touching? Not. Oh yeah, just lip touching the whole time.
To stabilize. 90 seconds left with his Poker Face offense. And
all right.
Oh,
okay. Recall's been forced. Got a bit of space. We've got both support ults now. Should be a straightforward win. Just gonna force point this time. All right. Shutting down for window. Beat to keep going. Nice. All right. Get the Diva off point. Cool. Lips miss a pulse bomb, of course. Max doesn't miss for self-destruct, though. It's 4v4 now, actually, and they're coming back. Need some of these kills. All right, Proud. Yeah. Get Max off point now. Don't let Max trade our Kiri. Deal with the Genji. Deal with the Genji. She's got one. Oh, fuck. 50 seconds. Ah, it's over again. Kiri ult was there.
Have to pop the blade. That's a reliever when we just had 0.5 meters to go.
Thoughts on Lip?
Did a really good job of
Not good on Tracer. He's got... I don't think his Tracer's like okay, but his pulse bombs are awful. But he's also not... When I say his Tracer's okay, it's not really in the... It's kind of just in the mid category, you know?
So really nice tank dive. Speaking of tank...
He's saying now his Blade. Max is on the... Max is on the Malga.
Max moving back to Malga. Let's see how they can hold 10 plus seconds.
Lip is the worst performing DPS in the lobby. I don't think that's true. I think it's probably Becky. Alright, coming through left here. Pressure onto Shu. He's going to lamp himself in spawn.
No one touching the payload from Poker Face.
For fuck's sake.
Couldn't handle it. I guess he wasn't close enough, and that will be Whack picking another map. With Kings Road 3-2 score. That's a second.
Oh my god. They've actually bingused it, yeah. They've actually bingused it. How many chances can this team fumble?
Far away for the sound barrier. Has some ultimates coming online.
Alright. So we go for this dive. We set up through left-hand side. Cool. Cool. We're coming through now. Right, 2 seconds on the clock. We force for lamp. We get the angle. Yeah, Proud's on the dive with us. Is it Becky? Really looks like, from this image right now, it looks like it might be on Becky. Because the Tracer's very much in this dive, so presumably it's on Becky. Message was not sent. I mean, to be fair, if we're talking about a message being sent, the message that was sent on that push on second is they have no interest in pushing the cart, right? And to be fair, that's one thing they've been consistent about throughout all of this, is Pokerface have never had an interest in pushing this cart. They just want to beat up. They just want to frag. All right.
Are you touching? Who's touching next? That should be practice, but sometimes with the amount of heroes on
WAC. All right. This is, what are we thinking? This has to be a full push one, right? I feel like this is a full push bet. Will there be a full push?
Yeah, but it just sucks. I mean, there's not a
Yes.
second way to say it. As a team to not give yourself the chance. And like I said, they were going into Blade. Even if they win it, it's
They should import Americans. Yeah, okay.
Again, it's really hard to tell.
Chopper and Rocket, get him in. Get him out there.
Maybe somebody got pooped off. But
Pokerface Sam.
I think
Fuck.
C9s in chat are, worth it now. And like I said, that's the second that Pokerface has done it. Here's what happens.
Spectre would have touched cart there. I mean, I think it's fair to say most people would have touched cart there.
Literally no one on the payload. Jasmine was busy fighting elsewhere.
Felt diff for
That's
Koreans.
the highlight.
Well, maybe.
Becky was
Maybe,
trying to
also
get there,
not.
but it would have been Becky 1v4.
And Jasmine
That one's pretty bad.
Yeah,
That
I
was pretty
believe
bad.
Travel's actually nearby.
The slow float towards cart. Yeah, if only there was a way to predict that he needed to touch the cart there. Some kind of warning system or some kind of clock that could give him some indication of when he needed to touch cart. And he could have used that to his advantage.
Jasmine on the tank pushing where they are, because you need the D.Va on the cart actually to deal with Maga. But I think
That would have killed free and touched the cart.
I think Shu was in that back corner, and having been bullying Shu all night, maybe thought something was.
To be fair, it was going to count with 0 seconds, so it was over anyway. Probably to save the viewers' time. Yeah, it was really the big fight before it, right? And that was the one where they were like 3 up or something, and then they somehow lose Proud, I think, and then just Heesan gets like a billion trades. You got a test and you need sleep? Yeah. What time zone are you? NA? Late for the Americans right now. Even late for the West Coasters. Australia? I actually have no concept of what time it is in Australia. 8 PM? Oh, okay. That's not too bad at all then, actually. You should be able to get through this game and get through the Falcons FTG game without it getting to a crazy time of day. Who a.m.? 5 p.m. Fuck. You always assume it's 11 a.m. in Australia. Well, you'd be right at least once a day. A fellow 5 p.m.er. We're staying up for Majid? Oh. Alright, can someone riddle me this, right? Who was here both days? So, if we were here on day 1, we always obviously review the walkouts. And Majid, the Falcons comes out with Majid, the whole team does the walkout as they do now. And the whole team bows, but Majid waves. And I thought Majid had fucked the walkout in terms of he had fucked for synchronization, right? He had just had miscommunication, wrong idea. And then chat corrected me, chat educated me, and said, it's actually haram to bow. Bowing is something that's meant to be reserved for Allah. And I was like, oh, okay, absolutely. That makes sense. Now I look like the client. Fair enough. But then, the very next day, Majid comes out and he bows. So how does that work? Everyone is the client? Yeah, he did bow, yeah. And I don't really care that much. I was just confused because I thought I was the one that was uninformed. Plot twist after plot twist after plot twist. It was a junk buck threat. Got to interview Majid? I actually did offer... I asked Majid if he wanted to do an interview. And he said he wasn't feeling it. So there will be no Majid interview, unfortunately. The bow must have been a deep fake. That was a CGI bow. You think Jugbug is cracking the whips? Alright, that's not my impression of it. Majid doesn't fuck with bold people? Fuck. Next prediction bet. Majid's too cool to interview? Yeah, I guess that's the impression.
Welcome back, everyone.
He's too big time for me now.
Whack, certainly whacking again, but PokerFace.
Alright, Jumpin's back in, which means we're just going to resume the normal meta. Not even discuss King's Ray. Not a problem. Any plans interviewing Krusty or Junkbuck? Yeah, maybe. I feel like it'd be like someone to get on and coach about sometime. I feel like, which one was it? Is Junkbuck? I feel like, who was it? Is Junkbuck not got good English?
Like you said, we've mostly
Did you miss anything good?
On this. It does seem like
No.
teams prefer if
No.
have to. We've seen just a minimal
Junkbuck's
amount,
English is
only
decent.
in, a little bit
Whose was it? Or maybe it was Rush's English. Yeah, I remember reading, because I think, did they both do an AMA? I think I remember reading Rush's AMA and thinking like, his English actually seems pretty limited. Okay, Junkbuck is fluent. Oh, okay. Maybe it's maybe Rush's Q&A is the one I'm getting mixed up then.
So it's been a really fun match as far as meta-wise goes.
Yeah, so when I was reading some of that Junkbuck Q&A, I was like,
this might be the breaking point because
no, sorry, when I was reading some of Rush's Q&A, I was like, yeah, his English really isn't maybe at a level you can have a conversation with.
Was the Reaper Sombra Maga. So some I can't even say it. Anyway,
Krusty, yeah, Krusty's English is good.
You're just playing in the archways.
I think that wouldn't be a problem.
It's really easy for the Sombra to get charge, and it's very difficult.
Simple's hairline's over.
To do anything from what is traditionally the best point on the map.
He's got long enough hair. He can brush it forward.
I wouldn't be surprised to see one of the teams run that.
He's got it down.
Both these teams kind of had the agreement of running Orisa. Well, with Junbin coming in, the only thing I'm pretty sure of is they're not going to run Sigma. That's about all I can tell you because Max is their Sigma player for sure.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, maybe.
What are we feeling then? Full cap?
A Maga and then a Sombra, so that
think-
or not a Sombra, a Maga and a Sojourn, so that Lip can actually do something. And,
I think.
like, both these teams have surprised me to be breaking out of a meta that I was.
I don't know what I was gonna say. I've lost it.
The most static
Large
meta.
forehead for a smallish man.
I don't care what they play now.
Going to uni is wild because you see a few guys now already half bowled at the age of 18.
Cheering on the teams. Comes
No
Whack
experience of
versus
that,
Poker
so
Face, map
wouldn't
three.
know.
I believe he played Orisa for the
All right, are we
Down
back?
for the second map.
Back to the meta.
And
Back to our regularly scheduled
Lavas
programming.
on the field. We'll see. But Jasmine,
Poker Face?
of course,
Yeah.
was playing Orisa.
All right.
Face hasn't really played it very much. So Whack gonna run this with the Maga and then the variation of the Maga Sojourn. So we
All right, so really similar to first map.
Very much what we saw in Control.
When did I go bold? I guess like 2019, so like 4 years ago? 5 years ago?
Crowd lit.
That's when I started like properly shaving my head and stuff.
Gage and the railguns.
Jasmine does not fuck with Malga, yeah.
Shot. Crowd
So the Orisa seemed to have, it seemed to be okay, right? It didn't feel like the Orisa was, didn't feel like the Orisa was like the problem in why they were losing or stuff. The Echo does still really feel like a liability in all of this.
being more pushed because of the range. And Becky
Frankly, you look better bold. That's an insult disguised as a compliment.
teleporter. I think that's a fake one.
Fake news.
Everyone knows.
Was Hattie the reason why I went bolt? No.
It's pretty easy to tell.
It does at least focus fire on it for a second because the
Anyone slap my head?
itself got a buff.
No, I don't think so, no.
Yeah, you're right.
An honest compliment.
Calm, canceled.
I'll take it in good faith
Is
then.
still looking for that. Okay, full gauge.
Alright, Kitsune's... Oh, I should have closed the thing. I should have closed it.
Here's Becky with the rush early.
How tall am I? 5'11".
Again, and Jubin goes down. Without the tank,
What's
Whack,
my weight?
ball back.
Um,
In the contest, it's 4v5.
Who are you guys, my doctor?
Whack.
Um,
They have to leave. Shu was
It's,
half second behind on getting a rush.
what was it? I think it was like 81, 82 kilograms last time I weighed myself.
So, you know, show me a team that
Hoping to have it a bit lower, but I keep not doing the exercise. How does WAC get away with this comp?
It's the best alt to engage with almost in a game.
I don't know, we've seen a lot of them doing this before, right? I don't know. I feel like with all this stuff, with like the Sim, with the Sojourn, all of this, I feel like the Reaper and the Sombra, I feel like are just more fundamental into it, right?
Jasmine not in the barrier, or I must have missed that barrier from getting deleted from Whack. Even with that
Don't know, I
barrier,
feel like the Sim and the Malga make enough sense.
Whack doesn't even have to use any.
And I'm actually becoming an increasingly big believer in the Kiri in this type of thing.
Some of the members going back retreating.
But I don't know, yeah, the Sojourn, I don't know, I'm not really convinced by any hit scan, I think, in like this type of mirror.
Take control here, and it ends up being
Doesn't feel as high value.
in the first fight where you're getting like 8 meters, 9 meters.
It's a Sojourn map?
You
Ah,
go down
yes.
230.
Ah.
Trying to push
Yeah, I think
back
Sombra's the
all
must
way
pick.
through,
Maybe, yeah.
down ends up being
I feel like the Reaper's actually so good as well, no, right?
effort. Whack
I mean, maybe the
has
Sim is better
everything
than the
except
Reaper
for
into the
Kitsune
Orisa,
Rush.
but...
Face has Kitsune Rush. Wonder if they'll use it to engage.
Alright, that's why you run Echo, I see.
Anything.
I see.
Toro to the best. The rush from Simba.
They don't have beat here, they're going to beat backwards, they're super low. It's a disengaged beat from WAC though. They all TP out, but Jumbin's gone a different
They
way.
had to use barrier Whack to keep people alive, but they do get out. They're able to disengage really well with the teleporter, able to bail on that situation, and now they can come back in with cage fights.
You feel like WAC can just play whatever heroes they want? Yeah, I mean, I think one thing that was actually become one thing we actually have got insight from, I think, when we were talking to like when we did a coach interview, is it always feels like WAC don't just have a great plan. Like their main plan is, luckily we've got a load of good Overwatch players and we're going to play some Overwatch with our good Overwatch players, and then we'll win the Overwatch because of that. It never sounds like they've actually got like a clear idea of what they want to do.
Lip continues to yeah, Jasmine maybe committing the Terra Surge a little bit too late. Junlin
They are
did
hiding the
have
Lip
a
Sombra for Falcons. Ah, well.
There's so much focus fire that has to go to your Maga, even at a low level, or at a low HP level, that it's ridiculous. And the rest of your team, like, if you don't all focus in, you're in trouble. Lip going
All right, coming around. Cops a javelin, but we'll be okay. They'll take over now.
Log off
This
to the
copy's going to go
side,
nowhere.
And finally whack.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard to try and rationalize that Sombra will get more value
And that's a check.
than a... Oh, no, sorry, an Echo will get more value than a Sombra here.
More ways to go.
Right?
Face doesn't really have the best tools to defend against this push. Now this corner though can be one of the choking points on this map. Oh, teleporter, never mind. You don't have to go through the choking
WAC
point.
coach. Well, let's, yeah, it's Moon.
Teleport right there. Engage from Poker Face. You could
Moon, from what I understand, well, mainly understand from Goomba, is very much in the dad coach category in terms of like mentality, vibe.
That's whack
They're
now.
just- they're just
Retreating
gonna-
back
So I don't know.
They're just gonna leave again.
from the overclock of Proud.
Moon and Pavan.
Doing as much work compared
Isn't
to
Pavan kind of the same though?
And
Yeah,
the robots-
Becky's-
Wasn't Pavan? Maybe I'm mistaken with someone else. But wasn't Pavan
This match that are confounding
Pavan mainly like a manager and stuff, or like GM before?
Zero also comes to mind. So whack in a great spot.
Oh, Kong is the guy? Oh, okay. Kong is the strategy man.
Pressure, whenever there's ultimates used, they would rather you just burn those.
Oh, Jumbin.
I'm not sure. I feel like Pavan has worn many hats for like at New York and over the time, especially. They're coming back in with beat though.
Push for that Poker Face waited for such a long time, about a minute and a half.
Moon used to wake up at 4 AM to cook Shanghai Dragon's beef soup. That sounds nice, actually. Can we do analysis on that TP? I actually wasn't paying attention. We can have a quick goose. Hold on.
Winning about a minute and a half, and finally utility is just not immediate.
Which TP? TP on this one?
Oh, Jumbin immediately burst it down. All this utility is just not enough, and the sound barrier from Fate for Poker Face.
Further back? Oh, we're not going further back.
Finally, this will be the push for that. And the
Fuck's sake.
Aggressive.
We're going to miss all the game now.
He's at a couple moments this match.
And
Yeah,
the overclock of Proud back. Don't exactly know. Caught from the.
I actually don't know what I'm looking for and I've lost interest. I skipped it.
Absolutely. Is happy to disengage.
Oh, that one. All right. Okay. Okay. My immersion. Fuck.
Here's a good one.
All right, we've not missed anything. WAC are still winning.
Thing on push though, if you find yourself in an area you don't want to fight and you have the
Moon seems very wholesome.
You just
Yeah.
Becky going for another hero play.
Is Orisa not actually viable into Malga? Even though you get crit and gold, you can just gold out of a cage. Yeah, I don't think the Orisa's that bad into Malga. I don't know if it's actually like optimal,
Who let this guy?
but I don't think it's too bad at all.
And that's how you play Sojourn at this level.
Becky going for the hero play. At least there was going to be.
All the coaches love Heesang.
to get
Yeah,
out to live.
I think
Still another enormous.
I think I'd really like Heesang as well.
The team is really trying to push up this hill. You take it about.
Yeah, I
this
think
far,
Fortify
take
prevents
off
all
or
crits, right? So even if you're burning, you're not getting the extra damage.
fight down the corner with a team with huge spawn advantage.
So yeah, I think the Sojourn is like playable for sure. Oh, sorry, for Sojourn v Orisa.
The base will have to respond better as they kind of knew that rotation was immediately coming.
Just getting caught, and it's been.
This might just be it.
really brutal.
There's looking kind of full cappy as well, no? Looking kind of full cappy as well for all our gambling addicts.
Pushing. There's 2 minutes left, and they're up nearly 100 meters. This one, Poker Face needs to be perfect. That's not perfect.
All right, Proud's immediately dead.
On Proud.
Wall to finish this one.
There's a barrier.
It's not a great wall at all. It's actually a really... They're gonna maybe make it work. They managed to push through enough. Looking full cappy.
Don't lose your shot here. Sprout trying to respond back with the overclock. Stupid. He's doing nothing. Whatsoever. Take the shots, taking for the team. And that-
Wait, is Jumpin thrown the full cap? Jumpin's just thrown the full cap.
Final push, but here's Jasmine.
Bets in tatters. Jumpin's thrown the full cap. It was gonna be a full cap. Jumpin.
That humongous play was
The market manipulation is through the roof.
A little smile, simple and pulling
Oh, it was actually a big win as well for some people.
The
Fuck.
rest of the map, I really doubt that one's gonna come back to bite them. But
Oh my god.
And a minute left now. Let's see if that pays off. Jasmine, Paraser,
Jumping bet against full cap, he did, yeah.
after
Alright.
getting one more. That's a third.
Oh, fuck.
Bowser's bound. That may
All
be
right.
Too many members dead already for Poker Face. This robot has been pushing a little bit here. Jumbin for the save.
A bunch of jump-in haters now. Now he's throwing the bet. All right.
On the back line, Poker Face, they need a miracle
I mean, they can still technically full cap, right? Still possible.
Song has done a great job with these teleporters, whether it's coming from a different angle for the offense, mostly providing really solid disengages, and the barrier ends up.
Are we just gonna play it safe?
And the Sojourn one
Just hold for corner?
The photon barrier, and the other Sojourn can't do anything, and it really neutralizes.
They sent the message for full cap, doesn't matter, won the mind games. It's so important to win the mind games at this stage in a series when you are 2 rounds up and 141 meters up on Esperanza. Map 1 was Malga versus Orisa 2. And map 2 was a double flex mirror. Well, a Sigma mirror for a bit. And then, yeah, it was a double Sig on... Which way around was it? On WAC's attack, it was a double flex mirror. And then on the defense, WAC still played double flex. But then they did... Pokerface did Kiri Lucio on the attack. See, and this full cap isn't happening. And unbelievable that the full cap didn't happen.
For the longest time, I thought someone was behind Isang. I'm like, what's he doing? Well,
Jumbin clutched it.
And that's game. 3-0 score.
All right, talk me through some of this censorship, right? So I understand that we don't want to show brands that aren't sponsoring the broadcast on the broadcast or have any of these associations, right? Or potentially show brands that actually clash with sponsors we already have. But look at this. What are we censoring here?
And that's game. 3-0 score and match going for whack.
But we're not censoring Magazine. Magazine's okay.
At least for the next 24 hours.
I don't understand some of these censorship rules. It feels like they're not really trying. What could it be?
Obviously, it lets Lip run wild.
Magazine brand is okay though.
In the world, there were a couple fights where they had lost the fight, but they still got out with 4 people. So it allows them to re-engage so much quicker.
They tried.
Keep their Lucio in the fight with not having to that, and then the bear do. I shoot.
All right. Player of the match, Lip. Probably reasonable, right?
On that Sojourn.
I just don't get it. Maybe it's part of a fashion. Oh, wait. Is it out of touch? Am I out of touch?
At least couple of
Am I just behind for fashion trends? Is this what all the kids are doing these days?
I'm sure some people will clip it. You could give it to a lot of different players.
I'm too old. Fuck. I've actually just revealed my age. I'm just too old. Fuck.
That really puts Pokerface behind the 8 ball so many times.
Imagine not censoring my own clothes in the year. You put some tape on your jeans today? Fuck, just to stay in touch. Are baggy jeans back as well? I've been seeing an increasing amount of baggy jeans in Korea. So are baggy jeans also back? I feel like baggy jeans were in when I was a kid, but then by the time I matured, it was skinny jeans. We were all going skinny jeans. So we've gone baggy, we've gone back to skinny, but we're back to baggy, right? My wife flames me for wearing tight jeans. Yeah, my cousin is like younger than me. She's like 20, and she was saying, yeah, skinny is weird now, not too tight. She says it doesn't. They don't need to be like. It's not matter if they're like a little bit. They don't have to be baggy, but if they're just like slim fit. But if they're super tight, then you're a paedophile. But when I was a teenager and a young man, super tight was cool. That's what all the people were wearing. Wasn't a pedo thing to do. Was just the cool thing to do. If anything, it was baggy jeans pedos probably. So I don't know. Sometimes things change and it's hard to keep up. But why would you want tight? Show with your legs. Show with your legs. Feels like shit. Well, the thing is, what actually happens. Yeah, the thing is, what actually happens is you'll be of a certain age. You'll wear what is essentially the cool thing to wear because everyone's wearing it, etc., etc. And then because you get used to wearing that, because you wear it for like I wore it for since I was like probably like 15, 16, all the way through into like my mid-20s. And that's actually just what I enjoy wearing. You know, I've been conditioned into it. Yeah, I think Chris is right. Wear what you like. Tied but elastic. Yeah, I wouldn't want like.
Thank you very
There's
much.
yeah, those would be my favorite ones. It's tied, but it's not like
Interview of the day.
it's not like rigid.
WAC obviously taking the 3
Wait, we might be getting some Sojin tips. We should lock in.
Against Pokerface. And POTM going to Lip. Please introduce yourself.
안녕하세요. 팀 왁의
And the DPS for WAC, Lip.
네,
Time to listen and
반갑습니다.
learn.
자,
Exactly.
립 선수 이번 승리를 통해서 왁이
So
계속해서
WAC's
우승
on
행진을
a continued
이어가게
win streak,
됐습니다. 오늘
not having dropped a single
소감
match.
들어볼까요?
So how do you feel about today's win?
저도 그렇고 이제
Censorship.
팀원들도 그렇고 이제 엊그제 있던 FTC 경기에서 좀 만족스러운
Our
경기를
match
못했는데
against
그래도
FTG
오늘
wasn't
포커페이스전에서
satisfactory.
완벽하진 않지만 그래도
Ooh.
FTC전보다 좀 더
And
나은 경기력을
While
보여줘서 좀
we're still
다행이라고 생각해요.
far from perfect, I
네,
think
자,
we've
오늘
shown
경기
improvement since
흐름
then.
자체가 좀 어땠다고 볼 수 있을까요?
How do you
일단 포커페이스가 일단
in terms of the momentum of the
팀이라고
match?
생각은 아니기 때문에 그래도 좀 긴장을 하면서 준비를 했는데
I think that Pokerface isn't a weak team, but so we stayed on our toes to play. But
그렇군요.
Yeah, I guess
think our
get Chris
game plan
Ron
worked
going for
very
that
well.
one.
왁의 수비 상황 중에서 C9이 나왔습니다. 자,
And
이때
on map
어떤
2,
상황이었고 어떤 전략을
obviously we saw the C9 from
펼쳤는지
Pokerface, so can you tell us about that scenario?
Yeah, talk us through the C9 lip.
살려달라고 외치기만 하고 있었는데
We just kept yelling each other to save ourselves, save each other.
외치고 있었는데 게임이 끝났다.
But the
누가
game
가장
suddenly ended.
절박하게 외쳤나요?
Who was the most desperate one to
집중해서
save?
잘 못 들었는데 힐러 둘이서 계속 그러는 것 같아요.
And
We've got a
I
few more
didn't
aggressive
really
fashion
hear
takes here,
which
Chris.
ones were desperate, but I think it was the two supports that were the loudest.
캠을 봤는데 선수들 표정이 좀 심각하더라고요. 어떤 일이 있었는지 좀 궁금한데요.
You look serious on the cameras, so after the match, so can you
아
just
그래요? 아 원래 그렇게 진중한 스타일이신가요?
can you tell us what happened?
팀 저희
And
저희끼리 이제 다
he
얘기하고
replies,
이제
nothing really happened.
그 초롱이가 이제
Um,
자기 샤로 해달라고 이제
but Chorong actually did ask me to shout out, give him a shout out. So shout out to Chorong.
Chorong asked for a shout out?
걱정돼가지고 한번 여쭤봤거든요. 자, 립 선수.
What does he mean Chorong asked for a shout out?
He showed
Shout out Chorong!
scary aim.
Shout out!
And it was very good. So how did you feel coming into today?
FTC전보다는 좀 나은 것 같은데 좀더
I felt a little better.
많았다고 생각해요.
When compared to versus FTG, but I still was on my toes.
자체를 와해시키는 모습을 보여주셨어요. 그리고 또 트레에서 애쉬로 영웅 변경을 하셨었는데
So you've
그때
also
전략은
showcased Tracer and you switched to Ash.
연습했던 걸로
So what
하긴
happened?
했는데 이제 FT전도 그렇고 오늘 경기도 트레이서가 좀 잘 안 풀려서
I think that the Tracer wasn't working out today, so that's why I switched to Ash a little.
The tracer wasn't working.
And the teammates didn't really say anything.
팀원들의 반응이 있었습니다. 자, 립 선수 첫 POTM을 받으셨습니다.
This is Lip's first POTM.
립 선수의 POTM 포즈가 뭐였는지 너무너무 궁금했다. 오늘
Lip it, flip a coin.
And
Do a
fans
coin lip.
were
립 선수 POTM 포즈
anticipating what the POTM vote or POTM poses.
지금 보고 싶은데요.
And there it is. It's the
네,
quiet.
팬분들 드디어 제가
pose
보여드렸습니다.
for the fans.
자, 오늘 첫 POTM을 달성하신 만큼 팬분들께도 한마디
Please say
부탁드릴게요.
something for your fans that came to support you.
don't get any tips?
감사드리고
Thank you for cheering us on
재미있는
up until this
경기들
point.
남아 있으니까 저희
And
입장에서
for us, we still have a lot of fun matches left. So please continue to cheer us on.
오늘 왁 팀의 립 선수와 이야기 나눠봤는데요.
And that was the
승리 다시
POTM
한번
interview
축하드립니다.
with
감사합니다.
Lip
Belter.
from WAC. And before we go into
네,
match 2
Can
I
between
DM
Team
Lip for
Falcons and FTG,
tips?
I'm going to throw it back to the casters.
Now, I think, obviously, like, the fact that, you have to bear in mind, the fact that fucking Tummy didn't know who I was has obviously shattered my ego. So I don't think I can withstand another battering from Lip. I'm sure Lip will respond. The chances Lip actually checks his Twitter at any point is probably in the negative percentages. Tama doesn't know who anyone is. DM Chris for monkey coach him. 50 gifted for a shout out. You know what I realised about the Chris rant emoji, or what we realised yesterday, is you can actually just say any sort of outrageous stuff, but then if you put the Chris chant and rake emoji next to it, I actually now just associate that opinion with something Chris has said. So it's actually just a way to indirectly associate Chris with extremist views. Can we get a quick play? You think Lip Loki fucks with Uncoachable? I'm not sure if that's true. I don't know if our reach is very big in Korea. I think, I don't know. I don't know if Chris will know anyone who actually watches it in Korea. The only person I think we know who watches it in Korea is, I think Happy watches it. Happy watches it. I don't think his English is that great, Happy, but apparently he watches... No, I don't think Happy's English is actually that great. Apparently he just watches it with, like, the auto-translate subtitles. YouTube does show me viewer locations. Hold on. I want to not leak my, Not leak my YouTube. Nottingham? What are you saying? Let's see. What do I even want? Can I just see my overall audience? Do we have the analyticals for that? Analyticals. Let's see. Audience. Where is everyone from? Alright, here we go. Alright, so in the last 28 days, how many viewers from South Korea have my videos had? Oh, 832? 832! Do you think any of those 832 were lip? Lip will shout out the quiz in the next interview. All of them are lip. A global brand. Yeah, well, let's see what other places we've got. Wait, can I screenshot this without leaking it? Oh, it's too long, actually, for a screenshot. Yeah, Korea has more viewers than Italy, the Philippines, Portugal. These are all quite small countries, really. We have 10 Kuwaitian viewers, 11 Turkish viewers, 11 Malaysian viewers, 15 Taiwan viewers, 16 Zimbabwe viewers, 22 from South Africa, 30 from Indonesia. All right. We're popular. I think we're popular. I think we are a global brand, actually. You think they were posting Uncoachable with Chinese subtitles? I think we're not going to go to Zimbabwe for the 11 fans. Mr. Worldwide. Yeah, I think generally a podcast has to reach a certain level before we do live shows on a tour. And I'm not sure if we've quite reached that level and if Zimbabwe will be making the tour list. I don't know if that would be a financially responsible decision. Can you get Spectron? Maybe at some point. Not against the idea. The grand tour, but it's just the three of us going to like obscure fucking Overwatch lands across the world. I kind of look like Mr. Worldwide. Who is Mr. Worldwide? Pitbull? Pitbull? Am I out of touch or am I in touch? We get someone from Finland on? Yeah, probably. It's probably Massa, if anyone, right? I'm in touch. Beautiful. Did you ask Crimzo about his map 5 record on the episode? Maybe we've never had Crimzo on. How would we know? How would you know if we had Crimzo on? What if we've never had Crimzo on? Gen Z loves Pitbull. Terrible liar. Chris looked like Jeremy Clarkson. I don't think that's true. We can fact check this though. Jeremy Clarkson. You see it? Wait, hold on. If I just Google Chris Tieffer, do you think I'll get I do get it. Oh, why have I done it on Bing? This was upsetting. No. Alright, there we go. What do we think? I'm really not seeing it. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Top right image for Clarkson. This was... That's not going to be big enough. Fuck. I don't think these are the same. You see it now? It was the glasses that were confusing you. Ah, but with glasses? Yeah, Chris has lost loads of weight. Chris has had a real glow up. Real glow up. Both for British. I mean, that is technically true. Am I looking at my YouTube? Fuck. You didn't see anything. Leaked. I think all we can see is the content. That was only my that was my second YouTube channel anyway. Hidden video leaked. And that's actually, that's what I was gonna do. Hold on. Now we know I'm bold. What I was gonna do is I've got a new sub goal, right? The new sub goal is 500. And if we get to 500, I'll release the original video I made for my channel as a test, where I talk about why we lost to the Houston Outlaws in the last day of the regular season. Like a half-an-hour video explaining some of our Ryan Sim theory. And that's never happening. Well, that's alright. I just won't release the video then. Have I started for goal? How can I manage goals? I think I've started already, right? Yeah, 500 goals, description, release for why we lost to Houston video. It's on. I think it's below. I think if you scroll down, that's where we are. Has SSG seen that video? I think I maybe sent it to Chris. But I don't think I sent it to the whole team. Yeah. What do you mean, what the fuck, Rov? I'm a popular, entertaining man. I'm full of charisma. I think it's fair to say I'm full of charisma. And that's why everyone subs. It's not because the VODs are behind a paywall. It's my winning personality. Cope. What do you mean, cope? Prove I'm wrong. Try it. Try and prove I'm wrong. Oh. Sam can go with the sub. Thank you, Sam. We're getting that video out there. It's yeah, so it is ironically a video. It's unironically a video. What a great pitch just to start out as. Guys, it's literally a video. Guys, it's really literally moving pictures. The pictures will move as you watch the video. Don't even worry. But it is literally a video. It's like 32 minutes. It's an explanation of why we lost that last regular season game to Houston. I talk a lot about our core ideas for the Ryan Sim, how we move around the map, why we play in certain areas. And maybe it's not so relevant now because maybe Ryan Sim is not quite the future. But I think it's a really useful video on how Avril has almost 10 times your viewers as for proof. Can I talk about politics? Not officially, but if we can talk about politics as long as it serves as an explanation for something else, you know? So as long as it's an explanation as to like why a certain hero's been picked or something, it's fine to talk about politics, I think, because it's really about Overwatch. Up now to unlock a hot and spicy exclusive video made for you only. Yeah, essentially, Benjamin. Yeah, essentially, yeah. Boosted by Kefri Raid, fraudulent. Yeah, I feel like in many ways, is a Kefri Raid not more of an indictment than an endorsement? Think about that. Am I wrong? I don't think I'm wrong.
Welcome back, everyone to Korea. It is week 3, day number 3, match number 2 here as the Falcons and FTG.
You ever consider doing PMVs? I don't know what that is. Maybe I'm back to being out of touch. I was briefly in touch when I knew who Pitbull was, and now we are out of touch. Like if you were raided by Hitler, it would be such a good thing. Yeah, it's the equivalent of taking big political donations or big donations to charity. But let's say you're taking these donations, but they're coming to essentially cover up some sort of crime or something, you know? Is it a good thing or is it a bad thing? I look like Pitbull? Not sure that's true. Not sure that's true. I'm gonna go get some water, actually. I'm gonna get some water. We're hitting for hydration. It didn't say cover. Nobody said
how
cover.
to get your Sombra charged up, how to keep your Reaper alive. Like they looked as clean as possible on it, and kind of embarrassed Runaway when Runaway tried to run the mirror on it. Runaway also did that weird thing on Blizzard World, which kind of was fun to watch, but didn't do anything. So if there's a team that that can run Maga 100% of the time in Reaper and Sombra, I think it's FTG from the gamer. And we'll see what Falcons wants to do. Falcons always relies on their damage line to be really, really good. Falcons relies on everyone to be really good. Let's be clear. But I think they would prefer to let their damage line be the ones who set the tempo.
Yes, for sure. Team Falcons yet to drop a single map. And we heard from WAC before we went to the break. They were quite not 100% happy about yesterday's result because versus FGD because they dropped a single map, right? That's another reason why they're a step below Falcons. I think at that moment, you really want to grab maximum amount of maps. We'll see which team Falcons actually drop a map off of. And FTG looked really great against Runaway yesterday. 3-0 win. I believe Alpha Yi was actually the player of the match. A really good Sombra, as you mentioned. But another player that really caught my eyes was Bernard. Bernard actually played really well yesterday from FTG. So if they were able to play at that level or even slightly better, I think there can be some competition here. I know a lot of people were saying, okay, another really fast sweep, but tonight, starting from this match and the match after, it might not be a 3-0 happening whatsoever coming into day number 3 here.
Yeah, map picks might run into this as well. Yes, you know, WAC did lose that one map, but I think it's always going to come down to the Team Falcons versus WAC head-to-head, which is coming up next week. And yeah, here's Team Falcons. No glasses. What happened to the glasses? Well, I mean, these are just regular eyeglasses.
They got... Okay, I'm waiting for... Oh, no, never mind. Just a bow. I thought they were reaching for the pockets to grab those glasses, but I guess not. It is Sunday. Just a regular classic Sunday with no glasses, and they got the serious pants on against FTG because FTG certainly did have a moment against Runaway. I thought it was going to be a lot closer than a 3-0. Was not a score that I expected coming out from last night. Certainly.
Did I miss it? Fuck, did I miss it?
One of the better teams.
Can we get the gamble going? We sure can. We sure can. Who in map 1? Let's see. Bow check? Good bow, I think.
FTG has, you know, business to take care of, right? This is
From the gamer.
to see where these teams are.
All right, wave. Burner seemed a little bit shaky on the wave.
Feel for where these teams are going to be seated going forward. Falcons obviously.
You miss Hex saying FTG with a Reaper Sombra team?
They've got options.
Oh,
tank,
well,
with Han
good to
being
know.
nerfed.
Good to know. And we're going to get a Lijiang Kingzhou Esperanza.
Who's played together forever.
Doesn't even watch the games he casts. You think it's a weak wave? I thought it was a... Yeah, Burner's wave was weak, but I thought the rest were okay. This match better be good. I mean, it has potential, right? It has potential to be good.
Smurf can come in and run whatever Hanbin can't.
Let's see.
Look at this team and the roster they've assembled, and I say
Magic bow check. Did he bow? Did I miss it?
Has been for the rest of the tournament.
And they're having a perfect streak, perfect run so far. 3-0.
Remember the Hex Trunk sleep deprived cast? I remember seeing it on Reddit and stuff. I didn't catch it live. I wasn't there, man.
And afterwards it will be WAC. So two very big second place, third place will be competing against the first in a row. So Team Falcons, they have to prepare well. And here's FTG, their opponent.
Oh.
Only dropped.
You want to see Finn's picture? You can literally see Finn's picture.
A 4-1, and that was
His-
also the only map.
You can see Violet's as well. It's just Violet looks just like me.
A third place material.
It's just a coincidence. We just look really similar. This is actually you guys just being prejudiced against bold men again, where you just think we all look alike. It's not. Me and Violet just look similar, right? We've got a similar hairstyle.
Then a 1-3. And we do have the coaches on the stage here from the Falcons and from the gamer. Let's hear from the coaches. Quest, take it
네,
away.
오늘 준비된 두 번째
Can I get Terry on the pod? Probably not.
We are back with the second
Probably not super
team rep
possible,
interview
right?
of the day.
인터뷰 나눠보도록 하겠습니다.
And
자, 먼저
Fox, I'm a pay on paper bag in Violet. Blizzard did absolutely torpedo the patch.
from Team Falcons.
네, 반갑습니다. 자,
All right, let's lock in. But yeah,
FTG side.
it's one thing to release a patch mid-tournament, but yeah.
네, 네꺼님도 반갑습니다. 자,
Oh,
먼저
Neko's dressed up a little bit for this one, hasn't he?
First question goes to Falcons.
No bunny middle finger this time.
So far, no team has been able to stop Falcons' dominance.
전승을 이어오고 계신데, 자, 오늘
And
경기
on a
결과는
perfect streak.
어떻게 예상하시나요?
So how do you predict today's match?
저희는 한결같이 이 무실 세트를 유지해 나갈 수 있다고 생각합니다.
And I believe that we can continue on that streak.
네, 자신 있습니다.
And
I mean, in this outfit, Krusty actually looks like he's the sort of guy who's been held back in college for like 5 years or something.
And this next question
He's like
goes to
27,
FTG.
but he's nearly finished his final year.
FTG had a very dominating win last match. But will they be able to put on a repeat performance yesterday, like yesterday?
이길 수 없을 것 같다고 생각을 해서
네.
아마
I
어제보다
think
더
that
잘해야
we will need to play better than yesterday in order to beat Team Falcons.
칼을 갈고 나오신
True, really true.
And
오늘
they have sharpened their
양팀에
knives
대한
for today.
그런 기대감이
fuck.
폭발하고 있습니다. 관중석도 모두 다 채워져 있는데요.
And
자, 오늘
with the
경기에서
audience full today,
각 팀 모두 우리 팀 이 선수
and
만만하게
for both
보면 안
teams,
될걸
which
이런
player
선수
is
있을까요?
the key player of the match?
저희는 모든
Well, who's the key
선수들이
player?
약간 다
Krusty
주목받아야 되는
says,
선수들이라 생각을
I think
해서요.
that every
네,
player is just as important as the other.
한 명의 선수는 없는 것 같습니다.
So I
우리
can't really
팀
pick one,
모든
but all
선수
five
Okay.
makes the team.
주목해봐야 한다.
Now Neko needs to
그렇다면
immediately
우리
just name the
네코님은요?
And as for
person.
Neko,
저희 팀 선수들도 뭐 다 잘하는 편이긴 한데
네.
뭐 굳이 뽑자면 지금 알파이 선수가
I think that
포텐이 터진 상태라서
all five of our players are also good, but if I had to pick one, it would be Alpha E.
피지컬도 한번 보는
Yeah, that's
기회가
true.
되지 않을까 싶습니다.
Finally,
자,
some
지금까지
truth.
팀
And that is the
팔콘의
team rep
크러스티님,
interview
그리고
for
FTG의
Team Falcons versus
네코님과
FTG.
인터뷰
And before we
나눠봤습니다.
head
자,
into
오늘
map
준비된
veto,
두
I'm going to
번째
throw it back to the
경기,
casters.
FTG의 경기, 맵 경기.
Thanks for just being honest with us, Neko. Yeah, I mean, yeah, they're all good, sure, but it's Alpha you, right?
It's true. And I like
Oh, it's not.
these
No Esperanza. Lijiang Kings Row Colosseo. Great.
to focus on the match. Sometimes if they're not matched on the power level, they just have to bring 100.
Neko going to be rep fan for giving so much away. Guys, it turns out Alfie is their key player. Hold on.
As we are going to the
Fact of that, will we?
Tower, Kings Row, Colosseo, Yujang City if we get to
All right.
Shambali if we get into Escort.
With double flex on Kings Row, FTG have a chance.
Stuff that FTG thought they didn't do well, last evening with the 3-0 against Runaway.
Magic on Kings Row? I suspect it won't be a Magic
Pull off
Kings Row.
this upset
That's my
victory.
suspicion.
There's a world in which they can get first place in first seeding. So
FTG win these?
critical
Yeah, I've
important,
been seeing
nothing
such an
out of the ordinary
increased
as far as maps go.
an
It's just
increased
to go to Coliseum,
FTG support
where
going, but I'm not sure I'm buying in as much as a lot of you are.
But we might not be seeing
Please
some
God, no
of the
Orisa mirror.
I just thought if any team was going to pull it off, they
I mean,
were the
yeah,
best on it.
presumably it'll just be
Large
Amalgamira.
Believe
You have
in
to feel
Falcons,
like
um,
that's the direction. That's the direction that
Oceanis, some Echo,
Falcons are going.
stuff like that. But Lijiang, Kings, Coliseum.
Well, yeah. Well, the most useful thing for us to see would either be Amalgamira between two teams who are like presumably kind of at the forefront, or at least of that thinking and understanding in Korea, or we see a Malga team playing against a team that's trying quite hard to counter it and maybe has like a reasonable idea to counter it. That feels like it would be the most educational or the most chance to learn something or gain some insight about how the comps sort of match up or how the comps work. If we just get an Orisa mirror, we're going to learn nothing. If we get an Orisa mirror into a Sig mirror, we're fucked.
1, 3, and 5. So Obviously, Falcons just has always been able to pick.
Prediction-wise,
matchups, and they
it's
just
very
pick
Falcons
defense
favoured.
tower. So, no need to change things
All
up.
I've learned is that no one has any imagination.
Yes, sir.
only the most winning team gets to have imagination.
And at the moment, no one seems to be competing well enough against the Falcons. On the
I have
It might be
200 league tokens and I want to buy what team skin? What Tracer? Oh, we want a Tracer skin. Who's like the iconic Tracer?
So here will be our first control map.
Maybe like a Leave Spark, either that or just like a Atlanta Stalker, maybe. Sabiobi,
The origin of from the
Striker.
game, is that a brand or something I don't know?
I've heard a couple of
Yeah, the Spark ones are nice colors as well.
but I don't think there's
Get a dart skin. Yeah.
I'll have a
5 out of 6 players have glasses.
It looks like
Okay.
a legit logo, and it's an interesting phrase.
To Vic.
Nor there.
Yeah, get the original fucking McDonald's colored Florida ones, the red and yellow ones.
Might be their
Will we see
kind of
Majid?
because
I mean, we might see him in
their
passing, I
combo
think.
Was so strong. Falcons look like, well, hard to tell yet. 'cause
The old Valiant skins. Alright, let's lock these Preds down. Let's lock them down.
the real comp coming soon enough.
Alright.
I think
Decent
FTG
odds
is
on this
going
one.
to
90k on Falcons.
the Reaper
Fuck.
Sombra Maga. This is just a teleport out.
No, Majid in passing, not Majid passing away.
Yeah, is you upset? Okay.
Don't spread misinformation. Alright. Falcons on the
I
wrist.
thought I
Stalker on the Echo. Now, some sort of Echo wave going around now.
comment on
I'm not sure people are buying into. FTG.
to kind of have the counter.
Alright.
Falcons just going with the old
So I guess Falcons were one of the earlier teams we actually saw on this, like, on the comp FTG are running. The comp that we call the Bingus comp.
seconds.
Let's see what the
Sombra
play is.
getting some easy charge.
So one thing that's true for the Echo is because the other team's running a Sombra, the Sombra copy actually goes so fucking hard with the new EMP charge time. Why play Hanbin for Orisa? One, he's probably really good at it because he's Hanbin. And two, maybe they want to have the option to swap between Mauga and Orisa, depending on like different rounds or something. And I think Hanbin's Mauga looked better than Smurfs did him a little bit we saw. Alright, going Tracer now out for you. Tracer is the solution.
Position for whenever Bernard goes running in, and when Flora's got the EMP, and none of that happened for them there. So Alfie.
Oh, Finn's cooked. Okay. Bit of a false start here.
Better for now,
Oh,
a lot of
yeah, no way out.
in and out.
Falcons are locked in.
That Reaper doesn't work. 4 ultimates ready to go for Team Falcons.
Got the rail again. Proper's going for a sneaky rail.
Things
No.
to be opening up with Violet's
Back to
down there.
team. Scared for Sombra. They have to deal with EMP. And this is the big problem for Falcons, right? Is how do they deal with the fact that they might just have loads of EMPs to have to try and win fights around?
That EMP locked.
So coming up top, they're gonna Flora's taking a lot of damage. He's looking for it. Kitsune Rush is going to be used.
Knocked out of
Bit ugly to use EMP on top of Kitsune Rush, so it looks like they're just going to try and wait it out, actually. Can't go too far. EMP! Oh! Flora dies for it. The beat is good from Chio. And yeah, well, just going to counter this EMP. Violet's going to beat back. That's 4v5 beat. They're trying to clutch. Terror Surge. Doesn't get all that much. They've used everything, and it's everything but the copy. Alright. But yeah, FTG used everything into that. Alfie gets 1. Goes for the pulse bomb. Misses it.
They felt they still had a chance in that fight at 80% or so on the proper.
Alright.
Proper is
Cage advantage, though. Alfie is going to die late. So we get one more proper fight. Cage versus Copy. No Sombra now to copy either. Flora is just on the Sojourn.
These ultimates have not gotten any value. I think Bernard hasn't even had a cage fight yet. So Team Falcons have a great read on how
What do you
to
copy here,
defend
then?
this FTG,
Maybe you just copy the Tracer, honestly.
making them switch off of the comp that they had planned, and now FTG doesn't
Initial
look
rail
like
finds
that.
nothing. Stalker's looking for his opportunity.
99% overtime.
Oh! He wants the Mauga copy? Is he going to get a faster Cage? Burner's getting close to Cage. Proper's killed Violet. Oh, it's a Cage gap. He's about to get put in the Cage. Oh, he misses the Cage. Oh, it's actually a Cage beef.
Alpha E, I believe, left somewhere. Can't touch.
Cage got LOS.
That's going to be first point.
Falcons still win, though. Falcons still win, but the Cage did get LOS. That's not a Cage Jax. It still went off. It's just a Cage. What's the terminology for a Cage miss? Just a missed Cage? Cage beef?
comes down to that very first fight, and you knew it was going to be about, can FTG engage properly the way that comp works? They have to be close.
So yeah, so far this didn't feel very powerful at all, did it? The Malga Sombra Reaper. Cage free, miss cage. Don't just copy the Malga and destroy him. Now I think if you copy the Malga, you're at real risk of just being forced out of the copy super quick. I've turned into a Fred. Fuck, you're right, Yoko. Actually, yeah. In hindsight, you're right. I think I should kill myself. Yeah. Proper's gonna kill Flora. Proper's taking this match seriously.
And that's early enough that FTG can actually regroup.
I get it.
Come back for the control point fast, but first cap certainly will be going towards the Falcons.
Yeah, it feels like, okay, Sim from both teams. It feels, yeah, Sim Sojin, Amalgamira, interesting.
Here comes the full copy.
Just a slow spammy fight, but Falcons have the cap through all of this. Oh, Violet playing with fire.
When the stack is ready. Ooh, that was dangerous. Alfie almost going down. Behind the lines. There's a rush.
All right, Kitsune rush over top.
Immediately backing off from the capture point.
They're going to disengage it. Now they come back with their own Kitsune. And the wall as well. They are all over him. Beat's going to be good. Chio doesn't have beat yet. Chio caught slacking. Maybe it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. In theory, there was an advantage there for him, but yeah. What's the thought process on when you play Kiriko and when you play Moira? Is Moira just with the Reaper? I don't think it's... I think Kiri might just be better than the Moira for the most part. I don't know if that maybe there's an argument against like maybe a Ram or something for Moira's better because it's harder for the Ram to punish. Maybe. But I don't know. I think the Kiri might just be better. I think the Suzu's actually crazy value with and against so many of the ults we see. And actually, if you Suzu your Malga, he can really just gain so much, what do you call it? It's just so much healing back. Yeah, Fox, yeah, the Fox as well. Like, you got to bear in mind, especially if there's Reapers and Malgas, the Kiri ult gets so much value. And it actually, Kiri versus Cage beats Cage in that sort of, like, 1v1 bubble. Yeah. Alright, overclocked, walls. Should be at FTG repush. Falcons, again, just doing a good job disengaging. Cage now coming through. Cages will be traded. I guess Burner's just got better aim than Hanbin. That seems to be the conclusion. Suzu out. Counter. Oh, they're both Suzu in. Or Kitsune Russian. That turret's actually impenetrable. They're all over him. Cheer will finish it. It's just like that. Just like that.
Yeah, I mean, by the time Violet got it and tried to use it, probably.
Let's break it down. So Hanbin's thing's gonna... Let's do some learning. So Suzu first from Hanbin. Is it just for Suzu gap? I'm trying to see when does Finn Suzu?
There's a cage from Hanbin and Bernard. Both kind of landing on top. This is
there's a Suzu for Filder.
Inside the cage.
He nearly had, does he just not have it on cooldown? He's had to use it before then. Maybe it's as simple as that. I mean, maybe not as simple as that. It's not quite.
There's a cage from finding those good targets to land on. There's a cage from Hanbin and Bernard. Both kind of landing on top. This is
Yeah, there's this Suzu I feel like just pushes him.
inside the cage.
It just shifts. Yeah, I don't know actually.
And right off the cage, Hanbin will be first to fall.
Sim gap. Yeah, potentially. I don't know if Suzu makes that much difference. So Bernard, sorry, Hanbin still dies anyway.
Right up in the middle. Finding those good targets to land on. There's a cage from Hanbin. And Bernard, both kind of landing on top. This is mad.
Yeah, I mean, actually, this is just the gap, right? And like, Alpha's here, but like, Stalker's gonna get this angle and carry. Because this is why they kill Hanbin.
This inside the cage.
Because they kill Hanbin, but if you look like half a second before,
Both kind of landing on top.
like now, like, so they're gonna focus down Hanbin, right? Because they're all in the cage, we're all getting this value. But right now, Proper and Stalker are here. And you used to get this whenever we used to play like on Control Center, we'd play like Sim Junkrat or something, right? Remember when teams were always playing like Sim Junk or something, or Sim Reaper or whatever on Control Center? This kind of stuff would actually always end up being the case, right? Whereas like you can really win through playing frontline, but actually how you really win is by getting the DPS advantage. So doing something like this. Now, even though they trade Hanbin, if they trade Hanbin for a DPS picks, it still actually works out. Because yeah, they lose Hanbin, but then they'll lose Alpha E for it right afterwards. They'll lose Flora for it, yeah.
Follow up immediately. Falcons does seem like they have the upper hand once again.
Alright, what was I doing? Sorry.
First match.
Locking him. Where are we on highlights? Okay. Choose outcome. Falcons. We'll get map 2 going. Map DOS. What are we saying? I love when they make the argument for 5v5 saying they want to remove visual clutter. And it's just, the thing is, it's just first person, right? I feel like it's just first person, because if I look at like...
And then
I understand from like the player experience, obviously, this is not as relevant. But like...
madness. There's a cage from Hanbin and Bernard.
Like when we get in this situation, is it not? I know it's like busy, but it's actually obvious what's happening, right? In terms of like the cage and who's trapped with who and all of this. I know it's like a lot, but I don't think it's like too bad, really. See, I feel like, I don't know, I feel it's understandable. I see what you mean about Polos. Oh, what about someone who's never watched Overwatch before? But is that not just all games? Like maybe there's like some exceptions, like Call of Duty and Counter-Strike maybe sit in like a bit of an exception here, you know? Oh, thank you, Chicken Waffles. Thank you for the Prime. Yeah, like I think, because also like if I go and watch League of Legends, because I don't watch a lot of League of Legends, but I do watch Worlds, right? Because it's such a big event. But I've never played League of Legends, so I don't know the hero names. I don't know the ability names. I don't really know exactly how things work, right? But I watch stuff on screen, and there's enough I can figure out, because I can see like health bars above people's thing, and I'm like, oh fuck, the health's going low. Oh, some healing's coming in. Oh fuck, we're actually gonna get the kill. This type of thing. But I have no idea what's actually fucking happening, you know. Yeah, exactly. Just like the first time you watch it, but the more you watch it, because I watch a bit of Dota. Again, I don't watch a lot of Dota, but I do watch the international, you know. So you see like bits of it, and I think you I'm not saying like you will suddenly you're gonna understand League or Dota or Overwatch by just watching it a bit more, but it's like it's understandable, and I think from overhead a lot of the time a good part of it is understandable. Yeah, I can understand the argument more, Keck, from like from a first person, like from the actual player's perspective in terms of like what the player sees. I played League for several years and still don't understand what's going on in the game. League's meant to be the easy one of the two, right? Out of League and Dota.
You know, I always say when someone says they don't like Kings Row, I immediately think less of them. It's always been.
Yeah, well, because the same thing too. Because even StarCraft, right? StarCraft has the same benefit that League and Dota does, where you get to see everything from overhead. Basically, you get to see it from like the sort of God view. But the thing is, when I watch StarCraft, and if someone's doing a really early timing, right, and I'm just watching like one Stalker fight 4 Marines, right? These are Marines where you've got little guns. It's like a really intense micro thing. I can really follow it all at all, you know. But sometimes on StarCrafters 2, we'll be in the super late game, and then there will be fucking a billion Marines versus a billion fucking Stalkers. These are Stalkers, trust me. There'll be like 4 Colossuses. This is StarCraft. And then there'll also be a fucking warping behind in their base. And all of a sudden, it's really hard to see, right? It's really hard to see because so much is going on. Suddenly I don't understand all the stuff that's going on. There's like fucking... The hexagonal shields are being dropped. There's 4 things being dropped here. Everything's happening. You know? So I think it's not like... These things happen in all games. It's just about finding the best way to try and, like, show it and explain it, you know? Like, the thing is, what actually happened in that fight... You know when we had that big cage fight, right? If I had managed to spot, like, just a second sooner... that the DPS were flanking. I was so focused on the Malga trade that I missed that both DPS from Falcons were flanking. But if I had spotted that these DPS were from Falcons were flanking, and I had said something to that extent, I think we would have actually all seen the fight better if I'd managed to like spot it earlier. So I don't know. I think that was like there's like solvable aspects to this. Not that it's like straightforward or easy. But yeah.
Well, it's to move the Maga around and take good engagements. Also, Sim can really put out damage.
Yeah. Bad casting. Yeah, it's actually my fault. It's my fault. I'm locking in now, though. Proper has killed Violet. Alright, so this was a classic. This was a CSGO moment of victory. Head clicked on. Dopamine received. Yeah, minimap would help. Oh, head clicked on. Dopamine received. You were hoping for a Sig mirror?
It's a gutsy call to
Alright, so as you can see, if you click on 2 heads, you'll tend to win first point. That's normally how it goes.
Well, it is bad for FTG, that's not
Violet first F on King's Row.
They're not going to be able to hold this first archway. To hold this first choke is important, so...
Alright, so Kitsune's both coming up. Everything's about equal, really, like slight distinctions. Actually quite interesting that it's the cages that are always such a slow ult in all of this. Alright, Proper has a rail. Has a rail. Bad disruptor shot, actually. Needs to clear these turrets. This choke is a nightmare to push. Might have to just start the ult trade, honestly. Kitsune rushes will be traded. Violet gets... How does Violet die in this? No beat now. Wall's going to be dropped. It's a bit of a disaster now. Team Falcon's so disciplined on assault economy. They see that. Oh! They actually die. Burner finds the slam. It looked like Falcons were trying really hard not to use everything because Violet had died so quickly. So because Violet had died, it felt like they really wanted to keep hold of all their ults because they'd won the economy and Alpha had committed symbol. So they tried to slow it down. But FTG actually realized now they have to win quickly. Why didn't Proper click on ahead? Well, he's actually been really washed up since the opening 2 kills of this round we've seen. So he's pretty washed at this point. Alright, coming around the choke.
First barrier up.
Symbol out, but disengage actually... Oh, Violet's slow on the disengage, but it's okay if they get away with it. They manage to get out. Everyone's around the corner. Overclock was used. Overclock for Symbol. Net gain for FTG now. Beats available for both teams. Cage is available for both teams, but Proper with the overclock advantage. Overclock advantage doesn't work though if you get shot in the head, and Flora's trying to find something right now, but it's only Fielder he's got. Cage is going to be dropped. Counter Cage is there. Beat. Later beat from Violet. Oh, it doesn't catch Flora in time. It's going to be a swing now. Overclock over the top should finish it. Yeah, more ults, and they get the delay on Violet's beat there.
Yeah, I mean, someone break that fight down for me. I couldn't tell what was happening. Everyone hit you. That's what happened there. Using both of the cage fights was critical.
Yeah. Wait, what did Hex say? I missed it. I think I've got it turned down more than it is actually turned down for you. Violet is giga greening.
It was a fire.
Oh. It was actually a simple ult trade. It was just for delayed beat, Hex. Fucking lock in, Hex! It's literally your job. Come on. Why Sim? I actually don't know. I think the Reaper would be really effective. I mean, the Symbol's really powerful, right? Symbol is really powerful. And it gives you a little bit more... some of these chokes are difficult, like that first choke we just saw, so Sim can give you ways through for it. But I don't know. I could still see a real argument Sombra or Reaper are just better. Not 100% sure on the DPS picks.
There's a rush.
All right, Kitsune Rush around the corner. Going to be mirrored again. Wall is going to be used by Alpha Yi, and Team Falcons just disengage it.
With the teleport.
Proper's going to get himself a rail off this wall as well.
The Falcons, their barrier is coming soon. Total barrier.
We'll be away now. A big wall advantage push.
And Proper has been cooking. Back and forth.
So yeah, and this is why I think Falcons are going to end up being so good at this, because they've the last 2 weeks they're the only team who seem to
There's a barrier ready.
regularly disengage stuff. So now we see Wall at TP to the other side.
Trying to disengage.
Sim up top here, but they can't actually find the kill. They've not found any great value with this already. Shio's in trouble. Flora's going to find him. No beat. Violet's going to have the beat gap. It's 4v4, but Violet has the beat now. Beat's going to come out. Now they need to find kills with it. They turn on the Malgan. That's the easiest kill. They'll clean this one up here, and FTG are going to hold. It's actually a Chio problem. Fuck. Yeah, I think you're right, Lime. Like, Falcons disengages are so good. And also, if you even look at that situation on that, like, fight on right at the first cap, where Alpha Yi walled, but they killed Violet and Alpha Yi walled. And even then, they hold the economy. So I think there's a lot of good macro decisions going on here from Falcons to set themselves up for winning situations. But obviously in that one, Chio just gets caught and it doesn't work out. They do have beat advantage now, but it's probably going to be Kitsune Rush to start it. Maybe beat if they run into a wall. Yeah, they're going to TP through. TP and flip the map here. Wall round the corner. Overclock. Kitsune Rushes will be traded. Beats available. Yeah. Overclock going now. Cage is going to be used. They're going to get demolished in it, though.
As the entire team is gone from FTG. Except for the photo barrier from Southern. Everything used for that fight. I think it's worth it. It was expensive, but worth putting for the
So I think... Any plans on YouTube streaming? No, I'll upload a lot of these streams to YouTube. But I don't know if I'll stream directly on there as well.
In both of these matches,
Proper's washed. Alright, it's going to be a wall trade now. So you see Falcons are also doing a lot of clever things where they're using a lot of these ults to flip maps and get better map position. So they're using the sim to break having to do any of these chokeholds or deal with any of these chokeholds. Early rail, doesn't find it this time. Proper's going to have to slide out here. Doesn't get it. Beat advantage here for Violet, so... I mean, this probably has disengage written all over it for Falcons, but... Oh, Flora finds the pick. Stalker just kind of... Just catching all the damage. Alright. Never mind, no beat. They can actually really take this fight now. They want to ramp up the pressure. If they can put pressure on now and force out an ult, they'll be really happy.
It's weird, because it's a weird trade.
Alpha, you just TP into the other side. They can't do anything with this CP. Finn's actually caught on the other side here. Rail comes in. Overclock versus Wall's going to be used. Alfie has the much later wall here. Try not to use it. Now he's going to drop it. Suzu when they can re-push back. And Falcons are just going to chill for a second. Wait for their next round of ults. Both teams will have beat. Will be a cage advantage for Hanbin though. So if they can just get... The cage just charge kind of slow though. Doesn't look like, yeah, beat in aggressive. They want to go on, try and get Violet, does get the beat off. Hanbin's going to get in this cage mid-fight. That's the next big one. Overclock and Cage can finish it. Suzu onto Hanbin. You see his health shoot back up. They managed to focus down Alfie in the middle of all of this. Again, so important if you can kill these DPS first. Now coming back around. TP's, it's just a bit of a dogfight. Cage is about to be there from Hanbin. He's 1 HP, but he has caged it. Charge out of it from Bernard. They're low behind the point. They need to finish these kills. There we go. Overclock as well. Nowhere for Burner to go. The Bastion's back. The Bastion's back. It's not enough.
17 seconds. Oh, that was a cage from Hanbin to see.
Proper's unwashed. He's back.
Not close.
Why didn't FTG pick up Happy? Well, Alpha Yi and Flora are the boys, you know. Did you factor in that they were the boys? I hate how the red team disruptor shot is blue. Yeah.
It gets really messy when you have the... I mean, Kitsune Rush is allowed ultimate.
Full cap. I mean, in theory, this type of meta where it's like lots of strong ult combos and all of this should mean it's relatively possible to full cap a lot of the time. If you can just nail the ult combos. Because it's not the craziest time from Falcons.
Yeah, it gets kind of hard to digest. And then at the end, Bastion, aka the white flag. And
but like whenever you get to these like long, brawly, like last forever type things, it's always these like small things. You got it in like Sig Mei mirror. Or like you get it in Rhine Mei mirror as well, but like when it's a Sig Mei, there's always an element of like a Sig Mei versus a Sig Mei. Of the other Mei wants to freeze the other Sigma, right, or whatever. But actually, to do that, you have to. It's actually more about the Meis fighting for space than it is for Sigmas, and the Sigmas helping the Meis fight for space. If you can win the Mei battle, you then win the rest of the battle as well. I think the same's kind of true here with like the Sim battle we're seeing. I think Sim works in the same way. I think Reaper works in the same way. Now you're just trying to find these like small DPS advantages, so your DPS can have a bit more room than the other. And then if you get your DPS a little bit more room, or especially if you even convert a kill, yeah.
Teleporter's too important.
The Sigma male and what am I reading? What am I reading? All right, here we go. Same again. Sim Sojin. TP onto the high ground. Stalker's gonna get just a little bit of right click. Happy just to hold for high ground here. Should be difficult to push in. Burner could just start it with a charge. Oh, it's Hanbin who wants to start it with a charge. He's going to try and get out. Counter slam now comes in. It's bigger from Burner. I mean, it's a good slam position, but there's no follow-up from Hanbin if he goes like that. I think Falcon's actually through. I think Hanbin is gone. He's gone. It's over for him. He had a good career, but it's fair to say it's now over.
Press that button, you just go a little too far and overextend.
Yeah, big slam, early first cap. And the time's looking okay, huh? Time's looking okay.
Go easy. And that is an easy first cap.
Don't know if Falcons, I don't know. It just felt like Falcons didn't need to take the fight now. Should be way happy to stalemate on the defense.
Still a defensive position for the Falcons. You don't want to push forward if you're FTG and then just catch an errant proper volley and then let the Falcons really set up on you. But a huge barrier advantage for Violet. I don't know if they're tracking that perfectly.
Earlier rail.
But that's enormous.
Yeah, they're kind of just ahead on most things here, FTG, from winning that first fight so quickly.
I don't know what Violet did to
Rail connects with Alpha Yi. Yeah, this wall gap is massive. They're just going to give space. I mean, Falcons have to try and disengage it. There's now a bit of like a mind game cat and mouse where Falcons know they have to disengage an ult. I'm actually going to start with Kitsune Rush. They're going to try and get more than just the Kitsune out. Oh wait, Hanbin's gone super deep with this. Oh no, he's got out. That was, sorry. I mistook the Malga for the other Malga. Symbol still available. High charge there. Beat's going to come in from both teams. Wall is there. Stalker's going to get his wall now. They're pushing all the way back. It seems good. It's not a great wall from Stalker, actually. This wall's really shit to push back with, actually. They did the right thing. They lost all their health as well because this wall is... fuck you, Stalker. Shit wall. And they've actually managed to stabilize. Cage is up now for both teams. Really volatile. Really volatile fight now with just cages available. Alright.
Already made quite a push.
The next fight should happen.
Yeah, they kind of just have to hold on the corner. It's going to be one fight. I don't know. Yeah, Fielder's going to have his earlier Kitsune Rush, actually, so Falcon's in no rush. If they commit to this and the Kitsune Rush comes through, FTG just lose, I think. They're trying to TP around again. Cage is used. Did they get it? Oh, the disengage is so good. Oh, they TP out of it. Now they cage back. Oh, the disengage is also good. Oh, my God. These guys couldn't catch a thing in their fucking cage. Cage is disengaged.
Now we're talking 311.
Alright. Now a Kitsune Rush mirror.
Keep an eye on both Lucio's.
Beats available. DPS ults halfway there. Coming round. Kitsune Rushes will be mirrored. Later one from Finn. They can take a step back here quite easily, I think. Pressure onto Alpha Yi. He's going to wiggle his way out of that one. Beats are available. Proper's low. Fielder's low. They've just focused it, actually. Alpha Yi with the TP onto Proper. Gets out. The Beats come through. Beats are good, but where's Hanbin going? He's going to clean the TP, but I think the damage is done. The opening pick is massive. I didn't see how it happened, but yeah, dying that early from Fielder is obviously... It fucked the entire fight.
Brought a lot of attention into that corner. I mean, the sim flank
Disengage meta. Yeah, a literal game of what's that game? Mousetrap? Just like that game.
It doesn't seem like it, but it's
Everyone knows in Mousetrap there was also so many disengages. Always important to disengage in mousetrap. Cat and mouse.
Basically double.
Yeah, it is a little game. Yeah, that's a better analogy than mousetrap. You guys are right.
In this meta right
Yeah, it's just a game of cat and mouse. Both teams trying to bait the other one into coming a little bit too far forward to catch them with their own ult and vice versa, and we're just going back and forth, back and forth. Oh, all right. Overclock has come in. Alfie dies as he puts this wall down. Mousetrap, I'm out. That was the breaking point. Yeah, that's fair. That's actually fair. Alright, overclock. Proper's gonna get caught actually. This is their chance. This is the opening. Could be a fatter time bank. Disruptor shot over the top. Cage is available. Wall's going to be available for Stalker though. They just need to die on Car actually. They may be beefing this by not dying. Oh, the touch is maybe it's so ugly now in this touch. They have all the ults coming back out. They're going to have Wall. But the touch is ugly. The Cage! Cage 9! Cage 9! Oh, it's perfect. It's perfect.
I'm pretty sure Bernard got into that back line and hit a cage so that no one could come out.
Yeah, Falcons kind of beefed it actually by sort of like choosing to they seemed like really unsure about where they actually wanted to stop and touch the cart. You know, like by the time it gets to like here, the touch is just so hard they have to rush it, and it's so hard in these brawl metas to rush fights. Like in dive, it's way easier to take these fights and rush them because you can just have a tracer touch and everyone else can still play normally. But in these type of comps, when you sort of have to go as a team a lot of the time, if you have to rush for the touch, it fucks your entire way you want to play the fight, right? Think about cat and mouse, all this cat and mouse shit we're talking about. Backwards and forth and baiting out and going in and baiting out and going in. Well, that's really fucking hard if you have to touch the cart while you're trying to do this, right? It stops you being able to do a lot of that. So yeah, Falcons mess it up. I saw someone ask like why not Reaper? I think Reaper would be really good. It feels like they're doing a lot of creative things with a TP to break a lot of the holds, and a lot of the chokes. There's maybe a theory as well now.
Well, the Moira makes me think they're gonna.
That maybe the sim is the solution. If you're playing versus like a double flex or something, you can just play the sim and play quite aggressively too.
On their offense, right? Is that enough time to get the EMP up?
Yes, and FTG will have 3 minutes and 15.
Is it time? Is there time to get an EMP up? Yeah. Yeah, there's so much time. Proper will have about 4 EMPs in this fight. Don't you worry about it. Science. Yep. Sim, Sojourn versus Sombra Reaper. Which DPS is better? Proper's immediately dead. Well, I guess he won't get an EMP. Fuck. Fuck. They keep the space. Stalker's still going. GG. Because the hardest thing about... We won't really get to see it here, I don't think. But the hardest thing about this for FTG should be that eventually the EMP should outvalue the other ults, right? But I don't know if that's true.
There's a touch and one tick at least. FTG, disengage. Barrier is coming.
It's going to be... Violet's actually so far ahead on this beat. Kitsune rush. Now Proper's going to get it going. TP overclock onto the angle. Slam comes in, looking aggressively for it. Chio, he's 1 HP. He won't give a beat. Stalker's down. It's just a hold. It's just a hold.
That might just be it. Overtime, the respawn's of course longer.
All right. Yeah, we didn't get any of their ults. It's just that first death, right? Like, imagine if Proper didn't have that first death and he just has this EMP, like, 15% faster.
Given the nature of
not enough time for EMP, only had 1 minute. Had loads of time for EMP.
Most teams are taking it on first attempt.
Misclick for pred result for me.
The idea from the Falcons there is.
Yeah, I mean, the first death screwed him, right?
Really sound idea, but you just
first death really screwed him.
Your Sombra, especially that early.
FTG thinks they're about to rob the bank.
In the overdrive, getting your health
it's
back.
3 minutes and 15 seconds.
Knows how to play around that.
4 EMPs?
Of
yeah, they could have got 4 EMPs, I'm pretty sure.
They know that.
Pretty sure they could have got 4.
Just sit in front of there and trade bullets.
It's just unfortunate that Proper's washed.
Around it. Alfie again on the Symmetra has been moving.
So I guess the interesting things we saw, right, is Falcons have the Sombra Reaper. They tried to play aggressive through the thing, and the initial play from FTG was actually just to essentially give the space, right? Try and walk backwards, get their Sim Beam charging, farm the rail at the same time, and just try and keep the distance. and then as they are walking into them, maybe there's a chance for Flora to carry or something like this. But then when we saw the retake, there was actually like a TP just for Flora onto the high ground, right? Like, what if we just got Flora broken position? That's hard for a Sombra to deal with, hard for a Reaper to deal with, hard for a Malga to deal with, and then can he just carry while we do some kind of aggressive push? Those seem to be like the two things I saw at least. About those first like fights of, or first, like, I guess like fight and a half.
About the barometer there. Both teams running mirrors.
Nothing flashy for now for MTG.
All right, back to Sim Sojin. Okay, TP up top. We saw Hanbin Inti's overrun before here, so I expect him to play it much slower this time. How is Violet so far ahead on B? What's Violet doing that's getting these beats so much quicker than Chio? Is it just for damage they're taking? Because they're like, you always take a bit more damage walking in than you do on defending.
Doubling the charge rate of Sound Barrier over Chio, and he's done it the last.
Is he amped? Yeah, it feels like he must have amped, right? Look how fast this beat is. Oh my god. Hanbin's fraudulent? Falcons don't know where they want to go? There's now just no... Oh, Fielder's got 2? What if Fielder killed 2? What if Fielder killed 2? He's still there. They need to give a touch. Chio's coming in for the touch. He's inting for it. Suzu on point. Flora's... Chio's still touching. B on point. Hanbin is back. Kitsune rush on point. Chio's died, but Fielder has lived. Fielder's lived. The recontest is on. They're 1 HP. Proper has the overclock. Kitsune rush coming for Finn. Burner's dead, though. Just reset. Just reset, FTG. Just hold off. Hold up. Oh, they killed Fielder. Oh... Just wait for Burner. Wait for fucking the Burning Man. Okay, they're going Kitsune Rush. They want to force this final tick. Symbol in response. Ults are traded. Symbol advantage now for Alpha Yi. Overclock and symbol advantage. Chio still does not have this beat. They're actually gagging for a beat right now and Chio doesn't have it. There's no ults. Proper needs a headshot. Chio needs a beat.
The combo's going to come in from FTG. They're going to have Photon.
Symbol's going to make it really hard to charge for last bit of his beat. Chio's going to get the beat. It's still a tough fight. Overclock over top. Wall over top. Chio doesn't have the beat. He doesn't have the beat. Ajax! He's gone. It's over. FTG have it. FTG have it. Oh, it's perfect. Chio so slow on that beat. I fucking hate. He fucking Ajaxed again. He fucking Ajaxed again. Oh my god. FTG. FTG are back.
It's great to see.
Never doubted Flora for a second.
Hang with 2 of the best damage dealers in the world, but I really think Bernard. They played a lot more.
Fucking 74k, not too bad, okay. 66, 68k from 11. You put 11k, fucking hell. Falcons probably the worst team to ever play the game. I mean, I think it's pretty obvious at this point. It's really hard to think anything else. Absolutely diabolical Ajax. I mean, it's not the worst. I mean, the thing I have to ask though, like if we go back, because like once he's in this situation, he's fucked, right? We now agreed there's actually no way for him not to Ajax at this point. But I have to ask the question: why is he not just like in this position? If you know what I mean. Like, cause the problem is, I know he's like desperate to peek and farm it, but fuck.
Well, the combo's gonna come in. The combo's gonna come in
because he's like trying to make sure like Proper has the speed, right?
from FTG. They're gonna have both.
But yeah, he just ends up de-peeking this way. Fuck. Yeah, I mean, it's just such an ugly place to get stuck. Oh no, he gets out. Then he gets out from this box. So now, at this point, he's now left the box. But at some point, he's gonna go back to the box.
Ready to go. There it is.
Why does he go back to the box? He leaves the phone box, and he goes back to the box.
The combo's gonna come in. The combo's gonna come in from FTG.
Because this bit here where he's trying to help Proper out, I sort of understand, right? Because he's trying to like make sure Proper has speed and stuff in it. Does he have to touch?
And overclock.
Oh fuck.
Ready to go. There it is.
They've got time, right? Because also, if we have to rush for touch, right? We're 96% beat. Let someone else touch, right? Yeah. Like, someone else can get the touch for a second, right? Proper can, like, ego it a little bit or something, you know? And And now, because now he's in it, because at this point in time, at this exact frame, it's fucked, right? There's nothing Chio can do but just pray to any god he can fucking find that he can get this beat off. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what. I guess like misunderstanding, miscommunication, something.
And FTG will be the first team to get a map off of them.
Yeah, but there's also something really interesting here now. I don't think we'll be able to figure it out from the VOD. But like, because there's this situation, right? Like, look at this. Because in general, when you're walking in, you tend to take more damage. If you're the attacking team and you have to walk into space, you generally take more damage, right? You've seen this a lot in Sig mirrors, where if you look at the damage numbers in Sig mirrors, the defending Sig should always have more damage because you just have to walk into the Sig. Finn not healing? No, but he must be, right? Because it's the same. Unless they're like they're intentionally not shooting. I mean, the thing is, it's just easier because the big difference here is Proper slightly ahead, maybe Stalker spammed a bit more. But again, this is just like Defender's thing.
Big difference for FTG has been Violet. Violet is doubling.
Junk Buck exposed. Because it's I mean, I know the beat advantage isn't actually why they win it, but it's something like, right? Like they're either just letting Proper, because I guess Proper's just going to farm Hambin. They're just letting Chio just, because Violet must amp at this point, right? I feel like Violet must amp. I don't know. Like, it's so much faster.
The overrun and Team Falcons dropping down.
So, I mean, like, obviously Falcons int anyway, right?
Picked immediately.
But even at this point, let's say it was just a normal fight, right? They've now actually just... They've traded, like, there's such an insane advantage, right, in support ult.
With one gone.
Okay. Let me get the next poll going. Let me go grab a drink and stuff. Okay. I guess FTG are back. Is Yaki coaching FTG? Yes. Yeah, he is, yeah. Smurf time? What does that mean? Orisa then? Or are they just trying a different player? Free. Okay. Colosseo time, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, it feels like this one would be a good one. Hold on, for Reaper Sombra. I feel like the Sim and Sojourn make more sense, at least when there's a bit more space you can play in. Like, I always thought, like, maybe the Sojourn has, like, a place on, like, a Blizzard World or Midtown where you can just get kind of a broken hold. But we'll see. I'll get another drink.
Welcome back, everyone, to OWCS Korea, and we have a series 1-1 tied between Team Falcons and From the Gamer. And the Falcons has to make a change. We have Smurf in, Hambin out.
This might not mean anything. Smurf has played Maga for this squad too. It gives them the versatility to run a Winston. If we were going to Esperanza, I would say that's more of a possibility. We've seen Smurf's Winston on Esperanza. Can be very good. Yeah, I mean, it's going to have to wait and see. Smurf or Orisa can be really good here, but this is the map that FTG really showed a dominance against Runaway on the Sombra Reaper. Falcons trying to run it out didn't have quite the understanding of what makes that composition work really well. And it's the engaging properly and not sitting back. You have to force the issue, but FTG knows that. FTG played.
What's happening?
Split really well. They disengaged.
What's happening?
So, interesting stuff there. But the big story is Falcons drop a map. The Falcons.
Who's gonna win?
Can bleed apparently.
Yes.
Watch them go mad at Lucio.
Let's see if they end up bleeding just that much.
They do always play Smurf on push. That is true.
Will actually fall down on the ground because FTG at the moment
Hello, sir. I humbly request to showcase something for Client of the Week. People on Twitter didn't know. Yeah, go on, Ben. Send us the link. Why not? Why not?
Put some more dent in Team Falcon. So they have Smurf in to sort of change the vibe in the team. That ends up working better as
That's
we
fair.
go soon
Hold on,
into
where are we?
OWCS
Fuck.
will
You
be
see?
the map for push. And for Team Falcons, I think they just do
It's
have
ridiculous
a
how the main
thing.
Overwatch esports accounts doesn't post about Asia at all, including Korea, where most ex-Overwatch League players are playing. Isn't OWCS supposed to be an international tournament? At Pizza, at Fibbledork.
I think some
That's
people might have
RX's. He's in the
overlooked
chat all the
FTG. It
time.
just seems like it was always whack and it
He's
was
a viewer.
awful, but FTG
I know
only
this
lost
guy.
to whack. And even
Is he here right now?
They're the team that took whack, down a peg.
Is he here right now?
This is not the most surprising thing we've ever seen. Run. I don't think it's going to be Sim Reaper or Summer Reaper rather. I think both teams are going to prefer to run the Sojourn. Florida's.
But yeah, I don't. No, this guy is the chatter, right? There's someone sort of saying, why aren't we tweeting about it, right?
Echo versus Sim.
The tweeting about it isn't the client. Ruben is the client. He's the client. Oh, wait, is the match starting? We're literally not locked in at all.
Much more mobility and the
Yeah, I agree. Pretty clienty. Just to expect that it's poor Fibbledork having to wake up at all times a day. I mean, I think one thing that might actually be true is I'm not sure Blizzard have any staff in Korea,
So different styles.
if that makes sense. Like, I think all this stuff is WDG run. So, like, can you not schedule posts? Oh, yeah, that's a good solution too, to schedule the posts. I mean, obviously it means you won't be able to do any sort of live updates of results and stuff. But you could probably schedule. I mean, I've not looked at their timeline to be fair, but you could schedule it. Korea OWCS posts. Oh yeah, isn't there an Asia account, right? Just script for games. Yeah, because there's an Asia esports as well, right? Does the Asia esports place? Maybe we're going to reverse the client of the week here. Maybe it will be this in the end. We'll look into this. All right. We should lock in though, because this is actually a very exciting game. Violet's literally got double his beat again, right?
Reminding people to be still top 2 support in the world.
Already having a sound barrier. Of course, Gio went down.
All right, charge comes in. The beat's super early. They're trying to push for this beat advantage because they very much think they do have a beat advantage, right? Kitsune rushes will be trade. Copy goes nowhere actually. It's Chio's dead before this beat goes off now all of a sudden. Proper's still on the high ground, still has this overclock, so they can maybe trade it out. I don't know if it's worth it. Stalker's going to get one. Proper is still on this. Fielder's going to go down. Can they catch Proper? No, Proper's out.
Look, FTG's pushing.
They should try Magid on tank. Great shout. I'll let Krusty and Junk know immediately.
Stalker's off the Echo. He's going to have to match the Sim.
All right. Gonna go Sim now instead. Yeah, I don't an Echo believer at all.
Whenever they want.
Beat advantage
It's a weird
versus wall advantage. They're gonna disengage here actually.
We've seen it in Coliseum so many times.
All right. So beat advantage, cage advantage as well actually.
Taking that point to really fighting that unless it's free, teams don't want to give up a full team wipe because the defender's advantage right there is.
Violet's gonna have another ult. He is, yeah. Violet's actually on the verge of beat lapping him. Wall's gonna be good. Beat from Chio. Oh, just about gets Smurf. Just about gets in, but Smurf took so much damage in this cage. Smurf's not out the cage. And FTG. Are FTG taking over?
Whatsoever in FTG.
Get him, Burner.
Handling Falcons. This should be enough for them to hit the point. And
FTG are back.
Now it's free. Now you don't
As we all expected, FTG are back.
Well, it's busted.
Once for touch. Oh, he's going to get the contest from the high ground. Fuck. For a mere 600 HP, he was able to touch for 4 seconds. Alright, they come in high ground now.
Limited HP.
They want to fight on the... Where's Proper going? Oh, it feels a little bit messy all of a sudden from Falcons, doesn't it? Kitsune rush to come around this corner. They hold on. Neither team's dropped it yet. Flora's going to die. Maybe don't commit ults now if I'm FTG. Neither team's going to want to commit ults. Charge over top. That should finish it. Finn gets one.
so it should be able to reinforce.
All right. Alfie's spinning around.
Have finally mirrored up this composition and
Get Flora out of here, put Happy in.
have the sim ult.
Chia got
As
lapped.
we've seen, completely change his fights.
Proper scared of sim turrets.
Not gonna be barrier. I mean,
So obvious this Falcons roster would be bad.
Let's see the damage from Violet, right?
Let's see. Kitsune beat advantage. Wall advantage for Falcons.
gotta be. It can't be healing.
Yeah, I mean, it's always a bad sign, I think, if you're starting to swap players around just to play the same heroes. Alright, beat is off from Violet. Don't quite have it yet. Beat is... Cage is there. They TP out of it. Kitsune Rush is still going on here from Finn. Was a little bit later, but Proper's going to clean up with the overclock. Yeah, the wall advantage ends up being, I think, the big difference there. You lead for 30 minutes and FGG won a map. Well, FGG are now winning the Overwatch League, I think it's fair to say.
Well, see, the thing with FTG is now still a little behind it. I don't know if Finn thought he was going to mirror the Kitsune Rush.
Alright, beat advantage versus wall advantage. In theory, it should still be really okay for FTG. You can overclock here, and then if they beat, you can just wall through it and just hold your ground.
That this comp is built around in the barrier and overclock.
Yeah, unless the cage from Bernard makes a big difference for the beat.
Early beat. They kill Happy immediate, actually, so they still beat. It actually means FTG are going to save all the ults, but I don't know. They're going to drop the overclock. I guess, yeah. Well, it makes sense to commit ult, I think. Fuck. This is where it maybe falls apart. 2 kills. 2 kills is good. 2 kills is good. I think it was worth, yeah. Worth for the overclock there to get the trades.
Run the taxi service on the way back, but Alfie and Flora can still come out and hold this bridge spot. That's why it's so important to be able to get to this.
Okay. Though, because of all of this, it actually means Falcons are going to get pretty close to Simwolf in this next fight.
Really hard time dislodging. They're just going to back.
So it'll be Simwolf, but Burner has the
that bad
cage.
for the offense. It's that bad that the Falcons don't even want to try to fight it right there.
There's probably like something really smart you can do in terms of how you use the cage and the wall in the cage to make sure you can, like, if both teams wall but you have cage advantage, there's probably like some geometry you can do to make sure you win that trade, if you know what I mean, in terms of how the shields line up and the cage shield lines up. Don't know what it is, but there's probably some. Because we're now in the corridor stage of Colosseum, though, it's going to slow down super hard, and everyone's going to get their ults. FTG, big ult advantage.
Doesn't really have to do anything.
Fielder nearly has this Kitsune rush, but they're just slowing it down. FTG do have no reason to rush this. Oh, Kitsune rush. Oh, wall's going to be used. They're actually really even walls. Smurf's going to go down, actually. How do they just focus Smurf down in all of that? They didn't even drop the cage or anything. Kitsune rush. They did use double support ult. And they just demolish him. I don't know how Smurf died so quickly there.
Full cleanup. They're going to push this until the robot stops moving, and then they might just bail out of it. Actually, a pretty good spot.
And then, what now? Cage and overclock versus cage and overclock. But Chio should get this beat. Oh, they can start just... Oh, Smurf's taking so much damage again. I mean, I know they've always played Smurf on, like, push. But I've always felt... I say always. Based on what we've seen over the last, like, couple of days. I always thought Smurf was the worst Malga. And that Hambin was better. So I don't know. We're going to see here him actually immediately losing his cage trade in what can be a disaster that only validates everything I've ever said. You feel like Sombra would do a lot with this? Yeah, I agree. I feel like we've not seen a lot of Sombra, but I don't know why. Alright, coming around the corner, it's an aggressive beat in. Overclock is being used. They're probably really happy to trade this. Just need to trade. If FTG just do like decent ult trades from here out, they should be in an okay position because they still have a fight before cap.
2 minutes left. Falcons has to win the next 2 fights.
Oh no, they're going to put Velostria in for Flashpoint. What happens if both teams just do a different tank map?
Sure, I've always been right.
Which Korean team is the best Malga team?
I listen to smarter people than me. Always talked about it getting 2 fights.
I don't know really. Well, I maybe would have told you Falcons before. Right now, my worldview has been shattered. Flora with a pick. Just you have to reset, I think. Proper doesn't think so. Proper doesn't think so. Oh, he dies for it. Violet with the beat. They kill him in time. Now they push back. They'll clean this one up. Is it a worthwhile trade? Overclock for beat? I don't know actually. Doesn't feel huge. What are we at now? Kitsune's for both, Symbols for both, Cage is about a similar distance away, Chio's got the beat advantage.
And I think we've seen
So I think if you can, honestly, like a big ult fight here is probably okay for FTG, because you take this big ult fight in like this area here, and then as long as you get them to use all 3 of their ults, you probably feel good coming back in the next fight with beat advantage. Oh, you just kill Proper! Or you just kill Proper and walk on through. The Symbol's terrible from Stalker as well. Oh, it's not a good Symbol. They're all over him. Oh, they trade Alpha Yi actually. No one was really with Alpha Yi. I think they still trade up in the end. It's a terrible Symbol by Stalker. I think that's 2 now. 2 Symbols that have been complete beefs. I guess Stalker's only good at these fraudulent heroes like Tracer and Genji and Echo. Grow up, mate. Learn how to build a wall. Reaper now from Stalker.
second map. You're seeing Falcons Stalker now on Reaper.
Beat and Kirio versus Kirio, Cage, and Wall. Should be okay for FTG. Kitsune Rush and Cage. Wall on top.
They've got the Kitsune Rush. They've got barrier.
Okay. No room for error now. No room for error. Violet's going to catch up in this beat the longer it goes on as well.
Stalker.
Space. We're getting a little bit last fight science. Last fight science as we see the Reaper instead of a Sim. Coming around. Swinging with it. Kitsune Rush. Are they disengaging it? They're disengaging it. They're going to take a fight on Cap. Remember, even if FTG lose this fight, they get the fast spawns on the Cap too. Symbol's going to be dropped now. Kitsune Rush is going to be mirrored. Cage is going to be dropped from both teams. Beat is good from both teams. Overclock advantage for Flora. Flora's going to pop it. They're beaming him down. They're just going to win. They had more ults. They cheated for Kitsune Rush, and that was the big one. That was the big one. FTG. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Sim diff? It is actually a sim diff. I think it's a really big sim diff right now. It was it. That was a really clean disengage. Agreed. Agreed, Uniso. Real chokers. Yeah, my economy doesn't look the same as it did at the start of the day.
Trying to understand how Maga v Maga works, but Bernard looks just a better understanding.
Falcons are going to become the underdogs in the Preds at this point? Maybe.
Whenever they cage fight.
Floor of a God. That's actually a better name than what FTG stands for. FTG stands for FTG the Goats. That would actually be such a clever name if that's what it stood for. Because it just sort of is an ever-extending name. You've gone from 10k to 90k. Thank you, Falcons lovers. Which sub will throw more? Yeah, which button? There's a series of buttons now in front of all of our coaches. In front of Neko and Yaki, there's a very tempting looking button that says Belos Ria written over it. Do you press it? Well, on the Krusty and Junkbuck side, you've got the Get Hanbin Back In button, which I think Krusty's been slamming that button that entire map, I think. Get Hanbin Back In. But you also have a rarer button that says Magid In. Change for Go Double Flex. I feel like you don't press that button on Flashpoint. So I think we have to see Hanbin. Belos Ria the finisher. Belos Ria's not the finisher.
Not individually, mechanically, like I don't think they. Of course, they're at a similar level to Stalker and Proper, but they were
typical Magid hater. Yeah, I don't think he's the solution in this situation, though. Belos Ria is the raid boss. Oh, they can't press the Belos Ria button. Breaking out the Orisa. Oh.
Now we have to take a short break, guys. It's happening. And FTG
no, you're on 90k, and what if I bet? Depends on if Belos Ria's there. It's like, I mean, the decision is actually obvious, right? Even if Belos Ria always plays for flashpoints for whatever reason, it's so obvious that you don't put Belos Ria in right now. even if Burner has never played for flashpoints before, you don't put Belos Ria in. FTG winning a map has won you 3-1. £3? Not too bad. Real gambling. That's the natural evolution of this stream. Hold on, sorry. I'm reading messages. Sorry, I'm locking in now. What are we saying? Maybe we should start real gambling. One step at a time. Welcome, Commander X to kick. Guys, have you heard of slot machines? I thought having game mode specialist was something Overwatch Season 1. Some Overwatch League Season 1 shit. How are we not over this? I don't know. I mean, it does make sense early on that this group stage isn't like do or die for them to like give everyone a spot or give everyone map time and stuff and to play. And especially with a new tank hero, right? It makes sense for both of them to play. Why do you think this version is playing instead of a Reaper? Yeah, I don't know. I'm increasingly sim-pilled, I think. I think I can see a lot of the value in terms of the TPing around, TPing your Sojourn to high ground. I mean, I guess, do you remember when teams used to do this in the Sig... You know, it was like mainly Sig, Mei, Sojourn, and there was some Sig, Mei, Bastion. Alright. Wait, yeah, sorry, I'll start the prediction. But in this Sig meta, there was also... there was Sig, Mei, Bastion, but also some Sig, Sojourn as well, right? I think a lot of the Sig, Sojourn theories that people use in terms of, like, retaking or getting your Sojourn into a power spot or something... is true with this Sim Sojourn stuff as well. I'm not convinced on like something like Coliseum it's actually better. But on stuff like Midtown, King's Row, I can maybe see a little bit more for it, where you've just got loads of these nice spots to put your Sojourn in. Or you can leave your Sojourn in a nice spot and flip map or something. So I can see some like value in the Sojourn in terms of being able to like manipulate the map a lot more and solve some of these holes. And maybe it's true on Coliseum, right? Because you have that fucking low ground to high ground fight. It's maybe just fucked if you don't have a sim. Or some way to deal with that high ground. So maybe some of it's just like map dependent with the sim. The Sojourn, I don't know actually. I feel like most of these fights we're looking at are just like 5 people on top of 5 people, right? And it's just a fucking dogfight. So I feel like in those situations, Reaper has to be more value.
Welcome back everyone to
I don't know if
Korea Weekly Day 3 match number 2 for Team Falcons.
I don't know if what are you gonna call it?
Team Falcons,
Yeah, I don't know if whether Sombra fits into all that as well. I feel like the Sim, Reaper, and Sombra are all super viable, and if you need the Sim for certain map problems in terms of how you move around or how you solve a push. But I don't know what hero you drop. Maybe you do drop the Reaper because the Sim can do a lot of the same things as the Reaper. So I think maybe on Flashpoint there's a way bigger argument maybe I think for something like Reaper. On the Koffs there's a bigger argument for Reaper.
You're probably correct.
And then I don't know, I still feel the Sombra should be in there because she's just so much value with the ult. But I don't know if you get too bullied. Don't know, if you get too bullied by the Sojourn in that situation. I guess that's the theory, right? Is if you don't play Sojourn, can the Sojourn really do enough if it's just playing versus a Reaper Sombra? We saw glimpses of it on King's Row. We saw glimpses of it, whereas like the Sojourn team, which was FTG, would actually just play to like back up, right? Just back up and try and give space, and then as they give a bit of space, their Sim gets full beam, their Sojourn gets a rail, and then it's a great repush timing onto this Reaper and Sombra. So I can sort of see the logic as long as you have the space, but I don't know, I still worry there's maybe like too much for Reaper and Sombra can do. Smurf is still in. Fuck. But yeah, like Sim versus Reaper, I think I could see just being map dependent, but like the Sombra versus Sojourn, I feel like the EMPs just have to be too much value in these ult trades. I'm really surprised we've not seen anything from it, so it feels like, I don't know if Falcons and FTG just know something we don't know about this mirror from their scrims, right? You know, like because they're both pretty locked into this, right? At no point have we saw Reaper Sombra for the overtime only in King's Row, right? Really? So I don't know. Would Sim Sombra work? It feels really ugly, right? It feels really ugly, but maybe. I don't know. The Sombra maybe means you don't need the Sim necessarily because you can just like break a lot of these holds with EMP and stuff. I'm not sure. The problem is we're only getting the mirror. What's Bingus comps? Bingus comps is like It's Vabinga's version is Mauga, Reaper, Sombra, Moira, Lucio. So Vabinga's comp's a little bit outdated, it seems, now in Korea.
This map,
Originally, I'm pretty sure Falcons copied from Binga's, but
I wouldn't expect too much of it.
but now it seems like Falcons have actually made their own advancements. All right, so big, slow, farming rail kind of fight.
Bring around the Rosie.
Yeah,
Proper has his first one. Turret cleared.
Either find a pick or teleport.
Just trying not to peek and feed here. Scary slam comes in, actually. Burner's going to drop a later one. Smurf's taking so much damage coming in here aggressively, but it's made the opening for Proper. He dies for it, though. Is it worth it in the long run? They're hunting him down. Chio's going to get caught. All right. FTG also had just the insanely fast beat as well, right? He's just got it again. Violet knows something that Chio doesn't. Violet knows something. Yeah. Violet has made an advancement.
And then your tank wins the tank battle. You get to start just being the damage dealer that Kiri really wants to be. That kit is so damage focused.
All right, so Kitsune Rush now for both. Symbol advantage way in favor of Falcons here.
Must have had and used beat already. He's lapping Chio again.
Yes, he popped it immediately.
Here we go. Early rail for FTG coming in now.
I don't know what this guy's doing.
We saw Smurf again go super aggressive, but then actually just take a fuckload of damage from it. So it still feels like there's a Malga gap in play. Symbol's going to be used. Kitsune Rushes will be traded as well. No Symbol for Alfie yet, so they have to just play it slow here. Burner's going to get focused down. Yeah, they kind of need to just try and cheat that one. Gonna walk forward now. I think just lose the fight if you're... Yeah. Flora's gonna get trade, actually. Fuck. Can Violet escape? He's slippery. He's gonna now have a beat. He's got one up on Chio. So beat versus beat. Cage versus Cage. With the symbols for big advantage, right? So as long as Alfie gets that off.
It's just a matter.
I mean, it kind of makes sense, right? If you're just in a meta where it's all about the ult trades, should your style not be just to build the ult super fucking fast? All right. Sim TP, where are they going? Just to the other low ground to force point? All right. Symbol now to force point. TP to the other side, but they can just flip the side of the wall here. TP doesn't really achieve all that much for Falcons. They're just going to wait out the symbol and give flip. Alright, so they've essentially cheated the ult. We're now in an even ult fight situation, but both soldiers are just dead. Stalker's taken over. Beat no... Did the beat go off? I didn't even see. Did the beat go off? No, he slammed. He slammed out of it. Ah, fuck. Ajax. Violet Ajax gets just caught in the fucking slam. Maybe Smurf Redemption arc? Smurf's back.
Whether it's DPS or it's support. Used to be you can't lose both your tanks, but different game, different.
Ironically, even though he Ajaxed that beat, so far Violet and Chio have still had the same number of beats in the fight because Violet's getting them so quickly. Oh, good counter pin to deny the point. Nice, Smurf. Smurf's actually... We thought he was rumbled. We wanted Hanbin back. But little did we know, Smurf is just locked in.
Super telegraphed. I'm surprised they didn't teleport it.
Yeah, I agree, Coco. I'm actually a big TP fan. How do you get Ajax versus his team comp? We've actually seen 2 Ajaxes today. It happens more than you think, eh? But yeah, it feels like you should be really hard to get Ajax by the slam. By like the fucking... The Malga stomp. Feels like that should be one of the harder ones to get Ajax by. Yeah, big fan of a sim plays? Yeah.
Pretty even, actually.
You love gambling at 11 AM? See you at the casino. 24/7 casino right here. Kitsune rush to force point, mirrored by Fielder. Slow and steady, but oh, they're going to drop the wall, but they actually find that pick anyway. Proper will take over for that. They'll just take the fight reset as a result. Again, Violet's faster. Violet's faster. Favorite thing to do is stomp high nooning casses. Yeah. Chris is furiously taking notes on the sim style. So now I feel like we've got... I say we. SSG will have a lot of good sim ideas if this is the direction the meta goes elsewhere.
Moira works better in a more brawlish comp. This isn't necessarily
Alright.
the same type of brawl.
Cheer will catch up on his beat. Overclock slightly ahead for proper. Flora seems... he's copped another rail.
Trying to make this cage work.
Big wall advantage for Alpha Yi. Sim TP. They want to clear him. It's a two-man TP. Suzu is good, but they killed Fielder for it, though. For TP to take over. The angle control.
I love that.
This is why, when we talk about like, the idea of like Reaper versus Sim, this is the sort of thing, obviously, you can never do. Or is way harder to do if you have a Reaper Sombra, right? Because the problem with one of the problems with the Sombra style is because you want to be so focused on farming EMP, you can't really just go set up and stuff. With old Sombra, you could go cloak and do like a clever play with a hack or something, and then just translocate out and be farming with your team again. So you could really min-max both styles. You can't really do that with a new translocator, at least not as smoothly or not as like risk-free. All right, coming back through. Oh, big ult advantage here for FTG.
A lot more work to do there as Team Falcons teleporting into the side.
Flora with the early rail. Hits Proper. Proper's going to slide out. TP again from Alpha Yi. Seems like FTG just have a lot more of these like small, just like TP, a Sojourn on a flank, TP plays. It's going to be an overclock over top. He's looking for it. Stomping at the same time. It's a massive one. Wait, did it happen again? Am I tripping?
That timing was... And the button first.
It's again! You play the fucking emote, the fucking Ajax again emote. That's actually Violet in that clip. Fucking Ajax again, bro. Oh my god, how does he get stomped twice? Fuck.
To use it.
Stomp from
taking us to...
Alright, so they get that point off it as well. 2 Ajaxes. Fuck.
2 points already for Team Falcons. But FTG, they're still holding on.
It's all part of a plan, fuck.
Seconds to go until
Smurf has actually cracked it. The counter to the enemy team getting beat faster is just fucking keep Ajaxing him. It's another... Burner goes for a big slam, drops the cage, dies for it though. They are ruling the cage though. Alpha Yi's beaming. He's still got the sim wall, but he's just going to fade first. He's beaming though. He's beaming. Sim gap. The fielder's got 1. It's not enough.
They're able to hold B.
He's beaming. He was beaming. Alright. Fuck. Sim gap. I think it has actually been a sim gap this entire series. I'm actually a bit of an Alpha Yi head. How does Violet have beat again? He's just that guy. The problem is now not will Violet have another beat. It's will Violet actually get the beat off. Will he get the beat off? Alright, they have no ults here, so Falcons probably actually... Oh, they don't really have a chance to play this slow. They're going to come in. They're going to come in around the corner. Alpha Yi's caught. They're playing it slow. They're just playing for proper here. Overclock. Oh, beat comes through from Chio. Don't need to use it. Don't need to use it from FTG. My God. It was such a hard fight for Falcons to win. It was really such a hard fight for Falcons to win. So the fact that they just get that for free. Do I think Violet is going to get a beat off? I mean, what is he? He's currently 1 for 3 in terms of getting beats off, which is low. 1 for 3 is quite low. Those are not good odds. Low beat off rate, yeah. Alright. Do have support advantage here, obviously. We'll be pushing into an overclock as well, so... It's just for Stomp. The Stomps was what caught Violet both times. Chio's going to be low. Overclock around the top. Violet, not dropping beat. They're just using the Kitsune Rush. Fielder's held on to his, though. Kitsune Rush is so powerful. Much later Kitsune Rush from Fielder here. Beat from Violet. It's off. It's landed. Alpha Yi's got the kill. Good TP. But Alpha Yi needs help now. He's going to manage to get the TP back. Symbol comes out. Alpha Yi doesn't have the symbol yet. They have to take a bit of a chill. Burner with a double stomp. Oh, FTG have done it. They've given themselves a bit of a lifeline. They'll get this round. Wow. It feels like...
Stalker committed the photon barrier to that too.
Feels like the fights are actually easier when the Lucio gets the beat off. Let's make a note of... No, it's better to get the beat off, I think, is the conclusion I'm coming to.
But that's kind of what these comps lend themselves to. There's not a whole lot that teams...
It can't... I think it can. I really think it can, Shake. We're back to a 50-50 rate. Yeah, I think it's better to drop the beat rather than Ajax. That's where I'm leaning right now.
Both of them are barriers, either sound barrier or proton barrier. They change fights, and then it's over.
All right, TP cleared. We have Cage coming back. Cage and beat for Falcons. Wall and Cage and an overclock for FTG. Coming in for Stomp. Stomp's going to land. Cage is now dropped by Smurf. Wall's going to be used instead. They don't want to use for Cage back instead. Chio has the beat. Violet is just behind, though. They survive it thanks to it. Now Cage advantage for Bernard. Stalker's not close in his wall, though. They're going to disengage to point. Falcons do have the flip, but they only got beat versus this huge ult bank. Stomp's coming in. Violet, he's got it off. He's got it off. The Cage and beat is used. They should just be able to win off the back of that. They use the Kitsune rush as well, actually, so they'll win it really hard. Fuck. Ends up being, what, 3 for 1 at the end there?
There's been a couple times.
Yeah, I think that's actually a bit of a disaster from FTG.
You know where Smurf is going, and that's one of them. It's happened a few times on manga for him in the last couple times, but Bernard just looked at it.
Overcommitment, 100% bad stander, 100%.
Was overrunning in.
So I think, yeah, just one of the, or you just one of the support ults in the Cage should have been enough.
Now FTG with the lead.
So Symbol now coming back up.
And an overclock ready. Falcons with the
Alfie's a little bit behind. Overclock available for Flora. Probably just drop this relative other. They just disengage it though. They're going to wall to force for cap here, I think, and they can force for fight. I think if I'm FTG, I let them have the flip maybe. No, they're going to go for it. They're going to try and fight it actually. It's hard to get value out of this overclock though. Proper's about to have his own overclock. They do deny the flip though. Burner is 1 HP. He's had to run away. They're focusing him down. But TP's there. Nowhere to go out. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I would have just waited if I was FTG. Give him a flip.
And nicely fielded.
Yeah, maybe. I think I would have given it.
For the next time. And it's probably going to be the final fight for this point, given how fast it goes up. So
all right. Where are we now? Symbol advantage. So it's still not the end of the world. Symbol advantage, but it's into Kitsune and overclock. So, I don't know. I feel like if they walk in here, if I'm Falcons, I can just... If they wall on point to flip it, I just Kitsune rush back. If they want to take a slow fight or something, I can just overclock as well. Got Cage as well. And this is a really difficult fight for FTG, but they need to win it. FTG need to win it. They're going to drop the Symbol as well. Falcons will just wait. This is what I think FTG should have done the fight before. Falcons are just going to wait it out, and now it's got to be an unlosable fight for Falcons. Got to be unlosable. They give the flip for it. They're going to drop. They're going to try a TP disengage. The slam is good. Alfie is caught. It's just over. Yeah. Just over. And Falcons are sending us to another map. All right. Why did they symbol before someone dropped a touch? Yeah, they shouldn't have. They could have waited. They could have tried to bait the touch more. You're right. Yeah, like as soon as they drop that wall, it becomes a really easy one. Let me cash. Let me cash. That was actually a 50-50 bet. Or Falcons.
The Kitsune overclock drop down. Like, there's so much damage. What are you gonna do about it? Even if you have a barrier.
But no, I think you're right, Dip. Because if you look at what the way they did it, we can go back and compare. There's like clearly two schools of thought here.
And they will be themselves too.
So it's these two situations, right? Essentially. Oh wait, no, it's after this one, isn't it? It's the second and third fight. All right, so yeah, we're gonna see. Because Falcons make the same mistake, right? Nobody has dropped now from FTG, right? They just symbol to force for point. I guess it's the overclock, right? The overclock forces them to use it. So I think, yeah, FTG should have given the flip here. Because then if they give the flip, right? They give the flip, okay, bad. But then, I guess, the ults are kind of awkward. If F gets Kitsune rush as well. It's just a difficult ult situation. But yeah, I still think you give the flip and then try and fight with Symbol. Symbol versus Kitsune rush. I think it's more reasonable. Because now they're going to drop. And now they're just in this like... Maybe you actually do something here where like... Is it crazy to do like... What if your Mauga drops and you just TP him out, right? Do you remember the shit we used to do on London on Esperanza? Like you drop the Mauga to touch somewhere. I don't know where it's exactly best. And then just TP him back up, right? If the touch gets too hard, just try to like bait out more ults. Maybe that's an option as well. Because here they kind of like all drop, right? Like Alpha E's dropped as well now, and like Alpha E's just in a fucking situation, right? Fuck. Have to Suzu here. You see, but I mean, they are going to kind of do it, right? Where they TP Burner out, but like... Burner TP's back? Why is he TP back? He TP's out. And then he TP's back. He wants to get another touch. He wants to get another touch. Tries to run. Fuck. Yeah, because the problem isn't just that they lose this fight, but they just lose this fight 1-for-1, you know? If you want to lose this fight, at least try and get like this Kitsune out or something.
And here comes Engage from Proper and Smurf together.
They should be able to grab this back pretty easily.
A horizontal wall? You mean like... What do you mean? Like this, essentially? You mean from like FTG, like wait for wall and use this, or do you mean from the Falcons? From Red. I feel like the problem with this is it's like too easy for like, because they start on high ground, right? To go over it. I guess you can just stand in the middle and flip, right? But the problem is if it's in the middle here, can they not just have people on both sides of the high ground? Like a Sombra here and like a fucking Kiri here or whatever the combination is, you know? I feel like then that becomes like really difficult, you know? I mean, I guess the same's technically true here, right? Whereas they could just have someone peek this side and someone peek this side. So I guess both are technically true. Maybe there's not a huge difference in reality. You can get angles both ways.
Kills following through.
Maybe the diagonal one is actually best, right? Because it's sort of like... I'm trying to do the fucking geometry. Because like, it means like this one's off the cards, right? It's like, if you like, Flora has to swing quite wide here. What's fifth map? Wait, let me... Where is it? Right at the start? Here? No, here? Here? Here. Shambali. Shambali is fifth map. Let me just check we're not missing anything. Oh yeah, we still got time.
Early barrier once again from Violet GG once again.
Yeah, we got 1 minute.
Focus.
Is this for first map 5? No, we've had one before.
Heart and FTG will
Because then if I'm... Then this is for one. So that's... Yeah, I feel like FTG, it still would have been better to wait because then we could have got another ult out. Because then Falcons do make the decision here, right?
especially for Team Falcons.
Because if you look at ultimately how FTG won that, because they scuffed for touch, all their ults, obviously they used overclock, right? But none of their ults really charged all that, like, as quickly.
Proper one hit, especially for Team Falcons, as they do have rush and overclock. FTG, they've captured.
All right.
Their shot might be all. Here's the
Why is it bugging? All right, yeah.
Point. As FTG, they've captured. There's a
See, now they just cap it, but the problem is they're now just fucked, right? It's so fucked now. But if FTG had at least waited, they could have just taken, like, I think Simwall versus Kitsune ult is, like, I think it is slightly better for the Kitsune team. Again, there's maybe, like, a, if you wall like that, but then they Kitsune ult like that, then they can go either side, right? What you want if you're the Sim team is you want, if they Kitsune ult, you want to, like, wall like this almost, you know? So it's just, like, you can shoot them, they can shoot you, I think. I don't know how, like, realistic that is to get all the time. Hanbin is in. Fuck. But yeah, then they do this. You need to do a TP disengage at this point. But yeah, they just give a fucking stomp in time. I guess that's kind of a play, right? Is this for play? Like, because teams are going to do these sim TP disengages all the time, right? Something like this. Is your play as the Mauga to try and catch this? Like, catch this timing? Like, if you know they're going to play in disengage, you actually play super aggressively as the Mauga and you just fucking overrun in and try and slam on the TP. Maybe that's for play.
They just had ended up hurting FT really brutal, but I'm just always happy to see escort.
All right.
So we have
Are we locked in?
We have a single escort map.
Poland the go.
In the Korean region, which was Runaway Genesis.
All right, what's the bets looking like? Yeah, slam to stun TP. Yeah, that seems like it. Yeah, I don't know if the...
So, I don't know what we're going to see on Jamali Monastery.
Yeah, I feel like... That's the big advantage of a sim in all of these, is you can do a lot of the same stuff for Reaper can in terms of damage, but you've got way more of these, way more options and creativity with disengages or to get TP value. What are the predictions on? 63% Falcons. People think Falcons are good for the clutch. No Majid. No Majid. Hambin back. No Belos Ria.
And then when you get to right around where the checkpoint is, you're going uphill.
FTG not believing in the Belos Ria map 5.
So Symmetra, I think, could be
Proper is not a clutch player. We already know this.
a ton of changes, but I'm always open for it. Widow can be a good
We're just watching
spell.
SSG versus
That's
EXO again with
I think
different
it's
maps
on
and
the Sojourn.
Koreans.
Yeah.
I'm for it. I don't know.
You're saying the only thing in common then is that there were 5 maps.
We'll see what happens. We'll get to see because the winner out of this map.
Hambin versus no Belos Ria. Simply the map win and loss order. Oh, okay. Like the 1-2-1. Nothing on the coin flip. This is the coin flip. All right. 25 seconds. It's gonna be the fucking. It's gonna be the fucking mirror.
Yeah, you always look at the defenders. They had to leave spawn, so that's.
They're really gonna play Sojourn Sim
I
here.
think that FTG is gonna mirror it. Alpha, you might take a shot.
Don't know. I feel like this one makes more sense for the Sojourn Sim, right? Because like second's so tricky, and this last corner is so tricky on first. And maybe the Sim actually makes it easier. I'm actually more of a Sim believer on this one than the others. Wasn't Smurf doing well? I mean, he got the 2 Ajaxes. I'm still not convinced if he's actually better. He's just like...
All that.
It's just Violet. Alright, so all eyes on Violet's beat charge. How does he do it? He's literally doubling his ult charge already.
They're doing a lot more work.
But Flora has died as a result. Well, maybe not as a result. Maybe there's a difference between the causation and the correlation
Very
here.
strong forward holds. Gonna give up a little bit of room now. Play second corner.
Everyone believing in Sim has not seen you play her.
The teleporter being this strong now.
You think it's just Violet hitting more shots?
If you've watched a couple of the
Nag?
series,
I don't know.
even so,
Maybe. We'll figure it out afterwards, right? There'll be replays and
I'll
stuff.
stop shooting. Someone else deal with this. I got people to shoot. I got more important things to do.
Alright. Sim TP above.
Don't do enough damage.
Kitsune Rush will be there. Actually, slightly earlier for Fielder. And Team Falcons are just going to give space phone.
Goes down a little bit and just keep coming patches later on.
Really awkward to find this big, long, open stretch. Not a lot of corner. Rail is good. They TP in aggressively. They're going to flip the map with it. They have the Kitsune Rush to flip. Disengage is good, actually. Can they all get it? Oh, Violet comes through, sorry, back to give a beat. They're going to kill Stalker with it. Chio with beat is afterwards. They need to turn a kill. If FGG live, they do turn a kill. 4v4. It's just a dogfight now. People are everywhere. And Falcons look like they're in control. Alright. Simwall overclocked for both. Cage is outrageously far ahead for Hambin, no? Did they change colour? Yeah, they did. Change colour to keep us on our toes.
Kitsune online, they'd been bullied out of position. There wasn't a good spot to put that Kitsune down to try to fight back into it. We are entering the DPS combo
Now,
stage of the game right now.
we've got... Falcons have the Cage advantage, but Kitsune Rush should beat Cage here. The Symbols will obviously maybe like balance it out a little bit.
If they end up with a photon barrier here, Falcons will just leave. They'll just go up the hill.
For sure, Burner not shooting Hambin. Might just be like a that, yeah.
Hambin has the cage, Bernard does not.
Coming back up.
Dangerous shots. Teleporter gone.
Cage is going to be used now. Hambin still doesn't have it yet. Kitsune Rush should be better here. Overclock still in the back pocket. Flora needs it. It's the Symbol could be used first. Alfie still has his. They're going to try and... They just TP'd out of it. They've just lived here. Burner is 1 HP. He's so low. Overclock over the top. They want to finish it. Burner's coming out. He's so low. Violet doesn't get a chance to get the beat off. They've traded kills. Still favors the attackers here. 3 of them alive. Proper is 1 HP. Happens. There's a dogfight. Kill him. He's got an overdrive. Proper's back in. Proper and Fielder. Headshot. Proper's Fielder going to clean everything up. Oh. Violet going to try and squeeze another death into this fight. Alright. beaten Cage, but now Chio is actually in the ascendancy. Cage advantage, but Kitsune Rush beat should be Cage beat, I think. Yeah, I think Falcons have a better ults here.
40 seconds left. FTG has to win this fight.
Have to try and maybe cheat when if you're FTG. They have to, they can't afford to lose here. They're going to beat in aggressively, actually. Beat and Kitsune Rush are matched. They disengage, actually. Burner has the Cage repush here. Cage repush after Kitsune. Falcons have to try and play to disengage. Stalker should save TP. I don't think he has... Actually, the TP's just faded. If they go quick, he maybe doesn't have it. They're going to try and disengage. Yep. Are they sim TP? Can we get out? Can we get out? Not cleanly. They're just in and fighting. Alfie's got a million beam, though. Keep on beaming, Alfie. No. Proper takes him down. Laura wins the duel. All right, all right, all right. They died before overtime, though. So have you got normal spawns? Yeah, the spawns are... Spawns are okay, and we have Sim TP, so they definitely have the touch here. Kitsune Rush coming back for FTG versus Cage. So it should still be advantage unless Proper can do something with this overclock. Cage is in. Kitsune Rush is on. They've got the Kitsune Rush. Proper's got the overclock. Need Proper to find value with this one. But that'll do. Only 1 for 1. Player advantage still for Falcons. I think they're on for the hold. Stalker nearly has this wall as well. They need to find the shot. Oh, it's an overclock, but they can just hold behind the wall. How do you touch now? How do you touch now? It's over. Rush versus Cage, then later clock. Yeah. I don't know why they didn't take the CP during the Cage. I guess they just realized they can actually just win the fight. I felt like they were a winnable situation.
I mean, it's a 0, but we're on escort.
Ooh.
You gotta look at meters here.
All right.
I think this is in the mid.
Should have had it. Should have put Belosria in. Yeah, in hindsight, it's actually obvious they should have put Belosria in.
Just broke down in the middle of this room, trying to. It was on a knife's edge. If Flores has 1 or 2 more shots.
They needed the map 5 belly. Map 5 belly. I'm locked in, Arthur. Don't worry.
Your spawns never get better.
Washing machines live longer with Falcon. Yeah, it's forced. Forced. Never seen Belosria lose a map 5.
Slightly higher on the edge.
FTG could still full holdable. I mean, it's possible. It's possible. I wouldn't put money on it. Wouldn't put money on it right now, though.
Switching sides, let's see what happens here as FTG. No big
I could. I mean, I could put money on it, but I don't think I should. This map's so holdable. I don't know. I feel like, in theory, in this sort of meta, I don't know. I guess obviously because it's like a brawl meta, there's like a lot more fights, or like you always get like the free fights, and therefore it's a bit more holdable. But I also feel like there's more ways to set up clear ult advantages here if you're disciplined on the attack. Did Magic play at all? No. It's a magicless world.
Sweet spot from the Widow.
It's going to be the exact same mirror.
In their face.
Early around the corner, they're all behind this wall here. Should be a free angle on the right-hand side if Proper wants that. But actually, yeah, they're just going to give the space here. So FTG not opting for the maximum number of fights. They just want to take a fight on this big corner instead.
Get the control back in the high ground, all the way in the back.
No magic despite the Alari buff. Strange behavior, but they're winning. Early rail. Are they going to have to disengage again? They actually can't afford to get staggered here either. It's a disaster if they do. Hambin's thinking about it. Flora gets Chio. All right. A stabilizing pick. A stabilizing pick, which also gives Violet a chance to shoot on up that ult advantage. Proper's going to get caught as well. All right. All time is good time off the clock if you are FTG. B advantage, Kitsune Rush advantage. Only small ones though. Stalker with a big wall advantage though. But in theory, I think wall versus Kitsune Rush. I think you can still win out with Kitsune Rush. Might be one of these fights where it starts into one ult. We start with a couple of ults and then all the ults get committed. Early flip here for Falcons. Where are they going? The cart's not that far though. They can't really properly flip. A game of cat and mouse. Wall's going to be used. Falcon's going to Kitsune Rush back. Oh, sorry. FTG are going to Kitsune Rush back. Just trying to hold against the wall. Falcon's going to... They're trying to go back around the corner. Overclock. Big angle. Beat is good. Violet has his beat as well. Overclock... Oh, well, probably doesn't have it, but Flora needs to find value. They've lost Burner. Die on point right now. Die on point. Die on point. Die on point. Flora with a trade on Fielder. Okay, oh, don't get staggered out for you, no. Okay.
Sorry.
All right, they get the touch, right? They'll get the touch with the sim. Should they? Oh, it's going to be a really ugly touch, actually. Do they have to touch before Alpha use there? Do they have to go for this? Where is he? Oh, they have a symbol to drop if they really need it. Okay, if they've managed to get the touch. This last fight. Page is going to be used. They need the symbol. Symbol is good. Suzu all over top. All the focus onto Hanbin. Now they're trying to beam him down. Alpha Yi trying to find something. They TP'd above him here. A little bit messy. And all the Falcons have gotten out of this. They've all managed to get back. Cage advantage for Burner. Now overclock onto the high ground. Proper with a chance to win it. If he can find the kill. If he can find the kill. Violet's peeking him. Proper can't find it. Cage now. One more shot. He's on the high ground. Disruptor shot Nova. Cage is there from Burner. He immediately dies, though. They traded for Fielder. It might be better. Alpha Yi's got the beam going. Theo's got the pick onto Flora. Finn gets one. Full beam. Symbol from Symbol from Stalker. It might be enough. Finn's got another one. Alpha Yi's getting beamed down. Stalker's going to take over. And that's it. Stalker takes over. Was that an Ajax in there? Fuck. Oh, yeah, does Violet just get it and, like... Fuck! Geo! You're right! Astro's got the keen eye for it. Geo was getting beat lapped all game. But when it matters most... When it matters most... Violet locks up another Ajax. He has to drop it, right? Yeah. Fuck. Because this fight is so close, right? Like, if the beat goes off now, Alpha Yi just takes over, right? Alpha Yi takes over. Finn will get Kitsune Rush. It's just over. Just over. Three Ajaxes? I think it was 4, maybe. I think it was 4 in the series, is that right?
Madness around the payload, your Stalker.
Fuck.
The tracing.
With this ultimate. Had the photon
3 in the
barrier,
last 2
had
maps.
Dragon,
Alright, I should cash it.
and
That
just
seems reasonable.
knowing to use that,
Falcons
'cause that's-
win.
That was a really close
Ooh.
timing for that ultimate for Stalker. There was about 50 seconds left.
Fucking
You have to
Ajax
really
again.
Decide, can I win this with this ultimate?
Oh
or
my
do I
god.
need to
I
save
feel like I
it
want to
for
look at that. I feel like there's actually a lot of stuff to look at from that one, you know?
Kind of hard to
Good game,
first
yeah.
player of the match.
Proper
Well,
player of the match?
proper
What do we
fanatic.
think?
Indeed. Who else?
Proper player of the match?
On Soldier, excuse me there. Has been having such a wild day. A whole lot of headshots.
I think definitely.
Starting from
Violet. Violet, but it's
Yeah.
4.
Feels
It's
like been
4
forever since
Falcons.
that Lijiang Tower.
Yeah, I actually agree with you, Padsander. I think Alpha Yi actually had a great series.
For
the most part.
With Proper for a while, so I want to give Flora some credit. But when it all came down to it at the end,
Let's
Proper
see.
the better Shambali Monastery.
Last time someone Ajax 3 times in a game, they named the whole thing after him.
When the Sojourn is going to be the prime target for the other Soldier. He's able to use barriers.
Yeah.
A little too aggressive on Coliseum, but that's just what you're going to get with Proper. That
Let's see.
Proper kind of grew up in an
Yeah, last two
environment
matches
that
he
at
took
times
over.
It was Proper go kill.
I know, it was so close.
So-
The whole thing, really.
I think we also got to see the final Ajax right before.
I feel like we'll never get support MVP in this meta.
Even with that
Yeah.
beat, I think the Team Falcons was going to come out.
So no, I
on
feel
top
like who
regardless,
looks a
but
little bit exposed. I
Proper
think.
certainly had a lot of
I don't
highlight
know. I
moments.
think a lot of times
That's why-
Smurf looks exposed.
Here comes the highlight
Obviously,
of
the
Proper
Ajaxes
playing off the
sort of
back.
exposed Violet.
Kings Row.
Chio made that one big beef on King's Row, right?
Because we had way too many highlights from this guy.
Stalker had a couple of really bad
Recency bias.
walls.
You want to see what happened most recent and how he did on
Um,
Shambali in the maps that they absolutely had.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, maybe you're right. Like the last overclock was probably one of
Working with
like.
the team being in the right spot.
the
all
only one that
time,
didn't get,
being
like,
a
crazy
problem
value.
for the other squad that they kind of have to respond to. They have to use ults in. There's been a couple of highlights. Where
Fielder
he's
did
just
great.
living in the
Yeah, I think
casino
Fielder. Yeah, Fielder played really well. Lots of nice clutches. Wipe team started playing Kiri over Moira. I think the Suzu is super high value against a lot of the stuff. The ult is way better in this type of mirror. And I think when you're in these sort of like, because the Mauga has so much self-heal and stuff, the Suzu can actually do a big chunk of self-heal way more than a Moira or anything can, even a lot of the time.
Quest.
Because also you cleanse the DPS passive for a little bit of seconds.
Thank you, G-Clef.
Yeah, Tommy was right.
The second POTM interview of
We were having the conversation a bit yesterday, but Tommy is actually correct in these. But alright guys, lock in for our Sojourn
goes to Team
tips.
Falcons.
네,
3-2
승리
victory.
너무너무 축하드립니다. 오늘
And
승리팀
we have on stage
팀 POTM은
Proper from Team
프로퍼
Falcons.
선수가 차지하게 됐는데요. 프로퍼 선수 자기소개
Please
부탁드려요.
introduce yourself.
안녕하세요. 팀 팔콘에서
I
DPS를 맡고
am
있는
the DPS for Team
프로퍼라고 합니다.
Falcons, Proper.
네,
Okay.
반갑습니다.
I-
자,
good to know who he
기승전결은
is.
있었지만
It was
역시나 젠장
it was a hard-fought
팔콘이야를
series.
보여주셨는데
Team looked a
자, 승리
little bit
소감
shaky, but
생각보다
Team Falcons
좀 많이
prevailed in the end. So how do you feel?
좀 아쉽지만 그리고 또 모실 세트도 좀 깨진 거에
it
대해서
sucks that
좀
it was
아쉽다 생각하고 있고
It was a much
뭔가
closer
좀
series than
더
expected.
잘해야겠다라는 생각을 하게 됐어요.
So I think
네,
that
또
moving
상대팀
forward, we need to
기세도
play a
정말
little bit better.
맹렬했습니다. 그 와중에
Okay.
5세트도 처음
Let's play a bit better.
어땠나요?
So this is your first map 5.
오랜만에 풀세트 간 거 같아가지고
So tell us a little bit about that.
처음에는 좀 떨렸는데
And at first I was a little
한빈 형이
nervous.
좀 큰 소리로
But
자기만
한빈
믿으라 해가지고
오.
Said
또 이제
Hanbin
한빈
yelled
형이
out loud,
했던 것 같아요.
just trust me,
자,
okay?
형이 이렇게
So
든든하게
Oh,
나만
Hanbin
믿어.
with the
on
big
him.
calls.
자기만 믿고 따라오면은 이겨준대요.
Hanbin said, just follow me, and
네, 이렇게
I'll make sure that we win.
든든합니다. 자, 너무 또 이렇게 말씀하시지 겸손하시지 말고 잘한 것부터 얘기를 해봅시다.
We probably shouldn't have subbed him out so much
때
then. Fuck.
여우길 흘리기 기억나시나요?
아니요.
Do you remember how
제가
you
그럼
avoided the
짚어드리겠습니다.
Kitsune
자,
rush
1세트
in
때
map 1? And he
여우길을
says no.
상대팀이 딱 썼는데 바로 이렇게 뒤로 빠지면서 상대팀을 정말
Do you remember that?
As a
No.
reminder,
장면이
he avoided the
나왔습니다.
Kitsune rush in
이때
map 1.
어떤 팀 콜이 오갔는지
So
또
can you tell
어떤
us
전략을 보통
what kind of
세우셨는지 궁금한데요.
in-game calls were made?
솔직히 기억 잘 안 나는데
네.
Actually, I don't remember quite well.
여우길 그냥 앞에서 좀 빼게 만들게 일부러
Is this guy rat? He doesn't remember
my
anything.
playstyle based around pulling aggro
다 같이 이렇게 치고
and
빠졌다라고
baiting out ult
해주셨습니다.
and
2,
abilities.
3세트는 살짝 이렇게 좀 흔들리는 모습을 보여줬지만
I do not
And
recall.
on map 2 and 3,
극복해버렸습니다.
the team looked a little shaky, but ultimately
그
prevailed.
와중에 어떻게 재정비를 하셨는지 어떤
So
팀콜이
how
오갔는지
did what did the team talk about
일단
in order to recollect
2세트
themselves?
지고 나서 좀
And after we lost map
안
2 and 3,
되는 것 같아가지고 이렇게 플레이하면 안 될 것 같다라고
so and
선수들끼리
we talked about how
렉이 좀
it's not working
나눠가지고
out. So and we can't play like this.
3세트부터 이제 좀 할라 했는데 3세트도 살짝 말려가지고 좀
And this
안
was
됐던 것 같아요.
after map 2,
그
but
중에서 누가 이렇게
the,
북돋아줬나요?
we couldn't recollect ourselves for map 3.
그냥 다 같이 좀 얘기를 많이
있어.
나누는 편이라
And so
게임에 대해서
we had a
그래서
lot to
다 같이
talk
좀
about
코치
during the breaks
스태프분들이랑
between the
같이
coaches
얘기를 좀 많이
and the
나눴어요.
players.
자, 이렇게 어려운 위기에 빠져있던 팀 팔콘이었는데 그 와중에 이제 우리 프로퍼 선수
Need a Sojourn tip. I'm hoping for a Sojourn tip.
Your Sojourn was
정말
Oh, here we
치열했어요.
go.
순간
obviously
이동력이
highlighted
더해지면서
during the
Mhm.
이리
series.
갔다 저리 갔다
Yeah.
하면서
Let's get it.
엄청난
Let's get it.
Back and forth.
오늘
Hands up
본인의
already.
플레이,
And
뒤로
avoiding
갈수록 더
abilities.
빛을 발했단
Mhm.
말이죠. 몇 점 만점에 100점 만점에
How do you
몇
rate your
점인가요?
own play today?
100점
만점
Out of 100?
80, 85.
85?
85.
마이너스
85?
5점은 왜?
So why the minus 15?
잘했다 생각하지 않아가지고 2, 3세트 때 제가 더 잘했으면은
And I think I didn't play well during map 2 and 3. And if I played better, I think that we could have
그렇지만
took
팀
a more
팔콘을
easier
위기에서
victory.
에임으로 구해내셨는데 댓글을 살펴보니까 정말 그 에임이 미쳤다.
Some of the comments said your aim was incredible, crazy. All the compliments going to Proper.
딱히 모르겠어요. 그냥 좀
And so what does he think about this? And he says,
상대가
I
여기로
don't really
뭉칠 것
know.
같다 해가지고 거기다 에임 두고 상대 올 것 같은
Right.
타이밍 때 그냥 우클릭 딱 누르는.
And I think that I had
네,
to
저희는 딱
predict
누르면
their
딱
movements
죽더라
in
라고
order
말씀을
for
해주셨습니다.
my
자, 이것도
shots.
취업풀에 프로퍼 소저는 게임을 찢어라고 나와 있어요. 이렇게 팬분들께서 프로퍼 선수도 응원해 주시고 팀 팔콘도 응원해
Look at the
주시는데
faces.
And the fan side says Proper Sojourns just tears apart the game.
팬분들에게도 한마디
So can you
부탁드립니다.
please say a few words to your fans?
그래도 오늘 좀
That's us. Words for our fans.
보여드린 것 같아가지고
I think that we showcased a very fun match today, nevertheless, of how we performed.
뭐라 해야 되지? 항상 빨리 끝나가지고 좀 아쉬웠는데
And our other matches ended early, so from the fan experience, it's it might have sucked a little bit, but thank you for sticking out thank you for sticking it out with us.
자, 지금까지 팀
until
팔콘의
map
프로퍼
5,
선수와 이야기
and thank you.
나눠봤습니다. 승리 다시
And
한번
that was the
축하드립니다.
interview
감사합니다.
with
All right.
Proper from Team Falcons.
A long one, that one.
We'll be back match 3, but before that,
No Sojourn tip though. Yeah, we've actually been hard scammed.
Thank you, Quest, with the translations. And
Can we finally admit now the top 3 are all very close and there's no tier gap to FTG? Maybe. DM proper on Twitter now. Solicit proper for a Sojourn tip. What's the score? The score was 3-2 to Falcons. All right. Do you think we have replays yet? Do you think we have the technology? No. Fuck. What if I refresh? What if I check 2 seconds later? Finally a close game. Is the next match a toilet bowl? The Genesis versus Prisa? Yeah, maybe. I think Prisa are actually maybe slightly lower in the gutter since this patch changed. They looked so bad in that first one. We need to know how Violet's secrets. Yeah, we need to know Violet's secrets. So the current theory is 1. Can I send that doc? If you go exclamation mark replays, someone. Thank you, Padsander. Did Pokerface get stomped? Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't particularly close. How do you beat so fast and still use less beats? Falcons did win. Yeah, Falcons did win top Asda. Great name. So yeah, the big question is how does he build beats so fast? So the working theory would be 1, he's either just amping during these situations, right? He's just like wasting amp. I'm sort of presuming that no one can really push, so we'll just be okay. Or it's actually Bernard who's not shooting Hambin. So like Hambin will still be peeking and trading his HP. The other way around. And so will Bernard, but Bernard will just be like trying to shoot DPS or something. So yeah, I presume it's just them trying to avoid shooting Hambin as much. And that would be like the other theory, right? They're just not shooting Hambin, so there's just not as many heals to do, right? And the reason Violet's doing more heals is just because Bernard's actively taking more poke. And because they know it's just going to be a slow fight and it's kind of race anyway, but they just don't take the fight. I mean, it's like the same old theory as when teams used to build nano before the fight and everything, you know? I think what else? We saw a lot of sim stuff. I think the sim stuff's really interesting, and the sim stuff's also the kind of thing that's actually way easier to look at in like a VOD or in a replay to figure out, because it sort of happens really quickly, and there's like a load of different ideas and different things you can do. Probably only shoot the tank when they can die. Yeah, yes, it'll be something like that, right? It'll just be in this first phase of a fight with their farming beat. Yeah, the most likely one is it's probably just something simple like, don't shoot the tank, you pricks. Find acting like a missing member from Vesta Crew. I mean, the 2 Ajaxes was crazy, right? Feels like Stomp shouldn't be a reliable way to Ajax someone. Can we watch a Dart POV to see how Violet builds beat so fast? I'm not quite sure what, but I feel like something doesn't make sense about that. Wouldn't it be only shoot for tank, since Lucio AoE heals as a slower rate, and that's why Smurf was taking a lot of damage? No, I feel like you'd not want to shoot for tank, because it's harder to like poke back for DPS. I mean, we can look and find out, but I'm pretty sure it will just be like a don't shoot for tank type thing. Because I think even with the reduced healing type stuff, or like the reduced ult charge from healing for tank, he still just takes so much more damage, you know? Maybe we finish this sandwich, but hopefully they're up, and we can deep dive. We got this morning's games up already, right? So hopefully it doesn't take too long. Violet client of the week. Nah, I think not. Yeah, I mean, considering how close the series was. Yeah, considering how close the series was, those Ajaxes probably went quite a long way, right? Yeah, I mean, I can't remember. Because obviously, like, Chio's Ajax was in, like, the last fight situation. Violet's last Ajax was in the, like, last fight situation. Yeah. I don't know. I think the last Ajax is whatever, right? It's like, The last one wasn't egregious at all. The last one was just like, ah, fuck it. You like, just press it as soon as you get it, mate. Just get it. I think that's more just Chio makes for play. We can look at that as well once the replay codes are up. Maybe what I'll do is I'll go get a drink while we wait for the replays. And then we can lock in. I'll put predictions up, but I presume in reality, none of us are super gagging or like going to be super upset if we miss a little bit of Genesis Sim Prisa, right? I think we'll all be alright with that. Sim Prisa Gaming. Oh, be right back. Don't hate the player, hate the game. Hate both. Still no replay codes. Fuck. Fuck. In shambles. Guess we should lock in for the walkout then, right? Is the value from Suzu really stronger than the healing up time and primary fire from Orb? Yeah, I really think so. I think plus the ult, I think it's so much higher value. I think the Suzu is yeah, I think the rush value is a big part of it, but I actually think, especially in the like, you know, there's just the situations where the Malgas are just fucking like trading on each other. The Suzu actually is such a big swing in terms of that. Similarly for like the Simbeam or the Reaper or whatever, or even the Sombra is like it just gives such a shift in healing, right? Because not only do you're still getting healing and they don't get healing for a few seconds. So the HP swing during Suzu, even though it's only like a second and a bit, is actually really big because everyone's perma shooting. You know, like the Sim Beams just go in, the fucking the Reaper's just shooting, everyone's got really high uptime on their firing. That the Suzu is actually like a big health swing. So yeah, I'm actually getting increasingly Kiri pilled the more we see it. Zis, you fell asleep and missed a 5 mapper. Someone linked one of your tweets, Zis, when we were trying to figure out if you were the client or they were the client. That's what we were trying to figure out. I don't think we ever... like a lot of things in this stream, it's possible we lost focus and never came to a conclusion. Hold on, let me find it. Do I still have it open? This one, right? This is you? Someone linked this tweet. GG. So yeah, original theory was this guy is the client, right? For like not understanding that multiple people can be in charge of the same social media account. But also, I'm pretty sure there's an Esports Asia. Hold on. Overwatch Esports. Yeah, here we go. Overwatch Esports Asia, who does tweet. See? Player of a match. Ah, see? 7k followers. Yeah, but it exists. It's a way smaller platform, but it obviously is the official channel, right? So the argument would actually be that, well, what you actually want then is you want this channel to maybe set up some scheduled tweet to point to the other channel, right? This is now a social media analysis stream. Yeah, so I think there's a point in terms of what you actually want is you want this one to point to the other one loads more, right? So set up a scheduled tweet for saying, go follow all the action on this timeline or whatever it is, you know? So there's a point there. You want me to go over replies in the other one? Let's see. How does it work? Does anyone know how Twitter works? Show more replies. Did you know that multiple people, Meme Machine, this sounds like you. You probably have it on your phone and PC. Shocking, right? Yeah, I think there's still an argument that it should point to it more. I think it's not without merit. You said the codes are up?
Yeah, after the runaway game, Teru, like,
the real thing is that nobody cares about it. Is it really? But this is like the old Overwatch account, right? So this is like insanely boosted. Overwatch Esports. Whereas this is the old, what, Korean Contenders account, maybe?
Esports crew, what do we really learn about that? They have to beat some Prisa if they want to be taken seriously going forward against teams like Yeti and...
Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah, it is the old Esports Korea account. Yeah. So that's why it has such, like, I guess, initial starting points. But yeah, 100%, you want the main one, point to this all the time. Check past tweets. Oh, fuck. I'm pretty sure it is, to be fair. I can't be bothered to get all the way back, but I'm pretty sure it is. Oh, wait. We missed the fucking walkout? Hold on. Fuck. Bow, okay. Little headband as well. I'm worried that... You ever be to any of these fucking weddings? You guys ever go to those weddings where they have like the photo booths, and in the photo booths they have a little trunk of things with like funny hats and funny glasses to wear? This is this seems to be the level we've descended to in Korean Overwatch.
So the thing that Genesis is winning in the last several weeks
Okay.
is these jerseys.
For photo booth chunk, thank you, Arthur. All right, hands in.
I mentioned to Seth, like if you see any.
Oh, Decay's got something in his eyes. Fuck.
When you're there, let me know. I'll pay for shipping. See if I can get it
Why does every team have the same props as WG just forcing them? Actually, probably almost certainly.
Okay, marking it down. Genesis.
Yeah, just a little bit of retweets, a little bit of love. Genesis is better?
Number 13.
Possibly, yeah. You said the replay codes are up as well.
Starting roster for SPG.
Well, they are indeed. Which one was it? The King's Row, I feel like, is the big one.
I don't actually
How do we want to do this then? Because obviously the game's starting. But there's also some things to figure out.
Not really.
Should we just try and swap back between? We'll just try and min-max.
Which is a little bit rare. Usually teams throw.
Watch replays. I want to watch the game for gambling. Picture in picture.
So
Just do replays and breaks? Yeah, like we'll min-max it a little bit, right?
played.
And then we can just finish whatever we make. Well, finish whatever is left over.
They tank around a little bit. Kellen has been playing since.
Because you never know. Maybe Sim Prisa have an upset in them. And maybe we'll actually learn more from this.
Before that, but Kellen has stepped in to play the
Commander min-max. That's what I'm aiming for. That's what I'm aiming for.
Playing a lot of Sigma and trying to pull the teammates in as also the coach, as one of the older members in the team.
Let's see. I'm going to check in now who's in.
And it is going to be
Checking now who's in Overwatch on my friends list to see who's hard at work potentially researching. You know? So even both side by side and put Subway servers on.
Thank you. I went back for the.
You don't get Korean clean feed? There's no such thing as a Korean clean feed. It's not a thing in Korea. Not a real thing. But yeah, currently in-game in menus, Chow, Chris, Haddy, Theomatic, Adam, and Paintbrush. Alright, I'm locking in for the interview though. We're actually behind as well.
Many different roles within the team.
자, SPG의 원수민님 오늘 이번 경기 1승.
Funny way of
Winners
hiding my
critical
demotion
to
to
climb
level
up the
1.
standings and the team bring home the
By just
victory.
claiming level 2 doesn't
This
exist.
question goes for Wonsumin.
최대한 하고 있어서 오늘 꼭 이길 수 있도록 노력해 보겠습니다.
It's possible
Of
Paint could have
course,
just
we are
left his
trying
game
our
open
best
as
to get
well.
that W, so we'll make sure to give it our all today.
어제 모두가 기다리던 1승을
And
드디어
as for
따내셨는데
What
this
we
next
saying,
question
Callie?
goes to Kalios. Genesis finally got their first W win.
What a quick
yesterday.
outfit change
Will the
Kalios
team able
does.
to keep up the
Every
momentum?
time he does a quick outfit change.
지금 조금 느린 스타트라고 생각을 하고
And I think we're off to a slow start.
더 이상 패배는 없는
And
마인드로 진행을 해보도록 하겠습니다.
We're coming into the with the mindset that no more losses are allowed.
안 치시는 거죠?
No more losses allowed.
저번에 제가 너무 깜짝 놀래가지고
Or we'll blow up the team.
Yeah, and
오늘의
no
1승
players will be
어떤
retiring.
팀이 가져가게 될지
As
정말
Kallio said, he will retire all the
지금까지
players
SPG의
if
원수민님, 그리고
they lost
제네시스의
yesterday.
칼리오스님과
And that is it for the
이야기
team rep
나눠봤습니다.
interview.
I
자,
feel
오늘
like
마지막 경기
And
I feel like the
before we
stakes are
head
still the
to
same
Martino,
though if we're
cast.
Genesis.
오늘의 맵 또 확인해 보시죠.
Thank you, Quest. And yeah,
Can we get a fashion analysis stream? Kalios is winning for sure. Kalios was winning for sure.
Yeah, I think that was the
Who did Genesis play yesterday? Vesta.
that they were hoping for. Didn't really get one. It was a pretty close.
I feel like the problem is if you lose to Simprisa today, they should actually be back on the we all need to fucking end it train. Right, now we should be back on the like blow up the team train. If we lose to Simprisa, blow up the team, Kalios, I think. That would be my advice.
Living up to its name. Very new. I don't think we've seen
Genesis play
any
FTG
teams
next
in the
week.
Korean region
Well,
so far. It's been
I don't know.
100% as
Have you
processed
factored in that
as
Genesis have outlawed
less than missing a
losses?
match. We
and
are
FTG
getting
have
to,
not.
Week 3, so some of it's starting to blend a little bit together. But as far as I know, we haven't seen new Queen Street because if you
No
would've
King's
seen it,
Ray?
it would've
Wait, do we not
probably
actually
been
get a King's
Dr.
Ray?
Queen
Wait,
Meta. So
wait. Have I gone
like
past it?
that SPG is coming out with kind of.
Wait, I've gone past it.
Tweet.
Midtown? New Queen Street? Midtown into New Queen Street? Oh, fucking hell.
Or SPG. SPG, if you play the game, you must win is the top right. And
Let's see.
an event called SPG.
Wait, wait,
And
what's this one? Can anyone translate this one? Can you see it? Let me do that. Building. This is a building. Kicking a person off a building. Is this Kalios if a team loses? Kalios is going to kick him off a building? I can't translate, but... I feel like this is a picture of... This is an artist's impression of Kalios retiring the team.
SPG win event. SPG
How's it Kalios after a bad beat? All right.
Solid. Recently.
The New Junk City beat.
For me,
all right, Kellen is in.
Remain to be the tank and support lines. I think Decay and Choice A1.
King Kellen, as they say.
Choice A1, you know, I'm gonna say it. I think he's more consistent than Decay. Decay has these enormous peaks.
Is Kalios the next Laurie or something? Well,
it feels like Decay.
He is threatening to blow up the team.
Doesn't really have the impact, whereas Choice A1, I feel is just the more consistent player.
X. Why do you think most teams prefer Symmetra over Sombra on most points? So, the way I'm looking at it now, I think actually I'm looking at the Sim as a Reaper alternative. And that the Sim gets to do a lot of the same things the Reaper does in terms of having all this like high damage output in the close brawl. But also the Sim gives you loads more tools to use in terms of we can TP out of ults, we can TP disengage stuff, we can TP to flip the map, we can TP to take care of high ground, we can TP our Sojourn onto the high ground, we can TP all of these different things. And the Sim wall is, yeah, you're right, the Sim wall is obviously a big part of it as well. So I think, I don't know, there's part of me that's leaning towards, and it sounds ugly as fuck, but I don't know if like Sombra Sim would be the optimal. I don't know. Let me close for Polvo. Let me close for poll. Alright, we'll get a bit more Sojourn. Alright, wait, science? Wait. All the scientists lock in. Because we're now getting Sim Reaper versus Sim Sojourn. So now we'll get to see if the Sojourn can take over. In theory, the Brawl fight should be heavily favoured for Genesis. Kellen's obviously taken 1 billion damage and Ade has killed the Reaper. Fade is in time. Mackerel will live, but they're playing on the back of point with no Reaper now, so they're going to have to get first flip, and it's a treacherous situation for Genesis out here. Very treacherous. They're going to try and TP away. They've managed to disengage a little bit. It's 1-for-1. Terry trades for 2U. It's a positive trade, though. Full beam going. Argon is in trouble. Still in control of a point here, Sin Prisa, despite losing their tank, but how long can it really last? Kitsune Rush used by Lee Soo-min. Oh, not a huge amount of respect for the economy, but maybe Ade's just doing it. Decay's back. Ade kills him. I mean, it could be possible now, like, because we've seen T's come back. They're holding, actually. Simprisa World. The CX coin image got used. Sombra Simba was your idea, Pad Sander? I literally invented both of those heroes, so stop trying to claim credit for other people's work. It's actually it's one of your more unflattering characteristics, Pad Sander. But yeah, Ade's taken over and maybe is making a case for the Sombra here, right? Oh, sorry, for the Sojourn. Coalescence coming right through here. B over top now. B is met. Overclock and wall. Oh, Ade's got all the way in. He gets one for it. Blossom in the back. I don't know. Okay. Oh, 2U's going to just about win it. And Simprisa actually held on the entire way. Why are they playing Moira? I guess nobody told him. Amaka was on it for a second.
Everything. Well,
yeah, so far Sojourn does look better. Alright, coming back through. Sim advantage now for Choice A1. So big chance here. Kitsune Rush available for Lee Soo-min. So as long as there's some sort of intersect, I think the intersect is the key with these ults. Alright, Cage is going to come back in. Wall is good though. Advantage now for Genesis with this wall. Focus down 2U as a result. Not too shabby. Straightforward conversion of the ults. And they did use Kitsune Rush there, so good retake. Coalescence available. Maybe that's it. Coalescence obviously does go through Sim Wall and all of this as well.
And the Sim ult is up for Simprisa. Should allow them to get in.
Surely Mauga does too much against No Reaper? I don't think so. I think the sim is a lot of pressure on the Mauga too. Simply stun the Moira out of Cole. Simple. Just stomp on him. Literally, stand on your problems. Here we go. Cole's coming through, but it's actually a stomp. It's a Kellen stomp. They trade. Again, DK gets caught, so we may be seeing this Sojourn Reaper matchup. Doesn't feel great at all so far for DK. Beats over the top here, both of them matching. Ade does have this overclock going. Will be forced all the way back. TP out now. Back to point. Ults. So it's going to be a Kitsune rush for Lee Min, but loads of DPS ults coming for Genesis here, so still a great chance to win. Oh, Suzu is good. Kitsune rush 2 have to get way out of there. They managed to stabilize, but now Genesis have disengaged it as well. Blossom hiding. Check your corners for Blossom. DK will literally be in the corner of your room waiting to Blossom you if you're not careful. And that's exactly what happened to Sim Prisa here.
Death Blossom immediately will be having extra tools later on for the fights.
No Sombra today? No, it's all Sim. It's all Sim.
Simpress has nothing to work with. Genesis, as long as
surely SPG don't fumble here. Never forget, especially, it's always bingersable. Always bingersable.
Reaper inside of a cage fight is almost...
Yeah, I'm still super Sombra pilled, but I don't know. The problem is, I can see a lot of the case for the Sim. We promise we don't have any good science where people have still been playing Sombra, really. Alright. Can go... Gonna get one touch. Can go Funas with beating Cage if they want. There we go. Cage is a very separate vote. It's a very small Venn diagram overlap where both cages exist. Ade's in that overlap. And they're going to win it, actually. They've just had... Yeah. It was just an ult advantage, actually. They can't get a touch now. Kellen saving his KD. Are we Sim Sombra pilled as a DPS line? I don't know. Like, I can see a lot of advantages for the Sim. I can see a lot of advantages for Sojourn. I can also see a lot of advantages for the Sombra.
Neither side should be thrilled with their execution on either side, but clutching it out.
But obviously you can only run 2 DPS, right?
Yeah, Decay, couple nice kills.
Yeah, Karios, it's time to put him down. What's the answer? What, of the 3?
That's really where they're...
I don't know. The safest thing to do whenever in doubt is just to blind copy, right? Just to blind copy and apply none of your own thought.
Continue to run this Reaper guy
so I think...
as best they can.
I think Sim Sojourn seems to be the one. It's hard to, it's really hard to tell without seeing the Sombra in action. You know when we had Seeker Theory, right? And we were really convinced that if a Malga team runs for Sombra, the Orisa can't play. But then actually that didn't really translate in reality, you know? Yeah, it didn't really translate at all. Even if a theory seems good, practically it wasn't actually as easy to get that stuff off. And there's always this thing, we used to call it paint theory in London, whereas you just do something like this. This is a paint window. You do your fucking colouring, you do your lines like I always do. You go, this is the theory, guys. This is, you use this, and then this happens, and then these things happen. But sometimes that doesn't always actually translate into reality, or it's not as consistent. Not as consistent to actually happen like that. So the theory doesn't hold up in the real world, you know? Yeah, I think the original Sim versus Orisa makes sense, right? Because you can just damage through the spin, which is what we've seen a lot of. But people are still keeping the Sim in the Malga mirror, which is like the next step of figuring it out. Kalios paused the game to grab the gun. Fuck. Fuck.
That's what the left side says. Yeah, the fan drawing has been incredible.
All right. Seems like everyone's locking back in. Are we back?
I think the only doodle I ever learned how to...
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm a very sim-pilled man anyway. Just generally in life. So I could be quite easily convinced that Sim's just high value all the time.
Because it just started with a spiral circle, right? You called that the legs.
Terry about to get executed. It's possible.
That was my only...
If I lose this game, Decay's rotting corpse on the pod. I don't think Decay seems like the sort of person we'd be able to get. Yeah, the TP out of Cage. Is EMP charging faster than Cage, though? Yeah, EMP charges faster than Cage for sure. 100%. I think Cage is actually normally the last ult most of these teams get.
Yeah, you don't
So
need-
I still think the EMP
why
can be
would
such high
Coyote
value, but
force
again, I wonder if, I don't know, I guess for Furious, for Sojin can just outvalue that.
Which would have been dope.
Obviously, the more teams play against Sombra, the better teams
Anyway,
get
here nor there,
outplay an
not higher
EMP.
for the entertainment industry and what it has become. Let's get back.
What's
into
Hattie's Malga like? Literally no idea, but Hattie's always like, Hattie's normally at least okay at most heroes, and it's sort of in his wheelhouse, right? It's a big guy, he's got a charge, he's got a cage, you know. Alright, here we go.
They're
Garden.
going to keep it until there's a
Sim Sojin versus Sim Reaper. Genesis still on the Reaper pill. Moira 2.
Really well. So they're just gonna
Coming
close
round,
up,
slam in
go
aggressively
for
from
downs
Kellen.
and
It's going to cost him loads of his health. Now, Tuyu's going to take a step back. Tuyu's super low, but it's actually Argon who gets the initial one. What's really true, actually, is the Disruptor shot is really nice against, like, the Sojin and Reaper, right? Like, if you're a Sojin and you're getting pushed, but you're able to just save your Disruptor shot to put in front of you, or put it in front of, like, a Sim who's being aggressive or a Reaper who's being aggressive. The Disruptor shot actually does a lot to it, I think. Really annoying for the Reaper and Sim to work around. So there's probably a lot of tools, if you're clever, to try and give yourself a space and time on Sojin. Yeah, it might just be a comp gap. DK's now going to go over to the Sojin. So I guess this first round or so will be interesting, because it just felt like DK's really struggled to get any meaningful distance in. Overclock over top, no problem. Alright.
Genesis, they're popping one ultimate at a time, and Simprisa.
You're going to go over some replays today, but seems like everyone's left it behind now. Yeah, it's an arms race. It's an arms race. I mean, it's because we're so close to the patch, right? Still in the first week of the patch, it's always going to be like this. You even saw when we were watching all the scrims, you know, we were watching Spray Check and SSG, and we were watching Toronto. We were seeing stuff changing, like, every couple of days at least. There'd be, like, new comps, or even teams would have all these different answers and stuff as well. So you enjoy playing with fire.
Early overclock just to get Teru down, as Teru will have the beat.
Alright. All the ults, Kitsune Rush advantage. Interesting to see, you see Maka's also made for Kiri switch now as well. Beats for both teams, cage for both teams, wall for both teams, overclock advantage. And maybe this Kitsune Rush is actually the big advantage. Gonna drop the cage here. Counter cage comes out, symbol out as well. Argon's gonna drop it. B is okay. Ade doesn't get Tuyu doesn't give a B, I think. He's gonna get burned down. They're somehow keeping him alive through all of this, but it's Maka who finds the opening kill. Kitsune Rush wasn't there either. In theory, should have been a good fight for Sim Prisa, but they're gonna lose it. Maka now ultimately probably ends up being overkill, ironically, by the time he uses it. But it was like a 10-0. It was a 10-0. It was a 10-0 fight. Yeah, it didn't need to be a 10-0 fight, but it was a 10-0 fight.
Really both sides, but since both sides
should have bet more on SPG. I'm a believer.
Simprisa Gaming and Genesis. Well,
all right, Simprisa need one retake to win the map. This is where it's important to point out it's bingus-able.
Nearing the overclock, probably the closest we have to an ultimate right now. Simprisa only a single fight away. They're just going to come and walk on the point.
Farming value bets today. Oh, hold on. I can't get my headset comfortable. All right, overclock over the top. Sin TP is going to be used. Ade's going to have overclock soon. Still needs to force their way off this point. Oh, they catch choice of one. Oh, it's over. It's over. Ade's done it. Sin Prisa have won map 1. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? All right. Hashing it.
I love that from Aid. No hesitation. Moment overclock comes up, just slams it, knows that there's the advantage.
All right. We'll give the next one going then. Fuck. I guess it's a Sim Prisa world.
There, to the point where Genesis was not even playing ultra standard.
Money.
By that, I mean their approach onto the map a couple times. There's a reason that you go through White Room. They were just trying to catch SPG off guard, and it's not a great sign where you feel like you have to surprise SPG on this. Decay's Reaper looked good. Decay's Sojourn. Aid kind of got the better of that one overall.
All right, locking in. What are we doing?
He certainly did.
Minus 2.5k. Fuck. Wait, hold on. I just need to like reset my ears. Ugh. What do we think of a Moira versus Kiri choice? Is it just down to how face? No, I think Kiri might just be better almost regardless. What's for replay? Good shout, Bernard. At least one of us is taking this seriously. Right, let's keep this live though. Keep the audio ticking over. Launch in. Replay code. King's Row was the most when we first started really noticing it, right?
Weird. So it's always, you always have to take it with a grain of salt of like, oh, this team is clearly better than the other. It is very volatile. I think a lot of
let's see, what am I doing?
If you win the first fight, you're in
Go to
such
browser.
a stronger advantage. But early on, there was that moment I think where Decay really thought that he had 2U and really thought they were going to sustain, and then they lost Decay on the Reaper. Losing control at that point means that you have to switch off of the Reaper. That means you're behind on the Sojourn. And
highlights.
If you
highlights.
can't equalize on the Sojourn,
I've got some highlights.
You out of your overclock, you're almost always
Let's take a
going
goose, shall we?
behind. So, interesting stuff. I don't know, man. Genesis, I still have no idea where this team is. It's surprising.
I think I should turn Hex up. Is it too loud for you guys? Because I've got it turned down quite a bit on my end. Is that actually too loud for you guys? Honest question.
And after the break, we will come back with map number 2.
Any volume checks? It's a little loud. Okay. By like 2. It's already like, I don't even know what it is, but it's like, yeah, it's on like 2% volume right now. Yeah. So I turned it down I got it down to 2% from like 4 or something. Can you turn it down? I can still hear Hex. Fuck. Anyway, all right, should we lock in? All right, all eyes on Violet. Let's watch it from the main man's POV. All right, step 1, we're on heels. Can you turn it up? I can hear. All right, we're on heels. We're on heels. I was slightly ahead. Maybe some of this is just for things. Just on heels. But look here, right? Look at Burner's health. Look at Hambin's health. Right? So obviously I know Burner's walking through the choke and stuff. Oh, no, actually, like, Hambin's walking through the choke, right? So he should take more damage. He's amping heals now, yeah, for it. This isn't like, I don't know, nothing. It was the attack, wasn't it? It was. I remember this one now. It's actually the attack that was, or he was hard gapping him. Hold on. Hold on. The attack is the better example. All right, here we go. All right, so dead even, right? Dead even on it. Just idling heals now. Just getting more. He's gonna amp already. I just actually, it's half a speed amp though to try and stay on. He's way ahead now, but he's also used an amp, right? I presume Chio has amped. Oh yeah, it's mostly like a disengage amp from him though. Like Violet was using his when we were all booped off. Alright, it's got where Hambin kind of ends. Yeah, I don't know. Some of this just feels like the damage, really. Let's go. The problem is, Venice, like, it's really the first fight's now the easiest to tell because it's such like a clean situation. Because it was in both the overtime fights as well, right? We really felt this. All right. Oh wait, is it starting? All right, we'll be quick. So now Chio's actually slightly ahead, right? Because some of this is always true, right? If you're always the team walking in, you do take more damage. Just because of the nature of walking into somewhere. He's going to amp now. Right. Some of this is just he doesn't die, right?
Legitimate squad with some
Like, it is like a full value, it's like a full value thing. Yeah, it's all heals.
I kind of get it. It seems
I mean, if you just look as well, like, you know what I mean? Like, there's just like...
win against BC didn't set them
Stalker's
up.
obviously going to do some self-healing as well, but like,
Some Prisa.
everyone's... It's like a full value amp, right?
We should beat them. We're
He's not really ahead now. He's ahead now, right? But obviously Chio's, at this point, Chio's having to fucking, like, speed out, really. Hambin's taken no damage. Yeah, I don't think there's anything, like, complicated here. Because see here, for example, Hambin is taking damage, right? Like, Burner's taking more damage.
Single map win was against Russia.
Wait, am I missing the game?
Map type.
What is about to start?
This makes a lot of sense for your
Do you think Burner is just Burner not shooting the tank? Like in this initial trade, right? Feeling proper. If I'm Hambin, what am I doing? Just loading it. I'm still doing the same thing, right? I don't know.
It's fine. You don't the nano. Yeah. It's just the cowboy. That's it. Rotate left. Give it time. Oh my.
Wait, are they started? Fuck, should we lock in? Yeah, I mean, he doesn't shoot Hambin a single time, but I don't know. I feel like that was... Is that not the default thing anyway? Not the default thing, but I feel like in these things, it's always the DPS. Like, I don't know.
Okay, you forget that happened. Genesis, move on, reset.
We'll come back to it, because we need to see more, but I don't know. I don't think there's anything...
From the Sojourn.
I don't think there's anything, like, super overt that I'm seeing that he's just doing. Like, other than he's just, like, oh, he's on heal and sitting his team and charging it, but that's also, like... That's just how a Lucio should be played. That's how a Lucio should play any rule comp, right? He's not doing anything, I think, unique there.
It must have been really good. Right.
Yeah, I don't know.
As Genesis, some skirmishes back and forth this time. As they know they
I mean, I don't think you're inherently wrong, Wilder, but I also haven't actually seen it, if you know what I mean. Like, because that was versus Reaper as well, so, like, Burner takes more damage, but both Malgas are trying to shoot the DPS. You know, like, Burner drops onto proper, but then Hambin's trying to shoot the sim as well, you know?
he immediately falling from the
Might just be as simple as just, like, tighter formation or something. Yeah.
Great value.
right on point.
What am I looking at?
Sick macro though too.
Let's look into this game, though, because there'll always be more time and more examples, and we might even learn something from this game. Go back and watch Teru. Fucking hell.
Take that. Every.
There was for Isumi and Namaka. Isumi rushes up for Isumi and Namaka.
Teru's getting in there. He's in there. That's actually a Bliss rollout there, where you just go flying in first.
Tools in the bank. You open with Kitsune here, you know you're gonna have that advantage. Worst
How are Genesis so bad? It doesn't make sense. Well, they're just fucking gone now. It's the same as, like, once you're gone as a team, everything can get way worse than you ever expect it to. Alright, I think Keller just uses the cage here to stop the overclock, but Ade's going to go look somewhere else instead. Cage is now better from 2U.
Follow up, DK responds a little bit, but aid. Simpressa Gaming seems like their defense is.
Oh, terrible time to reload. Thanks, team. I'm not sure if he actually even missed the cage. I think Kellen's doing, like, we saw some people doing this where they, like, just use it as, like, a shield, but I think it's, like, a horrendous use of a cage.
90 seconds.
If the meta is Reaper Sombra Sim, surely someone picks up Sparkle Doa. The rosters are locked. These rosters that we see are locked until the major. Maybe even for the major, actually. I'm not 100%, but these rosters are locked in. All this pickup stuff, it's a myth. you're not picking anyone up. EU and NA will have a gap between seasons, but in Korea it's locked. Get him! Go on, Hyunjae. Get him! Get him! Felon in the corner. It's a full hold. Takei is stuck with Terry for life. They've actually combined for life.
Empty their bank. Kellen's gonna have to do something we haven't seen Kellen do yet and have a really good cage fight. There's no one else that can help them out.
Are you allowed to sign people for the major? I don't know what happens in the bit between the end of tournament and the major. I don't know. I have to check the rulebooks. Where's Takei? Oh, fuck. They've just got the beat advantage. It's over. They get one more fight, maybe? One more fight? Oh. Kill Terry slow. Okay, just kill him fast as well. You can't for Korea? You locked into after the major? Yeah, I think that makes sense. What do we... Oh, he's got the cage! Anyone touches? Any touches? No. No. No touches. It's a full hold. SGG are spawn camping. Yeah, I mean, it's what we're seeing. It's what we're seeing. Terry's got a bad skin too. Yeah. Imagine if Genesis had Ice and Will instead of Takei and Kellen. Don't know. I originally thought there was no way to make that team worse, but good shout, Will. Are you winning today, Will? You've got the rematch, right? Oh yeah, looking for revenge. It was a 3-2 dogfight last time. Are we in for another? Are we in for another 5-map dogfight, or is this one? Is this one gonna be a little bit more composed, a little cleaner? Which EU teams are playing today? So there's. Let me try and get this right. 3-0 for Arya. Fuck. So Arya and Sheer Cold. Probably actually the headline game, that one, honestly. We can double check. I can't remember all the games. But the Arya Sheer Cold one is the headline one. Oh yeah, Left Right Good Night versus Quick. That won't be that good. And then EXO versus Seltzers. Yeah, it's actually Arya are actually the headline game. We'll get to watch Kazakh Kai take on the mighty EXO though. Argon is immediately dead. So they flipped a point here with a Sojourn. And he has the M80 game. Yeah, but nah. The M80 game is timeless Obsidian, right? So I think M80 will just roll that. The interesting NA game, I think, is the Citrus Nation versus LFO. The Citrus Nation versus LFO rematch. Yeah, that's the big one.
Yeah, I think they were all coming back with the spawn. Or must have been
Citrus Nation rise up. They're back.
Some better alternatives for Genesis, but not by a far big margin.
Alright, Sim TP. It's a fake TP. Just walk in. Turrets up. We isolated. We're trying to shoot down Kellen. Oh, Ade's just been crushed. Not sure about that one. They're going to fake TP, but still just try and walk on Kellen.
Argon got Kellen, and it seems like that has made some Prisa rethink.
Value bets on Citrus will go crazy, you think? Maybe the value bet's actually on LFO. Maybe there'll be too many Citrus heads. Alright, so...
Even if you have to use Kitsune Rush, you need to force out one of these.
We're looking at a 10 ult already. Looking at a 10 ult for this one. Genesis have all the ults slightly earlier. Sim Prisa.
Might be waiting for the sound barrier from Kanjay.
Slow and steady. Argon, I'm going to copy headshot. I mean, Sim Prisa are in no rush to move. Disengage now. Kitsune Rush. Yeah, I think this Sim will beat Kitsune Rush. Don't go inside the room, though, Kellen. They're going to Kitsune Rush out themselves. Now they need their own Sim Wall. Beat as well. Choice of One gets demolished in the meantime. The beat's not in time. Cages are going to be dropped by Kellen. It's not enough. Ade. Decay's trying to clutch. Oh, no problem for Ade. Sim Prisa. 3-0. Was an Ajax in there? Fuck me. That was no Ajax. False call. False call. It was slightly late beat, right? Because there's a point here where Choice One gets hit by a stomp. Maybe it's actually just a 2U play. Oh, Hyunjai Ajax? No, Hyunjai's went off, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's actually just a stomp. It's a stomp gap from 2U. Spreading misinformation. All right. Cashing it. Let's see. Prisa in. All right. Map numero 3. Is it a 3-0? At what point do we start to do full cap bets here for Genesis? Timeout for fake Ajax. Cool. Back to replay. No, there's. Well, we've got one more map, right? We've got one more map, so we'll get the poll up. We'll lock in for one more map. Let me go back to my other thing. Let me do. Okay. What are we watching? Oh yeah, burner POV. See who he's shooting. Spotter's now ahead on beat slightly. I mean, he's just kind of shooting him now. Just shooting wherever he sees. Shooting a DPS if he can. If not, just shooting something. Obviously, this is now like kind of a real fight taking place. Goes for the slam. Oh! Catches Chio. Alright, let's look at the... Is that how high we were on Kellen? Yeah, I mean, I still agree on how all my Kellen stuff. So he's bad at Malga. So what? Where are we going? Violet POV. You think the big difference is Burner is missing all his shots? He's got the lack of aim gap. Alright. See, look how early this amp is, right? He's just amping early. Because he did the same thing here. Like, this is... They all take the disruptor shot damage. This is it. This is it, right? This is it. It's the disruptor shot damage. Look at it. Early Suzu and amp. Because, I mean, to be fair, like, they are just taking a bunch of fucking damage. But look, the disruptor shot. I mean, they all just sit. Like... Yeah, but disruptor shot, they just all take damage from it. And then now if we look at the charge, obviously Proper's really close to overclock because of it, right? But Violet's really close to beat. I mean, I don't know if they're like, it's like, they're not playing for this, right? Like, I don't think they're playing to sit in the disruptor shot. I feel like that's like a stretch. But Violet's, because if Violet actually amped here in the previous fight as well, right? Like, so I think Violet is just happy to amp early for the beat charge. So he's done it again, right? Like, he's just amping. He's just amping for healing. He's just amping for nothing, right? He's just amping and gambling that, like, they're not gonna amp into him back. So, like, I think he's just amping early, if he can, right? And that's the idea. And then obviously they just kind of catch Hambin here. And now we're just chasing stuff. And I bet if we go to Colosseo now... Hold on. Where'd the replays go? Hold on. I'm just making sure the video's still playing so we don't miss anything. So if I go to Colosseo now, I feel like we're probably going to see the same thing, right? The guy's just amping. Colosseum, it was huge, was it? Yeah, let's have a goose. Let's have a goose then. Alright. We've amped out of spawn. Reasonable. Slow and steady. Slow and steady. Who won this game? Falcons did eventually. It was a 5-mapper, 3-2. Full on healing. I mean, to be fair, like I know I don't know, maybe this is like a, not to hand out private coaching for free, but whenever I coach a Lucio, right, one of the things I always talk about is when we are just in these AFK situations, why are we, don't just be on idle heal, right? Like, there's very few situations you might as well not just be on idle heal, making sure you get beat charge. Like, I feel like that's, I don't think there's a single Lucio player I've spoken to in my private coaching and not just said, you should probably be on heals more in some of these idle situations, you know? I think that is for the default most. I'm sure, I mean, maybe Astro will correct me, but I really think that's like the way to go.
Full holds do happen pretty often.
Yeah, like here there is an element of we're just hitting like we're just hitting a few dinks and stuff, right? We're just like constantly farming off Smurf. But yeah. So I don't know if like Burner's intentionally not shooting anyone. We can have a look. What was that? What was that? Is that just, what was that fucking sound? Fuck me. Why do they add all this stuff to the game? Usually for wall riding. Bebop sound? Oh. Alright, so how do they actually set up the shield kill here? Because there's like a few things, like the beat thing's like the obvious things to learn, but there's probably actually loads to learn about like some bits of this mirror, like the sim TPs and stuff. Well, they've just peeked actually, they've TP'd. They get Floor of a rail. Flora has the rail. Then we're going to TP him on for a rail attempt. I like it. TP for the rail attempt. Catch him. Hit the body shot, and Burner's just peeking at the same time now because we're doing a thing. Or SPG started map 3. Okay, let's go back.
We'll see if it works. Decay can carry on a cast. It's just a matter of, is the cast good enough versus this composition from Prisa?
Yeah, versus this competition, and in this meta, we haven't really seen cast.
Oh wait, hold on. I'm choking. Where's my thing gone? There we go, back. Alright. Closing the bet. Don't manipulate the market. Genesis of another value bet.
They don't have any damage dealers out now. Trying to still bully this out, and Genesis should be able to win this fight.
Kellen is an Orisa. It's true. I mean, I don't think this comp is crazy at all from Genesis. I think we've seen Toronto have success with this comp into Malga, right? This was like from the free scrim they had with M80, so as really possible this comp isn't awful at all. Interesting we see Genji come out from Argon as well. Who do you think will take over EU on this meta? I mean, in theory, if it is like Sim Sojourn, it's probably a pretty nice meta if you're SSG. I feel like it's actually a bad meta for Spray Check if it's... I mean, obviously Sojourn's good for Kai, but it means you put Kev on Sim. I don't know about that. And Best does not look like the greatest Malga, at least early on. Then who else? EXO? Probably doesn't favour EXO at all, I think. Maybe Twisted Minds? Yeah, I could actually... Twisted Minds is a good shout, yeah. It's Twisted Minds might actually be pushed over the top by this meta. SSG and Twisted Minds should go up. Maybe Spray Check trend down. Alright. Finish all the kills here. Get him! Nice. Sorta on Sim and Kev on Sojourn.
Silver lining. Got picked off.
Dunno. In a weird way, I don't know. You probably still just put Kev on Sim, right? Yeah. I think you still put Kev on Sim and Kai on Sojourn. Cloudy on Sim? How do I think Timeless will do in an A? I don't know, really. I don't know. Like, I know Rocket has a good Tracer. And obviously Chopper has a good Sojourn. But I don't know what Rocket's other heroes are like, really. I think Rocket's Mei was really bad when I saw it. But I don't know about his other heroes.
But 47 to 15.
Yeah, I think Kev's Sojourn's alright, but he's not going to be Quartz level or something, or he's not going to be Kai level, really.
Lead on push early on.
How is Dart affected by this? Well, Dart can do anything, so Dart's relatively unaffected by all of this. Oh, we also have Seonjin as well. Yeah, true. But I know a lot less about Seonjin. Okay, Decay. Alright. Alright. Decay's rolling back. Rolling back for years to the good old times.
I think Prisa was going to go for the window.
Blade. Oh, Lamp is good. They've held him back. Oh, he's found Teru. Still only 1 for 1 though. Tank advantage still. Kellen, just stabilize around Kellen and we'll be okay. Stabilize around Kellen.
Fight away from getting control of this map. They want to back up.
Did Shu get a force under? No. He's on Kiri pretty much the entire time, I think.
Rotate left. Obviously, they're going to see it and set up a window. Set up a window that they
Alright, window advantage. Window should be a hard up. We'll have to disengage it, really. Ade's too wide. They're going to pick him off. Genesis have composed themselves. Oh, they've lost the robot, though. Fuck.
But Prisa had bot control during that time. They pushed it back. So they're just stalling.
Argon considering going. Magnetic grenade. Misses. TP forward into the cage. Lamp is going to do nothing. Nowhere to go. Backline has been caged completely. Now just focus down the Orisa. Get him. Punch him. Alright. Simprisa back on top.
I don't know how that works.
Well, 2U's definitely not taking damage. It's just staying at 700 HP with the passives and then the cardiac overdrive. Yeah. Maga's got some big...
Maybe Sten's just going to sign a main support player. Honestly,
5 minutes left, halfway through the map. Genesis
we can talk about the Terry situation.
won. They've not won.
Respect I deliver press up. Yeah, well,
Just giving up forward spawns on line.
the anticipation was Genesis weren't good, but they weren't this bad. But also I feel like this is actually this type of meta, if it suddenly becomes like a really intense Malga, macro, group up, use our ults in the correct order type of meta, now that's an absolutely horrendous meta to have if your team is completely mentally boomed. Like, obviously there's no good meta if you're completely mentally boomed, but this type of meta is even worse.
Yeah, Decay will clean it up. It's always real easy to attack. And
What am I saying? Oh yeah, they did. Oh yeah, I've literally... Yeah, to be fair, I am just lying. I forgot they did double flex on King's Row, but it's just fucking... Yeah, it's just fucking nonsense, really, no? No, they did double flex on King's Row. Oh, alright, Ade's rolling it back. Ade's rolling it back. Don't need for Blade either. We're going to have Blade and Kitsune Rush going into this next fight. Window and Terra Surge are actually a pretty good one. How are you not going to pick a Lucio player in 2024? Fuck.
You don't even need to use your own to have the blade go in. I'm saying that Genesis has no defense for the blade now. Because that beat
Aura Surge. Sarah Surge. Have you met my wife? Sarah Surge. Sarah Surge was actually the name of a waitress I was talking to in Hooters about Sideshow. Alright. Blade to go through, Kitsune Rush to go through, beat for the next fight, no trading.
They're going to hit 80 plus meters. Lurking, but I think they know he's there. There were some Lucios flying by.
Alright. Terra Surge, Pulse Bomb, Cage and Beat. Cage and Beat have to be better. Terra Surge is actually pretty good into Cage, to be fair. Oh, he's... Oh my god, what are we? Terra Surging Kellers. Ah, Mac is dead as well. We've traded Choice A1. Any more trades will feel reasonable. Choice A1 gets another one. Okay. Choice A1 dragging his team, kicking and screaming into this map. They're not. Yeah, they're gonna get it. I guess we should have done a full cap prediction, eh? Fuck.
Could keep pressing the issue, but 2U's low, so they're gonna back out.
Genesis should retire after this match. Yeah. Yeah. Hmm.
Genesis is gonna play the next 3 fights perfect. I'm not.
Fuck, they got him. All right. Puncher's chance now. Puncher's chance if you're Genesis. All right, they trade actually as well. Okay, okay. Argon doing another point. Reasonable. All right.
Hey, Choice of One's had a good tracer. It's been fine. But Argon just gonna die in the
No fucking way SPG are winning. I mean, it's not the craziest thing in the world that SPG are winning. The fact that SPG might free them is fucking wild.
They have to have beat. They have to get their so far, it's been a weakness of
Is the 3-0 is the wild bit, I think. Should not be in this situation. Alright, coming back out. Oh, gonna Kitsune rush anyway. It's scary. Stomp though. Lamp's good. Beat's good. Gonna have to use everything for this, but they should get cap. Any trades are good now. Argon gets 1. Any trades are good. Ah, alright. Alright. It's still like a decent trade just because it's for Cassidy, so he's back slowing.
because of where the window was and where the angle was going to take, and to try to save Lee Soo-min to you.
You think they should get Frogger? I don't know. That's not the solution. I don't think it's Teru that's the problem. I don't think he's helping. But I don't think he's the only problem by a long shot.
Genesis, no support ults now. What do you have?
Alright, overclock. No need to rush it now if you're Sin Prisa. Got all the ults, got all the time. Get 2 fights even if you lose this next one. They've got Terra Surge and Pulse Bomb. Can put it down. Can wind it down. Alright, not a good start. High noon. Oh! Blade over top. Can they protect him? He gets 1. Ade's taken over now, though. C9. Oh! I mean, I think they'd lost anyway, right? They'd lost anyway. Yeah. They'd lost.
Look, the map score is going to say 3-0, but trust me when I say it wasn't that close. That was as one-sided as I could have ever expected coming into this.
He's not. Cannon's not even up. Oh.
Defeated after the second map.
Fuck.
And then they came out running a comp that says, you know, we don't have a handle on what you guys are doing in this meta. We don't have a handle on that version of the Maga meta. So they all run their comfort picks. Choice A1 had some moments. Decay hit some shots, but overall,
we're blowing up a team.
From both of the damage players, and there's still a lot of questions.
They know what Kalios has planned out back. Yeah, get us the push off the building sign going again, shall we? Fucking hell. Fuck.
Here comes Lair of the match, and that is Aid.
Oh, reasonable player of the match. Aid. I can cop it. I can cop it.
High expectation is just going down, down, down every single day as we go.
Yeah, fair shout. Fair shout. I really think.
Oh. It could have been. Yeah, it could have been Aid. It could have been Argon. I think they both played super.
All right. What are we doing now then? What are we doing now? We need to. Should we do? I kind of want to watch some of the replays, but I'm also conscious that am I going to then watch 8 more hours of fucking Overwatch?
Genesis is saving grace.
Otherwise,
you know, you're almost looking at a 9th place. But now that you start thinking, you start spinning this forward with how bad Genesis
have a break. Yeah, but it depends when I have a break. Because does it make more sense to do the VODs now than to like do them before EU or something?
So it's something needs to change with Genesis. I think the other night in the team rep interview they said if we
I mean, I think it's fair to say that by the time we get to the NA region, there's no combination of actions I can take between now and then that will stop it just being an absolute fucking shit show, disaster, delusion, you know? Do VODs tomorrow in the toilet bowl? Tomorrow is Monday. What toilet bowl's happening on Monday?
Meta, what's new on the block? And the moment that Genesis stepped back and went to a week before, they have better plays individually. I mean, Chess One, Tracer, Decays.
Japan games? Oh, we're not watching the Japan games. No offense to the good people of Japan, but I'm not watching any of you play Overwatch. No offense, though, of course.
Right on the money with a lot of those shots starting to
I know there's obviously from what I gather, it's probably actually mostly Japanese people in chat. So I do apologize to the good people of Japan. Racist against Japanese people. No, Pad Sander. Racist against Japanese Overwatch.
Really strong. There's maps where you're.
How many players have got played for match of support in Korea? I think maybe just Fielder. Maybe just Fielder.
Also, I think Argon switched to the Genji.
I just would never trust your Preds today. I just lost too many points because of you. I mean, I got 2 of the games right. I only got 1 game wrong.
Really just good compositional picks from Simplicity.
And let's hear from the player of the
I only got 1 game wrong. I got the scores wrong on 2.
We are back with the final POTM interview.
All right, let's see what Ade has to say. He's got a little sign above his head.
Says today's main character. And today we have SPG taking the much-needed victory over Genesis. And please introduce yourself.
I think I hear screaming out
I
back.
am the DPS for Simplistic Gaming. Hey.
네, 에이드 선수 너무너무 반갑습니다. 자, 드디어 첫 승을 기록하셨어요. 코치님이
Finally
오늘
putting
경기
that W on the board.
아, 열심히 준비한 만큼 다 보여드리겠다라고 말하셨는데
And
3대 0으로
it was a 3 Overwatch win.
소감 들어볼까요?
So
What's
how do you
free
feel about the
Overwatch?
victory?
Yeah.
저희가 5연패하고 드디어 이제 첫 승을 거둬가지고
After the
이제 다들
5-match
이제
loss
기분이
streak
좋고,
and
저희가 그래도
taking that W
오늘은
today
저희가
made me feel really good.
연습했던 만큼 좀 잘 나와서
And
다행이라고 생각합니다.
our game plan worked.
네, 자 3대
well,
0으로
so I'm
승리를
very happy
가져오면서
that it did.
완벽하게 경기 흐름을 지배했습니다. 금요일 날 좀 패배 후에 메타 분석이라든지 좀
So after your
완벽한
loss on
피드백이
Friday,
있었던 것 같은데
what kind of feedback
어떤
did the team
이제
give to
Yours
one
for
another?
feedback to change for today.
진 경기들을 보면서 어떤 실수가 있었는지 아니면
So
이제 더
we
좋은 방법이 있었는지
research into what
코치님과
the mistakes,
선수들끼리 다
what the
같이
mistakes
토론을
were,
하면서
and
얘기하니까
what we
이게
could have
잘
done better.
어,
And I think there was
I
constructive
think there's a
feedback
solid
from the
player
coaches,
base in Japan.
between the
Not
coaches and the
skill wise, but I think there's like there's a player base in Japan in terms of like popularity of the game.
We were watching the VODs.
But I don't know how much they'll actually be able to be
kept,
competitive.
We checked each other's mistakes, and we gave each other advices.
그런 식으로 오가면서
And
저희 또
that's how the
피드백도
feedback
잘
went back
수용하고
and forth.
해서 오늘 좋은 경기가 나왔지 않나.
And I think that's why
네,
we
이렇게
put on a great
여러 가지
performance today.
피드백을 통해서 완벽해진 오늘 경기를 좀 보여주셨습니다. 그 와중에는 에이드 선수의 시원한 킬캐치가 눈에 띄었는데요.
You caught a lot of
팀원분들의 숨통을
clean
팡팡
kills.
틔워주는 오늘
The sign
경기였어요.
says
네.
that he's the protagonist.
You put you gave breath of life into your
했는데
team.
그래도 그만큼 이제 팀원들이 잘 앞에서
So how do you feel about that?
버텨줘가지고 제가 잘 쏠 수 있는 환경이
And I think
많이 나왔던 것 같습니다.
a lot of the credit goes to my
이렇게
teammates
빵빵 터뜨릴 때 팀
because
분위기가
they were able
어땠나요?
to make that windows where I was able to catch those kills.
또 칭찬도 해주고 그랬나요?
다들 이제 칭찬도 해주고
And
저도 이제 팀원들 칭찬도
The
많이
teammates,
해주고 오늘 분위기
everyone
너무
in the team
네,
were
오늘
giving,
좀 경기
praising each
중에
other,
카메라를
giving a lot of
많이
compliments,
봤었는데
boosting
계속
each
웃고
other's
계시더라고요.
morales.
오늘
And
또 이게
on camera, he always had a smile on his face. So
최근에 성적이 안 좋았는데
네.
그래도
Can
오늘
you tell us a little bit about that?
이 나가지고
And
저희
of course, we didn't have the best record coming into today's match, but
보는 또 저까지
because of
좀
the 3
웃음이 나올
Overwatch
정도였는데
win,
자, 오늘
I
POTM을
was very happy.
예상하셨습니다.
and that's why I was
소감
able to
한번
smile a
들어볼까요?
lot.
또 오랜만에 POTM
And
I've actually tuned out of this interview. I'm just not focusing at all.
기분은 엄청 좋네.
Or actually, sorry, a message,
네, 기분이
or in
엄청
terms of
좋네
receiving
라고
for POTM, he
말씀하셨습니다.
just says really
3세트
happy.
때 상대의 급 전략 변경에도 불구하고 또 깔끔하게 승리를 가져가셨어요. 자, 이런 부분에서는 어떻게 대처하셨을까요?
Genesis showcased the different team comp for map 3.
여러
So how did
가지 조합을
you?
상대하면서 이미 얘기가 다 나왔던 부분이라
What was the game plan for that?
이제 다른 조합이 나와도
And
어느 정도 대처 방안은 다 준비가 돼 있습니다. 저희는.
이미 다 대처
we
완료했고
anticipated their team
이미 다
comp,
파악
them switching up the
완료됐었다라고
team
말씀을
comps, but we were ready
해주셨습니다.
for it.
자 정말 오늘 끝나자마자 함성 소리와 함께 팬분들의 함성
There were a lot of
소리도
cheers
제
coming out
귀를
from the
뚫고
crowd today
들어오더라고요.
after the
기다려준
victory.
팬분들이 굉장히
These interviews have
많은데
definitely
I'd like to
gotten
say
longer,
anything
right?
to
It's
the
not just me.
fans that were desperately
저희가
waiting
비록
for that win.
초반에는 이제 성적이 안 좋았지만 저희 점점 이제 성장 중이고
We
저희
are
다들 열심히
continuously improving,
하니까 이제
and
다음
although we
결과도
didn't have
기대해
the best
주셨으면
record coming in,
좋겠습니다. 감사합니다.
we'll make sure to
네,
work hard
Kalios be buying
제가
Terrio ice cream.
to put on a greater, to put on a better performance for the fans.
Yeah, I mean, I feel he might do, but it'll be more of like a
Do a little
Kalios buying the
give us a little
catering
ceremony
for
for the
Terry's
fans.
funeral.
어떤 세레모니를
이제 머리에 오늘의 주인공이라고 써져
And
있으니까
of course, the headband says
이런 거
hashtag
어떨까요?
today's main character.
It's actually an after game
Just a
podcast.
little
I've accidentally,
thumbs up to
accidentally tuned in to the Ade, and I feel like we never get told her name, right? I'm not
That
being
was the
disrespectful
Prisa
here.
interview
Now,
with
her name's never told
Abe
to us.
from some Prisa game.
It never like shows her name in like a little box or something, right? I'm not just being. Am I being ignorant?
Thank you, Quest, for the translations. What a day for SPG, and what a day has been.
Yeah, I mean English broadcast. They don't show her name. Is she on the? She'll be on the Wikipedia though, right?
From the new patch and new meta.
Oh, we should give her some respect.
Showing us some
I don't know actually.
I'm hoping
Anyone?
the result from today's matchup 3-0
Is Lee Si Yoon?
Poker Face Falcons.
I guess yeah. The host also says 2BA.
That map number 5 versus FGG. If you missed that one,
No, it's not there.
back and watch it. It's really nice game there. And SPG with a bit of an upset.
TBA.
3-0 just
Who is this mysterious woman? Can we get to the bottom of it?
Kind of expected it. Maybe Poker Face takes the map, but WAC has just been that much better than most teams. And now.
Oh no, yeah. Quest is the name of the translator they bring up. Oh wait, do you think if we go, they should add Quest to the Liquipedia? Is he on the English broadcast? No.
I talked about them the other night.
Should we go to? Is there an Asia broadcast? Oh, what will it be? Overwatch Korea
They looked better. They looked like they
League?
and then SPG.
Here we go. Wait, Overwatch Esports? Is this the official account? Yeah, it's probably going to be in Korean though, right? What's the... Yeah, that's the English one. What's the name of the Korean one? Wait, is it maybe in here? No. If I just type in Asia Overwatch Esports. Wait, does this have the link? Oh, here we go. Esports underscore Korea. Okay, we got it. All right. Live? All right, we're finding it out. But the real worry I have is that her name will indeed be on screen, but it will be written in Korean. Can we just watch the Korean broadcast in future so we don't have to listen to the English people? No offense to people who speak English. Cravendale can? Okay.
오늘 준비된 마지막 경기 SPG와 제네시스의 경기 중 오늘의 승리는 SPG에게 돌아갔습니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
I feel like we're not going to get her name. Did she say her name?
네, 오늘 준비된 마지막 경기 SPG와 제네시스의 경기 중 오늘의 승리는 SPG에게 돌아갔습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. 네, 오늘의 주인공. 자, 여기 이렇게 써 있죠.
Ah,
우리
fuck.
SPG의 에이드 선수.
I was hoping, if I just listened to it, I could probably just like decipher it out of like, just instinct. But I wasn't able to. I swear in the first week of Korea, they put her name as Lee Si Yoon on the English broadcast. Oh, okay. Lee Si Yoon. If it's in the description? Ah. I say ah like I can read it, but... ah. Lee Si Yoon, though. That's good. I think I feel like Lisa Yuna's come up a couple of times now. Liquipedia doesn't say it, Callum. Right click in Google Translate. There's no way, there's so little text here, there's no way this is gonna be translate. Broadcast. Oh fuck. Lisa Yoon. Announcer Lisa Yoon is there. We've solved it. We're great detectives. Can't believe I actually doubted the idea of it would be in the description so much. Lisa Yoon. Finally, we can show some respect. All right. So now we've solved that mystery. I think I'm going to go get a drink and then we'll... What do you mean we? Now we can find her Instagram? No, we should... We should stop now. What we've done is a nice thing. What we shouldn't do now is turn this into a stalking thing. What if we found where she lived? What if we found out who her friends were? What if we found out where she goes at night? What if we found her bank details? Let's not go... Let's just stop. Let's just stop. We found out her name. That's all we needed to know. This doesn't have to get crazy. Sometimes I feel like we're too quick to lean into the crazy. All right. I'm not going to DM her for a Malga tip. It's going to be all me. Excited for next week's Korea co-stream where I'm doing it, but I'm actually just outside her window. All right, I'm gonna get a drink, and then I guess we should solve the meta, right? Get a drink, solve the meta. That's the plan. Get a drink, solve the meta. All right. I'm back. I'm locking in. I think of all the in-jokes we can have, we should probably dodge the stalk and harass the Korean host in-jokes. I feel like that should be the line. All right, what are we doing? We were on Coliseum. So I guess what's the actual... do we have any other questions? Because we've solved the beat one, right? In theory. It's just the guys just amping on cooldown. Clever trick, clever way to manipulate the ult economy. Decent idea, right? Oh, should I do it so you can see as well? That would be real nice of me, I feel like. Yeah, just flicking it around, isn't he, comparatively? A little bit of like a slightly more, a handful more shots, etc., etc. They're just playing for it so hard, really. Is he gonna amp in there? I feel like this one's like, compared to the King's Row one, it's way scarier to amp here. Because the King's Row one's a really hard push for them. Oh no, he's still gonna do it. Yeah, he's just amping off cooldown, right? Oh, okay. Let me just slam it, okay. How big is the punish for no amp? I mean, well, I think that's for Gambit, right? Isn't it actually? Because on the King's Row one, if we draw King's Row for a second, is my pen what? Yeah. So this is the area of King's Row where it happened, right? You know, the like high ground to high ground bit. And we got FTG here, and we got Falcons here. So the thing is, if you amp here, the punish to go through this corridor and slam is so fucking scary for Hanbin to do, right? It's really hard for Hanbin to do. So it's like a safe way to do it, you know? Because this one I felt like, it's a little bit scarier, right? Because if Smurf can find an engaged timing, but if they're all just playing slow and farming shot and all of this, you know? Well, maybe it's because Chio amps here is why he amps back, right? Oh no, Chio's just trying to do the same thing. But they hadn't quite taken the same amount of damage. Chio's trying to do the same thing. So then Violet does it, but if you look at like the health now when he's doing it, they've just taken this like a bit more damage. So maybe there just is no punish. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe it's just not big enough that you can actually punish it, really. It's probably true, right? Like, if the other team knows they have no amp as well, and you're just ready to disengage, you're probably fine. Can you ask if it's just amping heroes, and why not other heroes? What do you mean, sorry? To retake with speed, you still have a prob retake without Lucio. Oh, you mean if you're just going to be sitting there, as in why not play a different hero than Lucio? Oh, yeah, it's more like, the Lucio is still as... So I think it's not that they're not playing Lucio for the heals, but what they're trying to do is... So they still want the Lucio for all the things that we're going to see here in terms of like push and pull, right? If they didn't have a Lucio, and let's just say they had... And we might see a bit of this later with Arya playing it, but let's say they had Moira Kiriko or something, right? Then obviously they had more heals, a bit more in the neutral. But the fact that they could speed in and do a lot more of this push-pull... Like, how many fights did we see today where a team disengaged successfully? If you don't have a Lucio, it's so much harder to do that consistently. Especially if the other team does have a Lucio. So in all these push-pull brawl metas, the ability to go in and out and engage is so good. And especially if you've got like a tank like Malga or a Ram or something, then you actually want to see... we want to see you get that Malga in aggressively or get that Ram in aggressively and you can punish a hit scan, punish or whatever. So Velucio is still imperative to like the main way of comp functions. But because there's no great way to start on neutral, both teams are just playing slow. So while you're playing slow and just looking for Sojin opportunities on both teams, the idea is you might as well just be amping the heals because you build ult faster and then you have an ult, an ult to push with, even if you don't have anything else. If Velucio's not being played for his heals, it's just in this situation where we're not doing anything else, we might as well try and cheat and cheat our ult charge up as much as possible. So that's the idea. I think some of it will be that they're stacked on together, but I think for the most part, everyone's kind of stacked, you know? Like, I think if we look at, like, Chio's thing, what's he got? 4 people, 4 people. Oh, wait, we've gone past it, sorry. 3 people, 4 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 people. Yeah, it's the same number of people, it's just the timing's bad. They hadn't taken any poke, you know? So I don't think they're actively, like, both teams are trying to stand around their Lucio, whereas here, I mean, Violet's got 4 people, but they've just taken a bit more damage. No conclusion. I don't think they're intentionally, like, shooting or not shooting the Malga. So we can have another look, but I don't think they're intentionally. I don't think Burner's intentionally not doing any shooting, if you know what I mean. I think it's just the amps, right? Everyone's sort of taking poke anyway. Like, I think most of this is Burner just trying to just avoid getting fucking his HP chunked, right? And then we get to, like, the actual engage thing. Yeah, he might be playing more passive, but it doesn't feel like he's not... I don't think there's any, like, target selection decisions going on here at all from Burner in terms of, like, don't shoot this person. I think, like, we've not really looked at detail in this before, but when we are in these fucking brawls where it's like, there's a Malga, there's a Malga, and there's a Sim, there's a Sim. If you're not just shooting the DPS, you're probably throwing anyway, right? Like, the way these brawl mirrors have always gone, Ryan May, Sigma May, whoever it is, Ram May, you always try and clear the DPS first, because the DPS is the easier one to force out. So that's how the tank should be playing it anyway. There are times where obviously you can shoot the tank or something if you think you can catch him or chunk him or whatever, but I think a lot more of it is around, like, clearing the DPS, you know? Because if you just shoot the tank's so durable, the tank will just live for a while, he'll get Suzu'd or something, and then the Reaper or the Sim or the Sojourn or whatever DPS you have will kind of take over. Yeah, I think, like, ultimately the solution is really simple. It's not like anything crazy. It's just he feels he can get away with amping, and so far he's been right. And we actually see Chio even do the same thing. So I guess the other thing I want to, like, figure out is there's also just a lot of stuff happening with the TPs. I feel like, I don't know, what maps? Maybe New Dunk City is the best to look at the TP stuff. So maybe we just want to watch this as, like, a figure out what happens with the TP stuff. Let me just update my stream title. OWCS replays. That seems suitable. I just want to see the Ajax. All right, let's lock in. So we're in this really slow fight. We've already obviously broken this one down quite a bit in terms of, like, the amp usage and all of this. So there's a certain point where we decide they can go aggressive. Because this is essentially what they do, right? This is the attempted punish, right? Because they've gone, aha! Violet had used the amp. We want to see if there's an opportunity to go aggressive. So we're going to charge in, they're going to TP in aggressively. So the idea is we can punish the amp. It's a little bit scuffed, obviously, because Chio's going to get amp in time, actually. So we're going to amp in. Can we get the damage? Can we go past? We Suzu the slam. Or the stomp, whatever you want to call it. It's not quite in time. Flora actually gets stomped because of it. Does it? It feels like he gets up so quick, actually. Am I tripping? Oh, no. I think it's just the normal time. Yeah, it gets stomped. Everyone gets out. Backs up, backs up, backs up. Fielder has gone in with this TP. It surely feels like a hot take for Fielder to be the person to go in with this TP. So I feel like at this point, if your Sim goes in or something and then just, like, starts, like, dropping, like, right-click, like, drops a right-click then beams this person, it seems really reasonable. It's sometimes what you see more is, like, the Sims will do, like, a little bit of, like... Because this is, like, an all-in trade to try and punish the, lack of amp. But I think most of the time, the way you should do this on Sim is there's some kind of, like, frontline, like, shooting stuff trade. Then as soon as you get a bit of beam, like, a bit of, like, charge... Then you do the TP and you charge into the backline, or you TP into the backline to carry. I think that's, like, the better version. I don't know why Fielder takes it here. Because in theory this should be scary, right? But if you look at, like, Stalker's beam, we've just got, like, the noodle beam. Noodle beam, noodle beam. Ah, fuck. You know? Then the B advantage is good. It's Proper just trying to play super aggressive as well. Ah, not really. Alright, B comes back now, big B advantage.
I'm on fire.
Do you do a stomp, then TP out to bait cleanse? I don't know, maybe. It feels like... I don't know. It feels like a pate theory where technically it's a way to cheat the cooldown, but it's like, it's just impractical most of the time, right? Because so many other things are happening to just do that like isolated instant will be really hard. I think. I don't know, maybe with a new TP it's robust enough you can just get him out. But I feel like it's like too scary. Like if we look at it from like, even from fielders, even in this example, right? Because Smurf goes so deep for this. I don't know, maybe it's not impossible actually. Like, there's probably, like, I don't think you play for it, but there's probably, like, a world here if I'm, like, Smurf that actually I can maybe sometimes take this TP. I think the problem is, though, I actually don't like just the timing of the TP for Stalker, so I wouldn't want this TP, like, right now. But yeah, so then Fielder's Suzu actually gets way less value. Yeah, my problem isn't so much with the... Hold on, my problem is less with the actual the theory of what cooldowns we're training for what cooldowns, and just like the idea of just go stomp and get the Suzu out is like, because remember there's also a world where your stomp hits fucking no one. I know in this map the stomp is going to hit everyone all the time, but I think also the idea that the Sojourn has like a slide and all of this is like should in theory be still quite like a skill thing to hit in terms of landing it. Nah, I don't think so. I don't think Smurf was trying to get out with the TP. I think they were trying to punish the amp timing, so let's go in aggressively, go with Rail, let's do an aggressive TP. And I think it's like that simple. And then we have B advantage, because Alpha E dies thanks to Proper. Smurf's healing and stuff, like Fielder takes the TP. So I think the big mistakes are like... the big mistakes are, one... We TP our Kiriko in, so our Suzu ends up being a little bit scuffed and Smurf doesn't get the full pocket, all of this. Our TP time was probably too early in general. And that maybe even just the idea of punishing Amp is like a little bit not quite as possible. Then we're going to have B advantage as well, we're going to push in, blah, blah, blah. Alright, next fight. So what's a good disengage for Stomp? Suzu event all in. I mean, if you just dodge it, like everyone has sort of cooldowns to dodge it for the most part, right? If we can just dodge it, then it's really okay, except for Sim, of course. I think a lot of the time, if you'll probably be forced to Suzu, honestly. It's probably the Sim who has the hardest time, really. Alright, so just poke in, just poke in, just poke in. Early disruptor shot. Both Sojans have Rail. Where are we TPing? Where'd it go? Oh, okay. We're just TPing on the angle. It's a fake TP. So we're going to sort of ask this question of like, what are we actually doing, right? It's not insane if we want to TP Proper and like someone just to help Proper take a fucking shot from here. Seems really reasonable. I imagine Proper does indeed have Rail. He does indeed have Rail. But yeah, just different ideas here, like at this point here, he does for TP. But what Stalker? Who's this for? Is Stalker going to take it and just try and get some farm himself? Is Proper going to take it and get a Rail? Nobody's doing anything. They're just spamming. Going to try and force point here. So now they swing back up. Kitsune rush to force point. Again, you see it's like very Sojourn pilled in terms of this. This is maybe not too dissimilar to like the Sig Mei meta would you see, where actually like you'd see Sig, Mei, and Bap play together, but then the Lucio Sojourn would actually sometimes take the flank. Wall's going to be dropped. Both teams going to drop Kitsune rush. You see the stomp attempt here. But you see how this time like Fielder doesn't have to Suzu. He also doesn't have it, I guess. But like everyone just dodges in this one. Where's Stalker? right? Like, Stalker manages to dodge it, Fielder manages to just de-peek it. Like, the Stomp's actually quite hard to hit, right? When does EMEA start? Like, 4 o'clock, so like 3 hours, 50 minutes. Wait, is that right? 2 hours, 50 minutes. Yeah, as such, then Smurf's going to countercharge him and actually pin him. There's like a real argument. This is maybe the same mistake we see him make. There's a point here where, like, they're going to flip for point. They use the ult to flip for point. And there's like a, do we just wait this out and take a sim wall advantage fight, you know? Like, if I'm FTG, is there any way for me to cleanly win this fight? It's maybe tricky, right? Because then we go in, Burner's going to go for it. Smurf's not had to do anything because he's just forcing point. So the counter charge is really on for Smurf all of a sudden. Gets the counter thing. And now he's going to get caught, yeah. And I think this is just like a mistake of like, I don't know, Burner feels like we're just taking a big ult trade, but we're not taking a big ult trade. 3-2 for this one, joystick. 3-2 to Falcons. So I still think there is like a lot of minutia in it, but a lot of it is also just going to be like the ult trades are going to be the big things to, I think, like figure out. All right, they flip from one corner to the other corner. Okay. I don't know if it really gains him anything, but okay. All right, Simwall. They're going to get the flip. You see now this time, Falcons are making the same decision going, okay, no Simwall for you then. Stomp is massive actually here. Smurf finds for timing. Fuck me, everyone blows up, no. It's actually an insane timing for Smurf. Smurf's just got it. Fuck. it's actually like the maximum value you can possibly get out of a fucking thing. And there we have it. There we have it. When does Violet beat? I presume he beats as it's like, I don't know. He beats in response to the overclock. You know, like you hear like the voice line start as soon as the overclock starts. Oh, fuck. Proper actually dies immediately as well. Like, yeah, Flora dies as well. Like, actually, nobody gets any value out of their fucking ults in this fight. We go Ajax into double Sojax. And then we cage, and then we beat. So now this obviously just going to feel shitty, right? Like, in terms of, fuck. Smurf actually made the huge play, and then we kind of overall, yeah. But I think some of it is like it's just stomp timing, right? And it's the same as like Terra Surge. Like, you'll see a lot of the time, especially like, say if you're London and you're playing against Smurf 8 billion times on Orisa, you'll keep being too close to the Terra Surge, you'll get fucking booped in by Lee Chigong and you'll die. It's just like an awareness of that, you know? It's like, oh, we're going to swing out. They're going to try and find a stomp timing. I want to beat. Let me just not be there, right? I wonder if there's like an argument here that Finn could have just hit the Suzu as well. Yes, yeah. We just fuck up the Suzu as well. I mean, to be fair, even if we don't get Ajaxed, I think our overclock dies immediately anyway. Alright, then. Smurf again hits the counter pin here. Not too bad. Did they even catch him here? Yeah, fuck. They'll get all the cleanup kills for it as well. So I don't know, so So far, I think it's just like, it's mainly just better ult management from the Falcons in terms of like disengaging the right ults and taking smarter fights. All right, nice slow fight now. So now we see, where is he? The big man proper on the angle. They're going to drop Kitsune ult. Kitsune ult will be mirrored. You see both Maugas like trying to DP, not take too much damage from it. Proper's going to regroup with the team. We see Alpha U do a bit of a like distraction TP. It's just Proper hitting the shot. Easy as that. Let's see. Yeah. We're going to symbol with it as well. There's an argument here now. Again, what you want to do is if you look at the ult situation, you go, oh, they got symbol Kiri. We've got just Kiri. We can start the fight maybe, but if it's just Kiri v Kiri, maybe we're happy to fight. But if they have a symbol, we're just disengaging, you know. I mean, I guess to be fair, they're not like, it's not like they're super committed, right? Like their plan probably is, their plan will be to go back here anyway, right? As soon as this symbol happens, their plan is to go backwards. But they just get headshot before it happens. I think Smurf goes for the TP timing here as well, right? Or maybe not. Yeah, they just go on the timing because they have the wall to push with. So you see again, like, yeah, Finn trying to use his Suzu defensively. I guess that's the main idea of a charge, right? If you can charge in a situation that forces Suzu, it's huge value. Alright. Fuck. Exposed. Alright, we'll start on the high ground. Flip towards point. What's the situation? So it's just overclock now, so... Again, what I really want to do if I'm Falcons is I just want to try and trade my overclock for like some of these ults, you know? So again, you see the TP to clear here, right? TP to clear is good. Yeah, good response. This is what I think we didn't see much of in like, I don't think we saw any of this in like some of the Genesis games or stuff. But like this is the main reason I think, who was it? Like Slay was asking about like the Reaper versus Sim stuff before. But this is the sort of thing where you can play, because if you have Reaper here, it's so fucked to clear this angle, right? You have to either just go as a team and do it. But with the Sim, you can actually do something about this. So you see Yafi's going to TP, they're going to go. Flora has Rail when he TPs, right? Only has half Rail, but uses the disruptor shot for it. Gets one, gets two. Easy as you like. TP fight good. TP fight good. And the fight's just over. No ults, no anything. How do I use the replays? You just copy the code in. Like if you go to, you press exclamation mark replays. Then just find the replay code and copy and paste it in. It should just work. It should just load it for you. Alright, now coming back in. Same hold again this time. Gonna TP to flip point. Gotta get above point. Gonna come meet it. See, both Sojins just trying to swing with Rail, find something. So TP again for Stalker onto this angle. And there's again like a question of like, is this on the perfect timing? It's like, it looks decent timing, right? Because we got a Sim on one side, we got Sojin on the other. We've actually put him in a bit of a predicament, right? With our Sim TP timing. Now we drop the overclock. Fuck. Smurf's just finding this timing every time, right? It's like, if we overclock, they're gonna beat it. If they're gonna beat overclock, then fuck. It's actually maximum value again. Do we not have Suzu? Fuck. I wonder how much of this would have just been, Oh, sorry, I was reading chat. I wasn't actually looking. We just, oh yeah, we're just Suzuing. Yeah. We're just Suzuing for, like, the damage. So now it's fucked. Yeah, it's just Suzu because they're scared of, like, he's trying to Suzu for the overclock trade, essentially, you know what I mean? Like, just to give Flora one free shot where where Flora can hit the shot, but Proper can't hit the shot, you know? But then, obviously, the Suzu becomes a big problem. Is Violet looking at Proper in the lead up? Now, he'll just be responding to the sound cue, I'm pretty sure. Oh, he is looking at him as well, but yeah. Yeah, fuck. I mean, it's so avoidable by Violet, honestly. But yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's essentially just be caught by the same trick twice, if you know what I mean. Like, I don't even know how intentional it'll be from Smurf, right? Like, is he intentionally really looking for the Ajax, or is he just pushing because they're pushing with Overclock, you know? But it's the same thing that would happen with Terra. It's the same thing Smurf would always do to us when he had Terra Surge. It's like he would just look for this aggressive timing when he knew he had beat, and then just put the Lucio under loads of pressure. Like, it's just, yeah, I think it's a coordinated push. I think the timing's just lined up perfectly here for both times. Because you have to remember as well, even if Smurf doesn't kill somebody or Ajax somebody, the fact that he stuns somebody or forces Suzu actually puts Proper in a great position to get value with the Overclock anyway, right? You just got to know what type of fight it is. Because, you know, we've seen some fights where Falcons just dip, right? They just go out. When this is a disengaged fight, right? You never see Smurf charging in these ones. If we go back to the situation, we can just figure out... where's my ping? Like, if this is the ult situation... So, we're going to drop the Overclock. Is it reasonable we push in here? Like, I guess they do kind of have 5 ults, but we're going to kind of have 5 ults as well, right? Like, we go in, there's going to be a chance with Overclock. Let's say Violet does beat back, then Chio's beating as well, right? Both Lucios are making the same decision about Overclock here. And then we'll probably get the other ults. Like, you make an argument that, like, if you know the exact ult economy, it's not worth it, but... obviously, it works out. Alright, so then... what have we now? Kyriot and Wall, which should be good for fighting on the point, but versus Kyriot, Wall, and Cage. So, again, in theory, if I'm Falcons, it's like, I'm losing the fight, I need to do, like, a disengage or just play slow or something. Don't want to force the brawl in this situation. TP off angle for Stalker, taking spam. Kitsune rushes will be used. Walls will be used. I think, yeah, my initial theory with this is if you're walling versus Kitsune ult, if a Kitsune rush can go through it, it's a little bit hard because the team can maybe push with it. But if you just have like them, if they're parallel, kind of like this, right? I don't know. Maybe it's just fine as long as you can stop them walking through it. Both walls are used. Hush comes through. Yeah. Fuck. It's just like scary to push into the wall timing here. Yeah, I think in theory you don't want the wall to overlap with Kitsune. But you also just want the wall to be in a good position itself. You don't think a lot of these will be... yeah, I think the same. I think he's just doing it because it's like a good thing to do because he either just forces the Suzu or he forces something and it just so happens that he's fucking getting a Lucio 2 times in a row. Alright, so let's figure this one out. Alright, so Kitsune Rush will... Let's try and fucking draw this, right? Let's think about the fucking angles. Alright, so there's one Kitsune Rush that is here. The wall is here. I need different colors. Wait. Alright, fuck. Think now. Wall? Wait. Wall. Kitsune rush, Kitsune rush. Wall. Oh, fuck's sake, I didn't do the colour change. Wall. And then Kitsune rush, Kitsune rush. Fuck. Suzu's good. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, he's just pushing out of wall. I think that's, like, the real... It's maybe, like... It's... Some of these things are really messy, but I think a lot, like, in terms of what we actually see. But the big problem is we're just pushing out of our own... Our wall is here, right? Our wall is here if I'm FTG and I'm Burner. And I'm now taking an engage here on their wall. So I think generally what you want, if you're going to get caged, right? So think about this... Oh, don't look straight into the sun, guys. But think about this. If I'm using cage, but the other team has sim wall, what I want is my sim wall to be in the cage in some way, right? Whether it's like this, or this is fine too. We just want some kind of... We can stand in the cage but use our sim wall, right? And that's the situation we want. Whereas obviously if I am the Malga in this situation and they have sim wall and I have cage, what I'd love is that they sim wall first, and then I find a way to cage them out of the wall, right? Or just like overlap it a little bit so it's really difficult for him to get full wall value or something, you know? But what Burner's going to go do here is he's going to go create. I don't know, like, but you can see what I mean, right? The wall is still here for Falcons, and then he's just gone and put his cage. Oh, imagine if I could draw a circle. Puts his cage in the thing, in like the middle. So he's actually put his cage in the perfect position for the sim wall to get value. Whereas if instead what I do here is we go, all right, Kitsune's are mirrored. I'm going to mirror Kitsune. We're going to use wall. They're going to use wall. And we just go, okay. It's like an even fight situation. If I just wait out the wall, because obviously, like, Falcons know, right? Falcons are scared of it. Falcons are scared of the wall. But if I just wait here, like, all this happens, I'm Burner, and I just go, oh, they've suited out, blah, blah, blah. Okay. And then I just wait. Because I'm not forcing the flip, but I'm not giving the point either, you know? We can just de-peek this wall for ages, and then if they try and push with wall, where's my pen gone? Oh. If they try and push with their wall, just cage them as they come around the corner, you know? If you're just standing here, if too many people cross the line, just cage them. And we can just get it. But what if they won anyway, huh? What if Burner into them and they won anyway? Like, he does get big slam value. And I guess in a weird way they do actually kind of still get the cage value, right? Because there's like, they actually can't disengage in this bit while Alpha walks in and booms. So in a weird way the cage still sort of works, even though there's probably like a way cleaner way. Way cleaner way. Have we discovered how Violet gets his Ajaxes so quickly? Yeah, he's just fucking amping. He's just amping off cooldown. Because the TLDR is like, because you know the fight's just going to be a slow Sojourn's farming ult fight. He's just using the amp to amp heals just to cheat it. This would probably look different. Like, I imagine versus Sombra Reaper. Like, if like, so if this was like Sombra Reaper and you expected these guys to just try and push you all the time, I think that comp you don't amp the speed, you just save it just in case. Yeah, so FTG actually nearly in this one, but actually win it. Now we've got the faster beat again, overclock as well. So imagine Falcons are going to start relatively slow. Again, I think there's more things that this Sojourn Sombra can do. If you're gonna play Sojourn Sombra, and like, I feel like if I put myself in Stalker's eyes right now, all I'm thinking about is one, using this angle for myself, right? But if I'm really thinking, I'm like, oh, can't I just get some better, like some more unexpected, like fucking like Sojourn opportunities or rail opportunities for my guy? I feel like there's probably like there's a level. Now, I'm sure we'll get better over time if this stays for meta, but there's probably a level of getting more value here. Out of these, like, just, like, free fight TPs. Because, again, we can see Alfie's kind of doing the same thing, right? If I look at Alfie's TP, I mean, he's going to int as well, which is cool. But I'm like, what am I doing with this TP, right? What's the play? Like, it's just, I mean, it's just a shit TP, right? It's just a shit TP, if we're being honest. But, like, could I have done one here and that just gets my Sojourn on this angle or something, right? Or do I just say, or I save my TP for the ult fight? And now he actually even dies for it as well. Alright. Propped as well to DP kit. Now the beat comes in. Yeah, and I think this is now like a good decision, right? Is you've traded beat for Sojourn ult, but you were 1 down, so it's still not like the worst trade in the world, and you're going to be 99%. Ooh. Yeah, lots of games with a Sombra would fuck the ults. Now it's Violet's turn. Alright, coming back again. Nah, I don't think he should clutch 4v5. No, not when you're 99%. If you're 4v5, there are situations you sometimes want to clutch, but, you know, like if you're holding a point or it's a cap fight or something, maybe it's worth considering. But in these type of fights, if you've got 99% advantage, same applies to Koff. Never try and clutch for fight. Just fucking come back. Like, look at this situation now. We got double support ult. I mean, they've still got a lot, but like, if we'd beat and clutched it, it would have been so much harder, I think. Hold on, I need... We get flashbang still. How the fuck it's up? Oh. Alright, coming back around. Kitsune rush onto point. Again, you see this like TP as like here for Stalker. But I also just wonder if like... if I had stood on this TP or something, if I just been TP'd here, but I was him, it's just better, right? It's just 100% better. Because the TP's so durable now. Because the scary thing about doing these TPs is sometimes that they just die really quickly and get left in nowhere. But if I'm the Sojourn, even if the TP dies, I can still slide out, right? So I think there's probably like, you sort of almost want to use the Sim TP a bit like it's for your Sojourn. Alright, so we're going to Kitsune rush on point. Everyone's going to sort of D-peek. Falcons are playing this super slow. Falcons are doing this a lot, right? You see how sometimes people will mirror Kitsune ult? But Falcons are just trying to buy these extra 5 seconds. Just step off for 5 seconds and then come back with a Kitsune ult. Beat's going to be forced out this time. Suzu check. Yeah, again, we're like just scared of the overclock. Beat is good this time. You see how like Violet's now just like a step back. Sees the charge, it's not going to hit him. You think Smurf's just doing it every time they use Suzu? Maybe. I don't know how much of it is, we're just pushing, you know? Nah, I think he doesn't know. No, he's pressed it before, right? Yeah, he's pressed it before. He's just doing it because he thinks it's a good timing. We're gonna go in. Proper's gonna die for it. Yeah, I mean, they just give up. It's just like a hard fight to win if you're Falcons. I think for the Sims, it's more of like a... You want to be in a position to carry mid-fight. Oh, fuck. Wait, hold on. This fight's far from over. So, beat advantage now. Where are we at? Proper's died. Proper's died. Should be a straightforward fight. We've now beat. Kitsune Rush is still going. Smurf's going to go in. Everyone's going to D-peek. Symbol's going to be used now from Falcons. Because it feels... Well, it feels scary because everyone's 1 HP. Suzu is there. Fuck. Alright, let's see from Burner's point of view. Just fucking charging around. Fresh onto Valkyrie, forces for TP. Suzu is forced. Oh yeah, just kind of spots for mid-fight thing. just finds us. He just gets away with murder here. Just manages to find the timing. Well played by Alpha Yi. And then he's booped in. Manages to TP out. Not too bad. Yeah, it's maybe just an Alpha Yi clutch. Alpha Yi clutch. And then, because at that point now they've just won the ult trade, right? Stalker gets headshot by charge? What do you mean, sorry? Oh, true. True. Dunno. Why Kiri and not Moira? I like the TLDR is better ult and the Suzu super high value. Just versus the Mauga charge at super high volley versus Reaper if they do that. Super high volume. Other critters if you land close enough to stomp them. Okay. Or like knock them down. But yeah, better ult. Suzu super high value versus the charge. It's really good if they have Reaper and stuff as well. But yeah. Alright, so this is the one we kind of looked at already. This is the one we sort of replayed, right? When we were watching it live. Alright, so charge comes in again. This time Suzu is good. Smurf's gonna cage though, traps them all in. This is now just a... Okay, so now we get the same thing, right? So in theory, I think if we get the divide, then I think Simwall should win. Simwall should win. But obviously there's like more stuff to happen, right? That's interesting. Are they TPing? Interesting, right? Okay, so someone needs to fact check me on Mauga, because I feel like I've never actually played for Hero, so we're just learning. But when Mauga presses for cage, the Mauga is chained in as well, right? The Mauga who uses cage is chained in as well as all the enemies, right? So the Mauga can't leave his own cage. That's my understanding, right? So they want to... So, you know when we said, like, well, Simwall beats Mauga beats cage in this? So we TP out we trade the ult for the ult, and then we TP our Mauga out, and in theory, now we've got the advantage, right? Because now we might have... I know we don't have Simwall, but now we've traded, like, a slightly worse ult for this ult. But he can TP out, which is exactly what we see them do here, right? Stalker saves the TP. We get the cage. We hit the slam. We force the Suzu. We sort of stay out. The TP's down as quickly as we can. We manage to get him out. Both teams end up sort of disengaging. Alright, and then seems an okay trade ult-wise. And then now they don't have Simwall, which is obviously one of their like nicest or most powerful ults. Alright, TP up top here. We're going to pin up here as well. Fuck me. Burner's just going to follow him again here. So it certainly feels like Smurf's playing more aggressive, right? Because they disengage, they get the point, but they want to try and get back up there, right? I wonder if this TP is shit from Stalker, actually. And what because this TP is so scary, right? Because to arrive here is fucking scary. If you just did the TP to the other side and maybe Smurf does the same thing, this probably feels way nicer as well for his team. And then it's way more reasonable for someone like Fielder. I don't know where Proper is right now. Did Proper die? Oh, we just want to... Oh, he's just sneaky. What if he was a sneaky man? Oh, he's going to double back. Okay. But yeah, okay, this angle's fine as well. But in theory, it would also be nicer just... This being up here would be fine as well. But now they're going to drop down... They're going to Kitsune Rush point. Beat over the top. Do we need to beat? Let me watch it from, like, the actual fight. We're going to go in. We force a Suzu. We actually kind of force him to low ground as well. So it's actually like a wild... Fucking Smurf takes him on a fucking wild ride around the fucking point. Yeah, maybe it feels like Smurf's going to need it sooner or later, right? Smurf's going to need this beat. Now they Kitsune ult and beat. Really hard to see how Smurf lives. Fuck. Yeah. Yeah, okay. But it ends up being a massive trade, right? Yeah. Because if you look again, there's like, so far in this fight, right, we've seen Smurf use Cage and Chio's going to use B, and they're going to trade this for what? Wall, Cage. It's like a 2-for-4 trade across the fight, right? So I think at this moment, they beat in Cage. I mean, everyone just presses them. Everyone just presses it at the same time, right? Oh, fuck. Yeah. Yeah, it's one of these where, like, there's probably, like, maybe we can go, like, this is the sort of thing, like, if this was on London, we'd be like, the problem isn't exactly which ult we use. The problem is that we just use free ult, right? Like, if we just beat in Cage here, we're probably really fine. Or if we just beat in Kitsune here, we're really fine. If, I mean, yeah, you know, there's, like, it's, the problem is that we just used all three. Yeah, the plan should probably just be something like, I'll go in, I'll cage him if they push, and Gio can just say, I'll mirror beat or something. And then Finn knows he doesn't need to press the button, right? Unless something else happens. So now the economy's fucked, even though FTG won the fight. Overclock, but they're going to push into wall. So if I'm Falcons, I just want to wait for my ult. Alright, just going to go to play 3-point. Want to try and bait the drop. Overclock's going to be used, so they wall instead. This is the one we talked about live, right? About whether to disengage or whether to touch it. Going to drop with Thing here. Smurf's going to get to hold his Thing because of the wall as well. So this is the one we were talking about, whereas what if... Because there's two things here, right? And there's like sort of like... Can we do a thing where like... Because this point's really difficult to wall off and cap, right? Like I feel like... Bear with me a second. Let me take you on a journey. Like when you want to wall and cap, right? Let's say you want to wall off and cap this point, right? And the other team's holding here, right? You can probably actually wall like really deep on the point. Because then if you wall really deep on the point, you get to occupy like... This sort of becomes all your space to do it, right? Or if you even manage to rotate here and the other team's doing this high ground hold, you don't want to wall here, right? Because if you wall, let me get a better angle. But if you wall too shallow, right, then they can just sort of dip and touch from the corners or something, right? And it's like crazy for them. But if you wall quite deep, then they either have to all commit past the wall, which might be a scary thing for them to do, or you can play quite aggressively to like clear their touch or something, right? But that's only possible on some points where it's kind of like this. But on a point like this, I actually feel like, let's say if I know they're going to do this kind of wall touch and I'm FTG. I'm sort of looking at like, okay, let's let a bit of a cap go. Let's drop my Mauga. Let's have my Mauga use his cardiac overdrive. Seems reasonable. Let's have my Sim just stand here. That's an S, believe it or not. Do some kind of TP to get our Mauga out. And then what if my Sojourn, instead of doing what we do here, because we all peek the same side of the wall, right? 5 people peek the same side of the wall, which means if I'm Falcons, all I need to do is make sure I'm on the opposite side. But if we're actually using this high ground, what if I'm Flora right now and I peek this way or something, you know what I mean? Maybe there's still not an opening because of like the way the wall is, but there's maybe something, right? And I think that this way you can maybe touch, if you don't have the ults to like hard fight this, for example, then maybe this is a better way to go about it. Because if they do this, you can clearly see like there's a sort of slightly different ideas. Like if you look at Alfie's decision here, it's Alfie, there's no like, it feels like the plan is like, I'm going to drop and fight, I'm going to drop and fight. Alfie's going to drop in, gets booped as he goes for this. It's just really ugly. Really ugly. Burner gets into what can only be described as a pickle. He's going to TP back for one more touch, which is maybe scary. And then yeah, there's always this risk if you charge first as Mauga, you're just gonna get counter charged, right? We've seen Smurf do it, we've seen Burner do it a lot too, Smurf as well. Okay. Yeah, I mean maybe the part of the problem is even if they played it slow, their ult economy is maybe like completely fucked. I mean they did get wall right. And then maybe if they drop the wall, they force more ults out. Because the problem is now you've just traded 1 for 1 essentially, right? You've traded 1 for 1, and now you have to do a retake. Still with, so we've not just had ult disadvantage for 1 fight because of our mistakes. Our mistakes have cost us 2 fights of ult disadvantage now. And now it says, yeah, because this is the last one as well. All right. So TP's a point. We're going to drop the wall. And now you can see they're actually just so interested. Now, even though they have ult advantage here, they're just going to use that to actually edge themselves another fucking advantage. Like, let's just have 0 fucking ult, shall we? Gonna wait out the wall. No sudden moves. No sudden moves. And then now, does Alfie have TP? Yeah, so I'm really looking for a disengaged TP. So this is actually a good TP from Alfie. Big fan of this. Can we just get the fuck out and just try and buy time for these 2 ults to come online? That would be really nice. Are we faking the TP? Let's get a Smurf cam going. Yeah, they back up. They don't want to take the TP. Because again, I don't think Smurf's doing anything like specific time in here. Because the flip to disengage an ult seems really reasonable. Fuck. He's actually managed to do it again. Smurf's just got fucking everyone again. And Alfie's going to get deleted for it. Yeah, they all just peek. Cleanse to get Smurf out of it. A counter charge. And then we just see, if we look at like pin value, right? Pin value difference. I mean, they don't even, like, none of these ults have actually made a fucking difference in this fight, right? Smurfs just won the fight before it's fucking started. Right? Like, obviously, they've done all the right things still, Falcons, in terms of making sure they get the ult advantage and disengaging ults. But really, a big part of this is Smurf is just finding massive value. And then, yeah, no touch. Where's my pen gone? Oh. Then, which one was it? Colosseo? This always happens where... when I'm using the pen... Oh, thank you, King Crimson. Appreciate it. Now we're going to get to see... I don't know what combination of buttons I press, but I have to get my pen back, and sometimes it just bugs out. Sometimes I actually have to restart my game because this happens. Oh, wait, I've got it. I've got it back. We're locked in. Let's go again. Repeat my quick play from yesterday. I think Spilo said he would do it for me, so I'll outsource that one to Spilo. We can watch it at some time, though. If we have, like, massive downtime... The thing is, there's so much Overwatch happening today, I don't think we're actually going to have, like, the downtime to do it, you know? Alright. So back in the fucking neutral. What's our fucking status check, right? So we've learned... A lot of this is still about the ult economy. We've learned that the Lucio can be really keen to just fucking amp in these, like, long, slow, passive neutrals to try and cheat... Like, try and win the ult charge race. You staying on to me now? I'll take a break. I need to go to, like, the shops and stuff. But we'll finish. Maybe we'll look at Colosseo. Maybe Shambali, just because it was so fucking quick. And then I'll go off for an hour. Maybe I'll just leave the stream running in like a starting soon type scenario. But yeah, we'll figure something out. What was I going to say? Yeah, so what have we learned? We've learned that. We've learned Smurf's really good at pinning, and it's just an element of skill here, right? Yeah, you know? Like, you think about, like, the other hero that pins is Reinhardt, right? Hadi hits so many pins, not because it's something Reinhardt does or gets to do by default. It's because Hadi's really good at it. So there's probably just an element of skill in this, in terms of Smurf finding way more value out of it than Burner did. In terms of ult usage, I think, obviously, Violet's beats were a problem. And most of the time, it was just, like... Yeah, just lots of different individual mistakes in terms of, like, how the layering works. I still don't know what the, like, optimal way to start and use all these ults is. But we can maybe just pick some things out as we go. Run one of my vids on stream or something. Or should I run, like, the Bailey interview? Wouldn't that be a smart thing to do, maybe? That would actually be... That's a good idea, actually. Good for you, Koza. Alright, so this one we actually watched beforehand. This is the one where everyone's just playing slow. Everyone's just playing slow. And then we get to see a little bit of what we saw in terms of... Did Genesis win against SPG and was it close? So, the answer to both of those questions is no. Did Genesis win against SPG? No. Was it close? No. It was an SPG sweep. An SPG 3-0'd them, and it wasn't even like a fucking close 3-0. It's possible. That was the last we see of some of those Genesis players. It's actually, unfortunately, it's an unfortunate disaster. All right, so what are we doing? So what we're going to see, the eyes are actually on Alpha Yi here, or Floor of an Alpha Yi. Both Sojans have rail. We can all agree the Sojans have rail. But at a certain point here, Alpha Yi's going to say, I think I can do a thing. I think we can TP with the rail or something. And this is what I'd like to see loads more in the neutrals. It's like, what if we do this? TP, have a fucking peek with the TP, will you? Hatch him, and then Burner's just kind of peeking at the same time, more for moral support than anything, but just happens to be able to catch him. And now we see it just has to be a disengage off the back of that. But yeah, really like this. I think we should see this. This is the sort of thing I expect to see way, way, way more from the Sim and Sojans the more we do this. All right. So now we do the high ground thing, and this is one of the theories we had about like why Sim on some maps as opposed to a Reaper or something. And I think the ability to do this, because imagine you're playing this comp with Reaper, but you're a Mauga and you're a Reaper, and you are just standing here, right? You're just fucking standing here. How do you take a fight in a reasonable way, you know? It's really fucked, actually. So having the Sim, I think, can actually solve lots of these difficult map situations for your comp. All right, we'll come through. Does Burner charge before the TP or after the TP? Oh yeah, he's just going to press it like as he comes out. He doesn't even charge. I'm actually just seeing things. That's fine. What's Echo's ult charge compared to other heroes? Stalker is so fast. Yeah, I mean, one thing that's... The Echo will just be able to, like, full stick for Mauga on cooldown, really. And he'll just be able to headshot him constantly. So, like, every time he does stickies, he'll just get, like, a 5-10%. But the problem is, I feel like the Echo is just, like, a bit of a liability in this. Yeah, like, every sticky will just hit loads. TP high ground, charge boop. Yeah, I think there's probably an argument now, like, when you do this one, I mean, they don't need to do it, right, because there's, like, no, they're just doing it to take space. But I wonder if you can actually, you charge before you get into the TP, and then you come out of it already charging. Like, Haddy would do this on Reinhardt as well, like, just a little bit harder to deal with. That's for Mauga. That's free Mauga tech. Did WOC play Sombra and Hackslam, or did they play Sim Sojan? Everyone was really Sim Sojan pilled today, I think, that we saw. We saw, like, Sombra Reaper, but only for, like, 1 or 2 fights. Alright, so Fielder's gonna get caught now. Wait, where's Big Fieldsy? Oh, we don't have TP. Fuck, 1 second. Ah. Alright, so now we're gonna go back off the high ground. We're gonna get the cart moving. The problem is, you can't actually hold that. You need to, like, get the cart to a certain point until you can't anymore. And then there's a TP timing, like, there's a TP timing now, maybe? So what we would used to do, if we were Reinhardt now, we'd either do some kind of wall-up play and leave the cart, or we could also do a Sim TP play, right? Where we TP... Now that Mauga has committed his position, we go, aha, Smurf, you have made a fatal mistake. We're going to TP above you and kill your team. So I think that's still the play, right? Because you can TP up here, your Mauga can be here, and then your Mauga just stops cart, right? If something goes, your Mauga just goes, okay, I'll get the cart. But then at least you've got, like, your Sojan, everybody on high ground or something, you know, you're doing a stuff. Why is Sojan good here? So the problem is we're not seeing a lot of good science from Korea. What we're seeing from Korea is, because this Echo's going to swap off in a moment, but what we're seeing is loads of Sim Sojan mirror. So I think we saw a little bit in the Sim Prisa Genesis game where Decay played Reaper and actually just got his shit pushed in by the Sojan. You know, it was actually so hard for Decay to swing and get value consistently on the Mauga without just having to peek into the Sojan. So because the whole thing's slowing down a lot, the Sojan's getting a lot more chances. He can focus the Reaper down a lot, and it's actually making the Reaper's life really hard. I don't know if we have time to look at that specifically, but I think that's the theory is that but the Sojan can actually bully the Reaper way more than we expect. Because again, disrupts a shot. Like if I'm a Reaper and I want to peek onto Smurf, but then I just hit with the disruptor shot, I'm gonna have a bad time Does Stalker have the Glad skin on? Let's see. Let's see. Yes. Gladiator's logo confirmed. I'm not just looking at her tits. I was investigating the skin. Alright. Alright, so we kind of do what can only be described as like a shit version of this plan, right? From FTG. What we're going to do is a shit version of this. Because what you can also do is you can have your Malga maybe anchor point and just TP your Sojin or something, or Sojin Lucio onto high ground. Sojin probably the reason Sombra isn't played either, not Sim. Yeah, because I guess you can also do the same to Sombra and really bully her out. What's tit? She's a robot. But now we've got the wrong formation with this TP, right? We've left our Kiri and our Sojin to anchor point, which is going to feel bad. And we've got everyone else on the high ground. So we're doing this weird sort of map flip here. Burning this time. Okay. Suzu hits like most people. The beat doesn't hit Finn, but he just managed to TP out. They just get out. They just get out. I was going to say out-foxed, but that sounds like a fucking pun. I didn't mean as a pun. But because Fielder does like... Where's Big Fieldy? Because he does this as the TP comes in. I guess it still just about reaches, right? But it's like now a little bit more awkward for them to get like that. You see how it ends here, right? So half of these people aren't actually getting the Kitsune effects quite in the same way they would have hoped. So Kitsune rushes on trade. Violet's going to beat over the top. Does Violet need to beat? They beat on the push timing, right? Which seems weird. He's going to TP beat. I don't know why they TP beat, actually. Because nothing's happening, right? Yeah, they're just calling a beat push. I guess the idea is they want to beat push because they have beat advantage, right? He TP's beat so he doesn't Ajax. Ah. Fuck. True. VF popped up so he pressed it. Yeah, so I guess the idea is you beat push because you can force one of these out and then get a later Kitsune rush. So the idea is you're trading this for presumably this, and then you have this advantage, right? Because then they're going to Kitsune ult, but now Finn gets the opportunity to do a later Kitsune ult. It's still maybe a little bit shallow here, and yeah. Maybe still a little bit shallow. And there is a copy echo on the field. They're going to try and they're just trying to push into this Kiri ult. I guess they have beat now, right? So I guess the problem is, like, they wanted to do this 2-for-1 trade, but it wasn't actually a 2-for-1 trade because now Chio just has beat. Yeah, I mean, I feel like if you want to do a beat push, or if we go back, if we want to do a beat push, do we kind of not want to just fucking charge in and try and land on something, then beat to, like, save everyone and pile into a target? Is that not a better way to do the beat push? Like, Burner just kicks us off with a bit of a slam. I mean, if we want to solo TP Burner and he comes from a top rope and does a slam, maybe that's okay. Landon? Yeah, I guess that's kind of what Burner's doing, but there's just no need to beat at this point, right? We just like, Yeah, I think that's how you want to do the beat push. You just send the fucking Malga in and then follow him if you've got like a beat push. Ooh. Yeah, I guess I feel like the EMP should still, because even most of these fights we're looking at, right? I still feel like most of them are just ult fight victories one way or the other, you know? Because now they're really trying to push. They're really trying to push up this Kiri ult. And Chio just... We're just accidentally frontlining. Yeah. We're just kind of accidentally frontlining. Because there's a window here where we're just going to beat push, right? Or we can overclock push. I think we just feed. I think we just feed, unfortunately. Yeah, I think the sim is like, it does a lot of the things the Reaper does, but also has like the mobility for the team. It still has an ult that's good at dealing with Cage and stuff. Alright, so now they are stuck underneath. And they don't want to take this fight? I guess it's Alfie's not quite there. Alfie's not quite there. They're coming back with Wall. So Wall and Cage versus Overclock and Beat. Alright, now we're just in a super slow fight again. Same thing again, right? Gonna start Overclock, our boy Smurf's gonna drop it in. Wall seems really good now. Just, this Overclock gets 0 value, we can just keep peeking them back. And Cage, we've now trapped him in both. Chio's gonna have to really get in this beat on Smurf. I guess the question is actually, this is just a shit fight plan from... I say the question, this isn't really a question. But the issue is, this is just a shit fight plan, right? Like, if Smurf's going to do this versus Simwall and versus Cage, he just loses. Or... So why would Doom Tracer Echo not play into this foe? Because what happens is the Malga will just chase for Doom around, so you never get to set up, really. I think that's what we've seen. Like, we saw like M80 do it quite a lot with just like increasing aggression, chasing the tank around and bullying the tank and making it so hard for the tank to exist. So I think everyone needs to play really well. Like, I don't think it's impossible that dive can still work. I mean, we saw Team Team New Age cause Pep's problems, right, for example. So I don't think it's as black and white as this can never work. But it's really hard for the dive team. And what you have to do at the dive team is you have to play really low mistake Overwatch. Because if you have a dive team, there's always going to be some kind of, we go in, we try and force some ults, we go out, and we go in again, right? But if anyone fucking dies while we do this motion, because it's this second dive we get kills, or this, even the third dive we get kills. So if anyone fucks up and dies during this, the whole system kind of falls apart, right? And if the other team is the like Malga team, the anti-dive team in this sense, is being really aggressive and following up on a lot of these things, it can be really hard and really easy to be disrupted. I don't think it's like impossible dive can work, but it's a really high skill ceiling. What is the score currently? So this is it happened earlier. So this is map 3, so it's currently 1-1 at this map stage, but it's Falcons will go on to win 3-2. Wall plus Cage, Beat doesn't do much, still too much damage on Smurf, yeah. I think the thing is, like, I think Beat can beat Cage if we just take like a 5-on-5 fight almost, you know, in the Cage. But even then it's hard, and with the Sim Wall, definitely not. And because the Overclock's used as well. So I don't know what, actually, so what the answer should be is just something like, maybe it's not crazy that you send Smurf in, but you've got to save TP to get Smurf out. So are we going to try and get Smurf out? Let's see. Oh no, we're just going to go try and do some damage for ourselves. We're going to get 1. Oh, we got 4% ult charge. Yeah, so I think the conclusion might be there's a way you can make that plan work, right? There's a way you can make that plan work. If you go in, you TP your guy out. It's still like hard, but it's possible. Yeah, I mean, I think Stalker was like, obviously the guy can aim, right? But I thought like Alfie significantly sim gapped him here. But I also think I look at both of these sims and think, SSG would lap this up, right? Like Backbone and Sparker would do so much more on all of these things. It'd be so much like, there's so much more you can do with sim always, I feel like. So now it's the cap fight, so Smurf kind of peeks aggressively to try and stop it, but takes 1 billion damage, so okay. Now both support ults into Cage, Kiri ult. So who wins this one, right? I think the Kiri wins because you can force him to fight on your Kiri ult, maybe? I don't know. 4 days of Sims for Koreans. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Like, we're sort of saying, like, this is mistakes and these are things they could do better, but all of this comes with a caveat that they've been playing the meta for 3 days and stuff. But these are the sort of things we want to see more of. Alright. Gonna drop down. Both things are used. I feel like this... It's so buggy. Like, you know when we get this nice clear indication that Burner is using his fucking cardiac overdrive, right? It's really obvious that Burner is using his. But I feel like it's so unobvious. I mean, I've bugged it now, right? But I feel like it's not obvious at all that Smurf is using his. Obvious? I just can't see Smurfs at all, you know? Let's see if I can see it from first person, though. Like, now I can see it, but now I can't see it. But this would be really helpful to see. Do you mean the aura? Yeah. Like this. Like, when... This is, like, the easiest way, I feel like, to see the cardiac overdrive in main. Yeah, it doesn't show on the ground. So when, like, people are burning and stuff, it's, like, it becomes a little bit, like, who's doing what. Yeah. It's still annoying, though, because it just means it's, like, harder to see when the cooldowns are without going on POV, but that's sort of a side note. So cardiac overdrive's traded. Whoa. Everyone's just going to peek. Fuck. Let's see the Sim TP this time. Giving this for TP. Alright. Yeah, Alpha's TP is probably actually better. Did Magic play yet? Yeah, he played one Midtown against, was it Vesta he played it against? Alright. Then just ends up being, once they have that pick, right here. Suzu's used. Finn has Suzu. Using it to frag. Alright. Alright. So back to a slow pokey fight. Again, it's an aggressive start from Smurf. Let's see if we can get inside the mind of Smurf. Why does he press it? Does he just like to go? He just sees one where he just looks at it and thinks, ah, the distance is alright for this, right? Like, I think I can hit it. Stalker's gonna drop the TP at the same time, but I don't know if it's like a real decision, if that makes sense. Or like, not a real decision, like I feel like we're just two people making a decision. Fielder's gonna walk all the way in. Fuck, it feels so hard for Fielder to do this now. We just try and follow our boy in. Yeah, we TP in. TP in, aggressive. Aggressive Kitsune. Fuck, we're gonna die for it though. Yeah, wants to ult aggressively. Yeah, Alfie, I mean, to be fair, like, he just gets the kill. The beat is late from, well, I don't think it's just like a really hard for Violet to get this beat timing. Yeah. I feel like the Sim is the person who needs the most help, right? Because it's so hard for the Sim to actually dodge this charge. Which would obviously be like, this would be a feather in the cap of the Reaper, right? And that the Reaper just always has a way to get out of this. No Suzu. Yeah, I mean, it just looks like Finn's not looking for it. you know? Was Suzuable. Don't know how much of this is also just like new stuff as well, if you know what I mean. Like, I feel like if you play a scrim against Smurf and he's just fucking stomping you and Ajaxing you and killing your guys all the time, you probably get like way more switched on to making sure you always have Suzu for it. But these teams won't have scrimmed this week, I imagine, you know, because they had the match. So it might just be that they've not experienced quite this level of fucking stomping. Because it doesn't even feel like Finn's looking for it half the time. Yeah, because it's so aggressive. They use everything for it here. Fuck. Alright, let's go back to the start. So it's such an aggressive way to start the fight. It pulls Fielder into this horrendous position as well. So then it's just like, I don't know if you just do it down here instead now, right? Maybe it just feels like better. Field has it's just TPing into like a crazy situation considering all the ults they have. Because when we get this sim wall, like I feel like it's just like a more normal version of this fight, right? It's just a more normal version of this fight where you just carry ult, they carry ult back, you sim wall someone on both carry ults. So you can win. You win in that, right? Then if Violet ever chooses to beat, then we can just cage him if they overpush or something, right? Or maybe we can even like Kyrio and just like cage if we see a good opportunity type thing. I think starting with cage here is maybe tricky. Because I think a lot of the time, right, with like Simwall and Kyrio, this is Kyrio. If you can fight, you want to fight on the ult, right? You want to be able to fight on the ult, and if the other team is using Kyrio or Wall as well, you want to try and like get more value out of your Wall or your Kyrio than theirs. But what the cage can do is the cage can just like section off pieces of this. So I feel like you don't want to start with cage in some of these fights, maybe. Because now they cage, right? But actually, if I'm FTG, I can actually sort of, I can just play on my Kyrio still within this cage. Obviously, Alfie just dies before a fight. But yeah, now we're going to get cage. We trap the Sojin. Like, it's probably just a good cage because we trap the Sojin, right? Yeah, the problem is, though, it's so much, right? It's like, we've actually used everything. Everything for 2 ults is just like, the trade is fucked. I don't know, you either just, yeah, you either don't, I think you just don't use the cage. Or you only use like one of cage and Simwall is probably the answer. Alright, so now we're in this super slow situation. Oh my god! What if Smurf... Was it a Smurf gap this entire time? Fuck! It's just... Yeah, because she was going to beat us in, but the damage is dumb. Maybe it is just like a truth of like, your Kiri and Sim just need to play, like, doing something like this is just too much, right? Your Kiri and Sim always just need to be in, like, a bit of a tighter formation to Suzu in these kind of situations. Because if I look at Finn, it's like, anyway. If I look at Finn, it's like, do I have a great opportunity to actually Suzu my boy here? Not really, right? Like, it's hard. It's like bad. Yeah. Oh, now Burner did it. Now Burner's fucking thinking with portals. Now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. Fucking got him. Fuck. They're gonna win the fight anyway. They beat it over the oh, pardon me. Why do people run Sim over Sim with the Malga? So I think some of it is to solve some of the like movement limitations. The Sim wall's also really good in these sort of like 5v5 brawly fights. And yeah, she does a lot of the same thing as the Reaper does. Like the reason a lot of people are running the Reaper is because it helps you in the frontline fight. You do so much damage you can carry. But I think obviously likewise, the Sim can do a lot of that while adding probably a better ult. Well, actually almost definitely a better ult. And all this mobility as well. Do you think any may have a better chance at Dallas with this meta, or does it not really matter? That's going to be a different patch. It's going to be a different patch. We're going to get a new hero before Dallas anyway. Like if you want to do like the theoretical question, this is probably better for EMEA. Do you think Reaper, Sombra, or Sim Sojourn is better for Malcop? I actually have no idea. We've seen so little of it. Yeah, I feel like... I think the one I'm maybe most... the one I think is most dead is the Reaper, potentially. But... just about gets the trades. Yeah, there's maybe an argument you could still play Reaper on like some of the smaller maps, like some of the coughs, like a control center or in a pool village or something, or an icebreaker. Alright, back to a slow, steady, middle of a park fight. Alright, overdrive forward for Bernie. Oh yeah, overdrive to trade it. Wait, did Smurf use his? No. What's Burner overdriving? Not a lot. So now Smurf spots an opportunity to go. We've got Rail. Smurf wants to find it. TP. Fake TP. Smurf's at it again. We get away this time, though. Now Sim Walls. We've made an Isosceles triangle. And now we're going to Kitsune. So this is like a good Kitsune from Finn, I think. In theory, we can all play on it. All get used to it. Finn's going to drop it back as well. Smurf's just going to get deleted. We're just walking past our wall. Just really ambitious to think we can kill here, I think. You know what I mean? Like, this is probably just a stalemate, even with, like... We've got the later Kitsune ult. FTG wall just better. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of an even wall, because, like, at this point in time, right? If I'm FTG, if I just live, if I just go, okay, if I'm just going to stand here, what can they do? Nothing, right? I can just wait, and then I Kitsune out a little bit later, like as this wall fades, maybe. Right? I feel like that's just the play, maybe. Like, can we just recognize this situation and just wait? Oh, we can actually live here, and we trade wall for wall and Kyriel. But like Smurf just rushes it. Like what is Smurf's even the cover of his own wall to push onto their wall and a Kiri ult, you know? The man just gets beamed. Yeah, because I think realistically, I don't know if Thins is actually like a good Kiri ult, or if Thins is just it's a good Kiri ult because Smurf walks onto it, you know. Yeah, I know it's so hard, like, because it's really easy to say what I'm saying now, but it's like much harder to do and realize in game because it's all happening at the same time. And it's so fast paced, and all the like fucking ults are happening. All right, cage v cage, overclock the most of an overclock. Sheer with a B advantage. So again, Smurf's gonna get all these HP chunks. Disruptor shots go down. Smurf gonna meet on corner. Cage gonna be used just on Smurf. Counter Cage. Fuck. Smurf just loses for HP trade, right? Because he's gonna take all the damage here. Alright. Fire gets booped back into more damage. Fuck. Alright. And how do we lose for HP trade? Alright, we start on 500 HP. When it's now just this bit, right? Like, it's just like, he's peeking into 5, but Burner's managed to de-peek lots of these. Like, how many people can shoot Burner versus how many people can shoot Smurf? Yeah, jumping down. He's just jumping. He's just not waiting. So he's still have for cardiac overdrive. He's using it now as he goes around the corner. Then he's going to get cage and counter cage. And now it's just like, it's just hard for everyone to react. You know what I mean? Like, you see Fielder's like, he's trying to go, oh, fuck, we need this Suzu to get us out of this. So this is what I mean. Like, I feel like these situations, in general, in terms of like HP management and all of this, I think Hambin has been better. But in terms of, I need a guy to run in and stand on other people, Smurf's been way better. Smurf's like, even though he like ints this fight, and he maybe ints the previous fight, he's actually also won loads of fights with these stomps as well. So, I don't know, yeah. I think you probably still play Hambin overall. But yeah, so now this is really tough. Now this is really tough. Just have to try and live here, I think, if you're Falcons. Ugh. Alright. Good distance fight. So again, we're going to do a similar thing. They're going to press overclock. We're going to beat in. Suzu's goodness time. We've still beaten all the way in, and we're just going to all be on floor, alright? Burner gets a decent counter stomp too. But it's just an overclock versus beat, right? And if you're going to do an overclock versus beat, I mean, the beat wins, right, if you're close enough. And in this case, they are close enough, you know? Like, if I'm them, I either have wanted to pop overclock or, like when? Like, if I pop overclock now, their lives are really hard, you know? Maybe they just disengage as well. There's like a line they cross, like here, maybe. That's not the perfect line. Like somewhere like maybe here, where if you overclock, they're maybe in like a really 50-50, do I go forward or do I go out type thing. And then if they go forward, you have a chance to disengage, right? You have to live as best you can. Or if they just go back, oh fuck it, we're just going to get like the cart up to like here before they come back or something. But because they let them get to here, it's now like a really easy decision for Smurf, you know? They beat it over top and then it's just a straightforward fight. So there's maybe like could have gone slightly earlier here, but it's maybe not like the end of the world to trade an overclock for a beat and still get up to 88 meters. All right, big long slow fight, big long slow fight. Now, okay, we kill Stalker. Because now it's both support ults versus just Kitsune, they have wall. Okay. Just did a cool kill. I don't think you can do it early there. Even if they disengage, that's so much cart. I think you can pop for Sojourn like quite early, right? Because Because the worst case is they just disengage and you get the cart to like here and you just put it on like what it would be like 98 meters or something, right? And it's just like almost worth it in a weird way. Because then even if they disengage, they still have to cross this and you can like hard peek them as well. Oh, you can't be too early? Yeah. You still want like it's like this line or something, you know? Like somewhere around this line, you make it like really hard for them. But I think even if they disengage it, you don't care really. If you're the Sojourn team, at least. So Flora's just going to get a kill in this one. Smurf just feels it's maybe time to start the fight. He just tries to go get on the sim as well. He's sort of got on the sim. But at what cost to his HP, you know? I don't know. We've not really seen any science yet, Chewy Parsnip. So we've only seen sim mirrors. So all we know is sim Sojourn is okay if you're playing a sim Sojourn mirror. That's all we've unfortunately really learned. We've only had like 2 fights of true science. But Reaper did seem hard, to be fair. We got a little bit of Reaper from Genesis versus Sim Prisa, and the Reaper seemed really hard for Decay, actually. Alright, what's Proper up to now? Just a good slide. Good place to do an overclock. Focus is good. How quick does Alpha doing this TP on purpose, or is he just he's just got that TP there anyway, right? And it just so happens to be in the right place to do this. Because then we get the beat off, focus down, counter pin, they'll kill him. Yeah, I feel like there's like these pins in from Smurf. It's so like feast or famine type thing, right? He's either like, oh my god, Smurf's just won the fight, or it's, oh my god, Smurf has inted all of his HP. Fuck. Just Sojourn stuff happening. Okay. So again, we see a similar thing where like Smurf's just gonna have to try and like peek into fucking like now essentially. Like I don't know if like it's actually worth for Smurf to like pin from here to here, if you know what I mean, like try and go past Bernard. I don't know if it's too scary to get counter pinned. But yeah, this wall's just like full disaster. Full disaster wall. But I would say Smurf's also lost for HP trade like massively again, right? Before any of this happens. Like there's just this moment here where he takes a fight where it's just like whether Proper's dead or not. It's like just he's just swinging everyone, if you know what I mean. Like it's just fucking hard. Yeah, then Bernard's just playing to counter dive, or counter pin, whatever you want to call it. Stalker gets a kill. Today's game, yeah. Alright, then we're into final fight territory. Okay. Just going to disengage, regroup with Alpha Yi. Alright, one final fight. And it's Kitsune B Cage versus Kitsune Cage Wall. Just a lot of ults here as well, actually, for FTG. Stalker has gone Reaper. Tiny bit of science going to happen. Alright, so again, we've seen these things. You see, like, Bernard's playing these angles. He's going to charge away, actually. But yeah, what Bernard wants in an ideal world is if they swing him, everyone else is peeking him, right? But that doesn't quite happen. Oh, okay, yeah. So this is maybe a clever way to take the space. So you see how, like, Burner's holding here. The rest of his team can peek him, right? So if they push into Burner, Smurf is going to get obliterated. So instead, Smurf goes and slams these guys, and the other 4 people walk into Burner to clear him. Okay. So then now, if we look at the HP trade, they've managed to do a much more even trade here, right? Just came. Are we doing another? We're not doing another dark POV. All right. So better, slightly better taking a space, but they still have to deal with this fucking guy on the high ground. Oh, Smurf's got another one lined up. All right, Kitsune rush to start it. Finnel mirror. I feel like I want my TP. Where's my fucking Alfie TP? Not my Alfie TP. Oh yeah, we don't have a fucking sim anymore. This is part of the problem. Is now, how do I deal with this if I'm Falcons now?